Hey folks, I'm currently doing a challenge where I'm trying to get Keystone Hero on all 39 specs in the game, and this is number 4, Vengeance Demon Hunter. I have been working on this one alongside all of the other alt tanks that I've been playing, so this, Prot Pally, Prot Warrior, and Guardian Druid. This is the one that I decided to finish first, and the others should be done sometime next week, I suspect. But if you are not familiar with the series, I have included all of the footage of the 8 dungeons that I completed to get Keystone Hero. With one exception, the final dungeon is a bonus because I forgot to actually record the best Dawnbreaker that I did, so I just did another one and threw that in there. But for the most part, it's showcasing all my best runs for every single dungeon, and then every now and then I'll mix in some, discussion commentary on gearing choices that I'm making. If I get an interesting upgrade, I'll talk about how I'm switching around my stats to account for that upgrade. And then at the very end of the video, I have included about 2 hours of Great Vault opening for all of the different characters that I'm using as part of this challenge. And going forward, that's what I'll be doing. Every single new installment will have the most recent Great Vault that I opened, unless I'm uploading 2 in the same week, and then one of them just won't have any Great Vault openings. But the Great Vaults I opened this past Tuesday will all be included in there, including the one for Vengeance, but that is going to be all the way at the end, so if you don't want to watch that and you just want to watch the dungeons, then you can just stop the video at that point. But yeah, with all that covered, I think I will stop talking now, and I will let In the Moment Harldan take it away for the first dungeon, which I believe was Floodgate. They need to fix the hitbox in the Kai'Beza map.
5.
I fucking hate that shit.
3, 2.
Shift,
1.
remember to PI me here.
Yep, I gotcha.
Thank you.
5, 4, 3,
Should I get Wind Fury?
2, 1.
You've got it for an hour.
Oh yeah, they changed that shit.
Oh, being melee. Fuck.
I'm getting meleeed too. You'll get this guy.
Where?
The box inside.
Why are you up there? What?
This is the strategy. I don't
That's
get
the
hit by the
spot.
fucking... Yeah.
Oh really?
Taunt that guy.
I need the spot.
Thank you.
Bro, I've been struggling without the spot the whole time. Fuck.
That was such a scary. That's a scary pull. Your health meta was ping ponging, fucking crazy.
Yeah. Couldn't even see the guy at first. Fuck. Glad I didn't die. It was very distracting though. That's why Leak beat me.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, dude, I do fucking big, tremendous things on that pull.
Big, tremendous things in the room with us.
Yeah, man.
Uh-oh. I have a bomb. Sorry.
One crap.
Booster would be yelling at me right now.
Wait. What's going on, brother?
What?
Vengeance Demon Hunter damage sucks dick.
Well, listen, I fucked up and... Shut up. Fuck. I don't know much about your stupid class, but I bet it's easy as fuck play.
It is kind of easy. I will give you that.
Yeah, let's
I don't
make
like
wrong.
Vengeance. That's
All right, you
not
gotta
the
pull-
point.
It is. I have to use a lot of brain power to even attempt to do real damage.
That is... What are you
That's-
talking about?
Don't you
What?
just like listen to a weak aura that says press barrage now?
I don't think he has the barrage helper. Do you have
Oh
the barrage
Jesus
helper?
Christ, that it says a lot.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, well then the fucking thing plays your spec for you. I played Arcane.
I wish that was everything. I'd be chilling.
That's like 90% of it. The rest is just making sure you fit all the shit into your Touch of the Magi window.
Yeah, but he's playing Sun Fury, and Sun Fury is so fucking pissed outside of
Oh.
What is it?
I mean, isn't that just
Arcane
wrong in
Surge.
keys?
No, it's the thing now.
Really?
Yes, they made you do absolutely nothing outside of CDs, and even more inside of CDs now.
And then when I fuck up my CDs, then I do nothing to locate.
To be fair, there isn't a ton you can fuck up within CDs. Come on, dude.
Yes, there is.
Dude, you press like 2 buttons, sometimes orb.
I don't want to hear it, Warlock.
What did I play all of last patch, Quayton?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
I played a mage. You were here for that. Didn't you do bandit?
I think I did.
I thought Muncie was your last boss.
He was gone by Muggsy.
Oh, shit.
I got quad sniped.
That's when I started, and I never met Quaden on prop.
Interesting. I need you to go boss after this, by the way.
What? No. Fuck you.
Yeah, please, please, please. I don't want to fucking...
Go boss.
Leak, would it work well for you?
Go
You just
boss.
said it.
Okay. Spec is so fucking stupid, man. All that. Get this.
Oh, I fucked up.
Fuck. I didn't have a shimmer charge. I got silenced. Fuck.
That's right. me a sec. Don't take it. You're good.
Give 10 seconds. Oh. This guy's very high HP.
Jesus.
Guy lived a while.
Oh. Back those. The dono sheet death out of it.
Is trick shot avoidable, or is that just damage?
Kick.
Wow.
I didn't check right now. You're getting shot and stuff. Can you kill this guy before the third cast? No. This one's very sketchy. I have no button. Okay, you said good. You didn't even get shot. You just died to the warp flood. Were you like in back or something?
I was like here. I'm standing now.
Like none of my chain heals hit you. I was spamming chain heal for like the whole thing.
Yeah, I think I was standing like right where I am right now.
That is odd.
We skip the... We're gonna need a lot of extra shit then.
Combat.
How do we get both daggers? That I did not want.
I got star.
What is? Oh, these crabs have been mailing you the whole time. That's why.
They only just got up here, I told them.
Perhaps.
Oh, that's us.
I played that so poorly.
It's melee. I needed a spell in the back.
One second. Oh yeah, right out of my rate of fire.
Oh, suck my dick.
A gift of power.
Orb timing.
Yeah, it drops my drink, but doesn't actually give us the buff for anything.
Oh. Insane.
Ah, what?
They're
Fuck
still
this
Where
shit.
the
way
fuck did
far.
that come from?
My power.
Dude, what did they nerf for Vengeance? This tank feels so bad. How are my single
link
target
for this
frailty
one.
stacks so shit? They must have fucked my talents. I'm supposed to be hitting 10 stacks of frailty and I am not.
That would explain a lot. All else here may be dead.
Oh. Oh, that auto attack! I'm alive! Holy shit, dude.
Okay.
Thank God.
I'm 0 mana. Give me a second.
Okay, yeah, you're good. No, they haven't changed the talents. I don't know why this feels so bad. This is weird, man. I mean, I haven't died. I am kind of squishy under geared, so maybe it's just the gear, and I feel.
I mean, if you don't have frailty stack, something is wrong, right? Like,
Well, I do. What I'm saying is I should have like 10 on single target, but I'm only hitting like 7, which,
What happened there?
like, you know, it may not seem like a lot, but like
I think
10%
it's
extra DR.
expected, maybe. I don't know, just meleeed twice by the inspector.
Oh,
No, it was aggro.
Yeah.
A gift of power.
Sorry, like the spec has fucking atrocious threat. And my gear is not like insane, so there's not much I can do. Trying. Issue with Vengeance at this point is like I can't do any of my snap threat hits because I have to stack frailty because my gear is so shit. So if you rip threat while I'm building frailty, I'm just purple fucked.
Are you okay? I may need to drop a link for you if you're in danger. You can't dispel right now.
Right now, no, I'm good.
There you go. Okay.
So, I don't know if we need percent. I pulled extra on a
I think we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
My power is transcendent
I'm gonna wait for these orbs just because this.
in it.
Okay.
My power is transcendent.
Here for a second. Good.
Soon I shall have the power I require.
Boss might get a little bit spooky.
You dare question me? My power is power.
Oh, he got a sack. Just one.
Wait, I'm super safe. Okay. God, I don't need to worry about magic damage.
You dare pit your wits against mine?
Are you playing Farseer?
Yes.
Cool.
It's the next big AoE. Oh!
Oh, you have darkness. Okay, cool.
Second too early, but it should be fine.
My power is
Jesus.
Oh, nice.
Not wrists.
I hate how
Okay.
the spec does no damage. Oh, I fucking wrong loot spec!
Oh,
Get this game.
That could have been it.
I don't even know if I don't think Vengeance runs that anymore. It was never amazing for them.
But wait, this one lets you become Mudborn.
It's okay. Does Vengeance run crit? Mostly haste. Haste over crit burst. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, this trinket, what is it? It's absorbing 13 point. Yeah, it's probably better than my Gallywix trinket. But more absorb, more damage. That's only because it's like colossal item level increase.
What is this glow stick?
Do another a 10-seconder so I can.
There you go. Stick it in.
I am going to get my pre-meta.
I don't
I'll
care
wait
about
on
your
you.
pre.
What?
Oh, it's this key.
5,
Fuck.
4,
Yeah, a gambit.
And it's
Two.
this key.
1.
We
Shit.
said this.
Fuck.
What's with the schizo?
I don't know. I forget how to play mage.
That's good
I
stuff.
got it on my trinket on.
Our last guy lost.
Oh yeah, go.
Fish stick.
That guy really went deep down there.
God damn.
He went diving.
Oh, Murloc for shallow water creatures.
Did I hit those? Oh, never mind. Nah.
all of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
Fish deck in the back.
W change. That's my tank.
Good thing about the spec. I just kill the Scalebinder and run the push down.
Scrabbling after any shred of control. Power eludes your grasp, Harldan. Attend to your cartel.
Power without wisdom leads to ruin, Solius.
See how your wisdom fares against the might of the Titan.
The fellow melee, I apologize, RT. This is not going to be a fun pull.
Oh, it's all G.
Wow, not even including me. I see.
Well, you don't need to be hitting things, right?
I should have saved breath. I'm trolling.
I guess not.
Oh, looks like I saved breath by accident.
W shit.
Why? Why? I invis. Why? 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 Tell me why. Why? Why is it on me? Holy fuck.
I mean, if you invade, you would only troll us.
I don't care.
So it's for the best.
Wait, is it not like the thing in Priory?
No, it'll like just start snapping over to us, apparently.
Oh, gay.
I'll get it. Fucking stupid shit game. Yes. Someone needs to. Here, I'll get it. Memorize your spots. Doing no single target damage because my spec is designed like ass.
Hey, you did half of the other DPS.
Dude, like if I was Brewmaster, I'd be riding their coattails on this bullshit. It's so dumb the difference between tanks.
A taxing journey, but our path remains true.
And I bet, despite only doing 1 million DPS, you would still rip off your co-tank.
Yeah. On Felthguard, honestly, probably. How burst works. It's so dumb.
Did I just cast an arcane explosion?
I'm actually really hoping that with the Demon Hunter changes, Vengeance gets some, like, knock-on buffs that make it fun to play again. Surely they touch it again.
That would be sick.
It's a shame, because, like, I used to only really play Vengeance, because it was so fun, and they've just murdered this spec. It's so bad now.
I feel like that's the case with a lot of tanks, honestly.
I mean... Rot Warrior definitely had its ups and downs for a while there. Blood DK, same thing. Brewmaster, I think, has been, like, other than a period in BFA, it's been consistently okay. I haven't hated the design. Same with, like, I think Prop Paladin has always been fine.
Prop Paladin definitely got better with the Dragonflight changes, I will say.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, Dragonflight, all the changes were pretty good for tanks across the board. But some better than others.
Our captain is a dragon.
Okay. I should have kited there, honestly. It's my bad.
Didn't even die.
Yeah, but losing cheat sucks.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
The main thing that I'm like kind of hoping you get changes for Vengeance is a lot of like the new Devourer things are like souls and whatever, so maybe like Soul Cleave no longer becomes the focus of the spec. We get like the actual like fire damage management, because if Havoc's all about, you know, chaos and stuff, and Void and Cosmic damage is the new, or Shadow or whatever, is Devourer, then Vengeance can go back to being all about like the big fiery brand damage amps, which is when it was actually fun to play.
I don't think I actually played during that time.
It was
or at least dabbled in that, I should say.
the main thing is like back in Legion is when it was like that, like when it first came out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
And it
definitely
was-
was.
Yeah.
Was
It's so weird because it was arguably the worst raid tank just because it had no major defensives outside of meta. But you could make it work, and the upside was it was the highest damage tank by a mile. Like, it did DPS levels of single target raid boss damage. It was crazy. And it was really fun. Like, it had a whole burst sequence. I love that playstyle. And it was still kind of like that gameplay-wise throughout, like, BFA, I would say. So I didn't hate it, even though, like, the numbers tuning definitely wasn't there. But then they gutted it in Shadowlands and turned it into, like, you know, the Sigil Soul Cleave bot. Then in Aberrus, they gave us the...
Where you couldn't
Fire
really even do
Brands.
anything other than kite.
Yeah, exactly. But, like, that's the thing. All tanks were so fucked that Vengeance ended up being meta just because they were the best at kiting. So, also, Demonic was really overtuned at the start.
Man,
But yeah, I
what the
hated
fuck
that.
is going on?
I rooted this thing. It got broken. I'm not fucking kiting it back. I'm out of fucking blinks. I hate it here.
Oh.
I gotta heal other people too.
Can they not get CC'd? I'm dead.
A Shadow Crash might have landed on him.
I'm dragging the boss across the room.
Oh, I just realized I killed myself.
What happened?
I thought Bubble would get rid of the dot on me, so that way I didn't have to dispel myself. And then it went away, and I just took the death.
Ooh.
I guess that's what I get for Dispelling Shark.
How can you, sure.
I still have this debuff on me.
Don't release, don't release, don't release.
Yeah.
But yeah, in Aberrus we had a tier set where it was like whenever we consume X amount of souls, we apply Fiery Brand with Fracture. So we had like all these mini Fiery Brand amps. And
Yeah,
then
That's sick.
yeah, and it brought back the fire damage builds where you just like you get like a bunch of fire damage amps on multiple targets and you Spirit Bomb, do crazy damage. And then they
Yeah.
did a Vengeance rework in Amir Drassil. I'm like, oh, surely Vengeance is finally fun again with the Aberrus stuff. They're gonna play into that and give us back like our fire damage burst playstyle. And they're like, you know what Vengeance is all about? Sigils and Soul Cleave spam. Like, what the fuck? So it's been dead to me ever since.
I choose to lead mine to glory. Scrabbling after any shred of control.
I fucking hate Shadow Crush. So I have 2 charges of Shadow Crash, and they each apply dot to 6 targets. There's 8 mobs in this pool. I threw both charges. Only 7 of the mobs got dotted.
Feed on the void. Let its darkness fill you.
You know, your healing is pretty good, Doug, on that character. I thought you said it was going to be really nasty.
So, I know what I'm doing, but I do a lot of pugs, and people don't really know what they're doing, so it makes me feel like I'm worse.
Ah, that's fair.
But like, I understand the spec and everything, and I know my buttons.
You're just a gamer, Doug.
That's so true. That's so true.
You're a gamer.
I'm glad you
doesn't
agree.
invite me to play Deadlock with him.
We had 6.
I could have been part of the 6.
Mag came with Vex, or else we would have.
Unbelievable.
You're getting this right, Doug?
Yeah.
Nice silence sigil. That works.
Yeah. I can't believe that actually has that interaction. That's crazy. Ooh, perfect timing. Oh yeah, this one, I guess. During intermission, I'll always go super far.
You are nothing. How dare you hinder me? control. The realms. I can feel them. The tools of creation. At my command. The tools of creation. At my command. Bow before cartel's soul. Oppose me and be extinguished.
Oh,
You are nothing.
pop a defensive.
We're going to this corner. We're here.
Oh my
You should have listened to your own advice.
I popped AM. I thought that was enough.
Can you res him, RT?
30 seconds.
30.
Okay.
Scrapping after any shred of
If
But
the
AM was not enough.
the star comes up, I'll start it.
Get ready to use a defensive. PRS in 2. All right, you know, you live and learn.
Chill. Away. Ah! You get like a.
I should have bought
Right,
health
don't-
pots.
Big defensive.
Darkness down.
I bombshelled.
Ah, see, you live.
What is meta? Why can't I BRS? I guess you can release.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge.
That's big. That's big.
I hope no one else needed that because it's not tradable.
Alright, I'm doing Streets as Vengeance DH.
5,
And my guildies
4,
didn't want to get in disc,
3,
so
2,
it's
1.
just me providing commentary for this one. I've realized that I probably need to start doing this, because, you know, here's the thing about some of the no voice keys, right? Okay, they expect them to start that fast. Woohoo! Okay. Right, I changed my trinkets. I'm not running either of these. Right, neither of mine are on use. I got this, 2 new trinkets, actually, since the last time I've done keys in this character. So I got this out of the time walking box, and I got this out of time walking itself. I don't really know if this one's especially good or not, but my trinkets were, like, not super great. And the way I see it is, Vengeance likes haste, this gives haste. Probably better, in most cases. Dude, this Resto Shaman is fucking doing crazy damage. Admittedly, I didn't really use my cooldowns there, but... Sheesh. I'm more just surprised at how much damage Farseer does. Didn't realize. They are a friend, so this is like technically a full... It's like a 0 pug group. I don't know the Resto Shaman. They're... Oh shit. That's a really unfortunate lag spike, but thankfully it doesn't look like I popped any cheat deaths, so... W. Spell dive here. But yeah, it's, I feel like these trinkets are probably better than what I was running. Admittedly, my trinkets on this character have not been super great. I feel like these are probably okay, though, so I'm not, like, too upset about it. Cheat Death Trinket always just nice to have for keys, especially, you know, while semi-undergeared. I still don't have 4-piece. I'm gonna see if I can get that, but I don't, like, I'm pretty sure Vengeance 4-piece isn't, like, super important. I think it's good, right? Like, you want to get it, obviously, but it's not one of those things where it's like, oh my god, you need to have it. Like, you know, Brewmaster 4-piece, what's it called? Brought Warrior 4-piece, although I've been doing Brought Warrior keys without it, but I've been playing Colossus. But that's one of those things of, like, if you're gonna play Mountain Thane, you need to have the new set bonus, so it's, like, build-defining. But Vengeance is, like, with the 4-piece, you still run Eldrachi, because it's just better. And I'm pretty sure the Eldrachi 4-piece just makes it so your empowered Soul Cleave is, like, way stronger. Which is, like, cool and all, but also, this, oh my goodness. How did that not rock my cheap death? I dropped to nothing. I'm gonna just hardcast meta here. I probably should have hardcasted meta before, but it's whatever. I think I got, like, double proxy striked, and I just wasn't really paying attention. Which, I'll be honest, I'm not, like, super focused. I am partially yapping this key, but, yeah. But yeah. It like, getting the 4-piece won't fundamentally change what I play, or really how I play, so I'm not too concerned about it for Vengeance. When I get it, I get it. I do think that the Undermine bonus is pretty good for Eldrachi, so not too upset about that. Getting, like, Hunt resets is fine. I kind of dislike the RNG of it, but it's whatever. On average, it's pretty good. And... well, I guess I just generally dislike Vengeance as a whole, but I gotta get this done at some point, so, you know. We're fine. I keep forgetting what I was gonna say. Oh, yeah, I remember what I was gonna yap about. Yeah, so... for a while there, my approach to this series is kind of like, I know a lot of people have said before, like, oh, I'll just watch you do, like, any keys, even with no voice. And I feel like a lot of them, when I was doing this challenge before, kind of ended up being that, because I was doing them live, and I just had to focus, right? And I did most of them in pugs. And I think as the season goes on, I am going to end up doing a large amount of my keys in pugs, just because at a certain point, my guild is no longer going to need any keys. So, there probably will be a good amount of those, because, like, oh shit, I think Shark just got sliced into pieces. Unlucky. Because, like, think about it this way. If I had to do, like, these yap keys for all 8 of them, I'd be exhausted. Like, that is a lot of work to do for 8 keys, finding random shit to talk about. Especially when I gotta focus. So it's a combination of, like, this is a guaranteed time. Like, it's full guildies people who are just going to obliterate this thing, so I'm not like, oh, I need to lock in to make sure that we time this key. It's pretty easy. I'm also, this is a spec that I'm extremely comfortable with, so it's not one that I'm worried about making mistakes on. So kind of those combinations make it easier for me to just sit here and talk about shit. But I definitely won't be able to do this the entire way through, which is why, generally, I've liked to record most of the keys for the challenge with, like, you know, guild comms, just because that means that I don't have to talk as much, and I feel like, you know, it's not completely dead air. Usually, there's just natural comms in the dungeon. I think that makes it better, but also, like, more entertaining, kind of. Especially, you know, there's been a few keys where even rewatching them to edit them in, I'm like, oh yeah, you know, this was a fun one, where, like, me and my guildies were bickering with each other about, you know, something dumb, but it was, like, you know, fun kind of friend bickering. And I think those keys are infinitely more fun to watch than, like, just a generic +10 of Vengeance Demon Hunter, because, like, here's the reality. If you're watching this, you're, like, almost certainly watching this because you just like watching my stuff, and you just want to see me do generic Mythic Plus dungeons. I would imagine, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. If you are watching this and you're like, oh no, I specifically clicked on this to learn about Vengeance Demon Hunter, and that well may be the case. Like, it could be oh, I like your stuff, and I happen to see that you did a Vengeance Demon Hunter thing, and I just clicked it out of curiosity because I'm, learning Vengeance. And I would imagine that is, like, an extremely small number of people. It's a possibility, but that is definitely, there are some people who watch it because of that. And if so, that's cool. Hopefully, it's helpful and you get to see what I'm doing. The other problem with that, though, is it's like, I'm not, it's not a guide, right? Like, you may be able to pick up some of the stuff that I'm doing, but it's so hard to, like, as I'm going through a dungeon, I guess do, like, an over-explained of exactly what I'm doing at all times. But the way I see it is, like, I feel like most people who watch this just want to see me run stuff, and you're not really picky about exactly what it is that I'm running. You're just here for me, I guess. Which, cool. But, I mean, that being said, it's not like there's a bunch of people who are watching that, obviously, which is why these are second channel ones, but it's just fucking unloading on 2 Peacekeepers, and then not kiting when it's cleared. Oh, good old meta. But yeah, so that's kind of why I like to make sure that these types of videos have, fun commentary, like something to make it enjoyable to watch, because otherwise, what separates this from anything? Because if you're trying to learn Vengeance Demon Hunter, I don't necessarily think this is the best thing to click on, right? And that's not to say that I don't know how to play Vengeance, or that you can't learn some stuff, but it's just, if you're going to invest your time watching something, like, either watch a guide, right, or watch a very high-level Vengeance key and understand, like, the super high-level stuff that they're doing. Because admittedly, I am just kind of fucking around in a lot of these, especially for the ones that I'm already comfortable with. Because this, for me, this challenge as a whole is more about, like, learning specs that I don't already know. And Vengeance is, like, literally one of my most played specs in my history of playing this game. So I'm not, like, super concerned about, like, oh, am I gonna, learn Vengeance properly? Like, I know this spec, right? So it's, yeah, not like a huge thing that I'm focusing on. But whatever. I mean, there's only so much that I can comment on. I think maybe it'll be nice in some of these if I have, like, at least one, because, like, I know in my, my Blood DK, video, which, I ramble a lot, I know. But all of this was kind of me circling the drain of, like, why I felt like I need to at least include these at all, because what I realized I started doing, I don't even think I did it, like, subconsciously, or, like, consciously, I mean, it was like a subconscious thing, is what I'm trying to say, is early on in the season, when I was doing Mythic Plus keys, if I was, like, in comms with my guild, I would record on OBS. But then, if it was just, like, nobody's in voice or whatever, like, early morning keys, I would just be like, it's a 10, it's early morning, nobody's in comms, nothing interesting will happen. Because, like, one of the other reasons why a lot of times I always record stuff is sometimes something funny happens. And, I haven't really made, like, YouTube shorts in a while. Don't really know if I will again. There is one moment from my Blood DK keys that I actually have been heavily debating on if I want to turn it into a YouTube short, because I think it actually is pretty funny, and a moment between me and my guildies, and I think it could be an entertaining YouTube short if I chose to make one. But not entirely sure. Mostly, though, it's just as, like, in jokes and stuff with friends. There's been a few fun things like that where I clip it and, make an unlisted video and share it with my guild or something like that. And stuff like that, I know people watching this might be like, oh, you should share the links to those. And I'm sure, like, 1 or 2 people would maybe get a kick out of it, but the problem with a lot of those is some of them are so full of, like, in-jokes that the context of it wouldn't even make sense if you saw the full clip. Like, you would need context of, like, stuff that was happening outside in Discord. And for me to ever even make that, like, a understandable video, I would have to, like, get screenshots of, like, conversations on Discord to, like, make sure you understand the full story. And for something that is just, like, literally, I'm just making it to show it to friends, I never feel it's like worth making those public. So I always just unlist them. It's whatever. A lot of times those types of videos, when I made them into YouTube Shorts, required like a lot more effort to actually make, because I would have to do stuff like that. I would have to like piece together the context over a like long series of like clips and like take screenshots of out of game stuff like Discord, and it was just really difficult to make it good. And then a lot of times those shorts wouldn't perform super well. So the main things that I started doing as shorts before I just stopped doing them, because they're a little bit difficult to pull off perfectly with WoW content, is it needs to be a clip that is funny and easily understandable just on its own. And honestly, that's one of the reasons why I just think World of Warcraft in general doesn't really lend itself to those types of shorts. And I don't know, maybe there's like somebody out there who's making World of Warcraft shorts that I've never heard of, and they're doing like amazingly well. Entirely possible. But I have not really seen any like World of Warcraft specific shorts that do well compared to like, you know, funny clips from other games. It's just really difficult. It's a game with so much going on at once, where, I mean, I've had World of Warcraft shorts do well, like rarely, so it can happen. But it is so rare that you have that moment in a game overwhelmed with like, you know, visual clutter and stuff like this, that something happens that is very simple and easy to explain without any context whatsoever, and is also readily understandable by somebody who isn't super familiar with the game. Good example, you know, my best performing short, right, is the back in Dragonflight, my guild accidentally summoned the frog boss. And the way that that short is framed, right, is it's just like, we accidentally summoned the super big frog, and oh my god, it has so much health, and, you know, none of that stuff you really need to understand World of Warcraft for. It's more of just like the excitement of all these people realizing they accidentally summoned the secret boss and it's a giant frog. The fact that it's a giant frog is kind of funny, right? So, like, those things combined make it entertaining, which is why I think it did well. And, you know, it's not like a very technical thing. And even, like, one of the reasons... So I guess, you know, I'm gonna ramble, I might as well, you know, fucking talk about the thing I mentioned before. So, as an example, right, the short that I'm debating making, I'll explain, and then you can say if you think you understand why that might be something that I can't exactly make. So, I was doing a Halls of Atonement key on my Blood Decay with my guildies, and I said, I'm gonna kite these mobs, and somehow the evoker in my group just didn't hear me say, I'm gonna kite the mobs, and then he says in voice, okay, knocking them over to you, and he just does the evoker racial wing flap and just pushes a bunch of it's the Gargans too, right? The ones that auto-attack for a shit ton. And he just knocks all of them directly on top of me. Like, oh, it actually looks fucking so perfect, calculated, and they just immediately kill me. I just get 100 ode. And, of course, I freaked out. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I just said I'm kiting! And he was, like, so, like, non-stop saying, I'm so sorry, fuck. I didn't think that you were trying to kite. I thought you were going into the next room. And he's like, I know that looked targeted, but I swear to God, I was just trying to help you out. And, you know, I'm like, I literally saved this key to help you, and this is how you repay me. So, on one hand, I think that the interaction there of, like, my friend accidentally killing me, and then immediately being like, oh fuck, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that, that kind of thing, like, that is a simple enough thing to understand, where I think most people could look at that and be like, okay, that's kind of funny, right? Which is why I'm even considering making it a YouTube short, right? But there is still... like, I guess... to understand why my friend even fucked me over, you would need to understand why it's bad that, like, oh, I'm trying to kite, like, because it's so hard to see what he did, right? Like, if you know the game, you can see, oh, an evoker just typhooned those mobs directly on top of the tank as he's trying to kite. Like, that's pretty obvious. But if you don't really understand exactly what's happening, especially shorts are rough because you have such, like, a limited format, right? And these things never work well as standalone videos. It's really only something that performs well as a short. so it's kind of weird in that sense. But it might be hard to really understand exactly like what the problem is, why everybody's upset. So I don't know. It's the kind of thing where I at least think, okay, this maybe could perform well, so I've been like mulling it over. This happened like 2 weeks ago, and I've genuinely for 2 weeks now been thinking, do I want to do it? Just because I haven't made a short in like 8 months or something. Actually, it's been a very long time since I made a short. But that being said, outside of the frog one, and even there's an element of that in the frog one, but a lot of my other shorts that have performed well, not as well as the frog one, but at least decently well. Actually, I take that back. My best performing short now is not the frog one anymore. The one I made a year or 8 months ago actually did better. But that was the one of my friend telling like a funny story. And that's, I think, the thing I was about to say. It's that the shorts that tend to perform the best for World of Warcraft stuff are ones that really don't have much to do with World of Warcraft at all. It's just like a, funny interaction within the context of the game. Like, we're in World of Warcraft, but my friend's telling a story about how, like, when our raid leader texted him, his girlfriend thought he was, like, texting a girl or something like that. Like, that you can understand why that's funny even if you don't play WoW. And there's some other, like, things of, even if you don't fully understand how, like, the raid boss we're doing works, the fact that we're all, like, laughing at the rest of Druid for saying something silly, like, that's easily understandable. So I think that this could work. Because it is kind of similar in that vein, but I don't know. I'll think about it. I've just been, I've been on the fence about that. The other thing that's so weird about shorts, and just this type of content in general, that you wouldn't really think about, is... honestly, somebody else was gonna kick that. That's my bad. I'm yapping and I let that go off. I'm glad nobody died. But this short does have that. There's something about the way that people actually talk as everything's happening. It needs to very clearly outline the situation. Sometimes there's, like, something kind of unspoken that happens that's, like, obviously really bad, and if you understand the game, you can see why, like, oh, that's really funny or something like that. But especially if something really dumb happens while everybody's, like, super locked in, it can be, like, hard to convey that. Trying to think of a good example. Yeah, here's a good example. So, when I was doing Dragon Soul on, Mop Classic 3 patch, right? With a bunch of people in my guilds, one of the people in our guilds kept rolling off Spine of Deathwing. And that was one of the ones where I did turn into an unlisted video and shared it in our guild Discord. And everybody really liked it because it was like a funny moment from the raid, and a few people were asking, like, does anybody have a clip of that? So I, like, compiled it. I even did, like, a tiny bit of editing just to make it, like, funnier. And, like, zoom in on him as he, like, flew off the edge and stuff like that. So that's the kind of thing that, I did my shorts levels of editing for that type of thing. The problem with that is, like, it wouldn't really work well as a short, just because it's, like, none of us, like, really explained exactly what was happening in voice, right? We all, like, we're talking about the fight, it's just, raid comm yap, and including some random chatter about, like, unrelated stuff, and then, the Mistweaver, or the Windwalker, I mean, rolls off the edge, and everybody just yells, door? Hello? Why'd you, like, what happened? And we're all just kind of, like, yelling at him, like, how did you do that? But, like, nobody really directly says, like, he just rolled off the edge or something like that, which seems silly, right? But it really helps. Until you're doing editing, you don't realize how much that helps to have. Because sometimes it really isn't easy to see that. It's not exactly clear. So, I don't know. I just pull these Peacekeepers, I guess. I must have missed, like, a tiny thing earlier. I don't know why I'm literally 1% off. That's unfortunate. But yeah, like, technically the short I gave as an example, like, it does have that. I do literally say in voice, I'm kiting the mobs, and then he, like, almost perfectly does say, you know, oh, I'm knocking them towards you, like, because he told me that in voice because he thought he was trying to help me. But in a sense, it actually does kind of help communicate to the viewer what's happening, especially if I can, you know, put subtitles on. So you do literally get the step-by-step of I'm kiting, I'm knocking, and then me going, what the fuck are you doing? And then instantly dying, right? So there is kind of that, like, clarity communicated through the clip. I don't know, the more I talk myself through it, the more I actually do think that it does have kind of all the elements for what would make a good clip. And considering I haven't made a short in a while, just because so many of them I felt like were missing something, maybe I will. Fuck it, I've talked myself into it, whatever. Anyways, I've kind of been yapping around, but the main reason why I decided to record this key and, you know, talk and whatever, is I went to go edit the Blood DK Keystone Hero footage earlier today, because at the time of recording, that's where we're at, right? Because, like, obviously you're watching this in the future when I'm done with Vengeance Demon Hunter Keystone Hero, but the way that I've been doing it is I have been doing 1 key a week for all of these, like, characters that I don't play super much, and I already have 3k on Brewmaster, and, what's it called? I am at, like, you know, 2800 on Blood DK or something like that. Because Blood DK I might need to play for Dementia, so I've been doing a ton of keys on it. Okay, this is really awkward. Actually, no, we can just do this. Yeah, that's the best way about it. So, I've been doing almost all of my keys on, like, Brew and Blood DK. That's it. Just those 2 tanks. And then everything else, I've just been doing, you know, 1 key a week, right? So, at the time of recording, I still only have 2 Keystone Heroes done, and I'm trying to edit that. But then when I went in to actually edit it, because I do have Keystone Hero, what I realized is that I've actually only done a single Priory of the Sacred Flame on my my Blood DK, and a single, what's the other key that I'm missing? I can't remember now. It's, Aldani, yeah, Ecodome. I'm missing an Ecodome, and I'm missing a Priory. And it's because when I did those, Priory, I specifically remember, I had kind of just thought to myself, oh, I'm gonna run Priory a lot, surely, so, like, I don't need to, record this. But we ended up not running Priory that many times, especially because I ended up still needing Tome of Light's Devotion on my Brewmaster. Like, it just wouldn't drop. So I thought, oh, I'm surely going to get Tome. But what ended up happening is that I ran that one Priory. It was, like, early in the morning, nobody was in voice, so I'm like, oh, it's not going to be an interesting key. And then I never got Tome to drop on my Brew, so then every single Priory I ended up going on Brew, and now I didn't record that Priory, and I still need footage of it. I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, now I need to actually go back and do that. So, oh, hey. Ooh, that's actually good stats. Ho-ho. Oh, Leek got a crossbow. Cool. Well, shit, that's good for me. Okay, nice. Nice. I'm happy. Right on. But yeah, I guess all that to say, I am now just going on my way to record every single key, and God forbid if, like, you know, nothing interesting happens, I can always just put in the raw footage, and it's just, it's a boring key, or a yap over it in post. But it really sucks now, because I have literally everything ready to go. I already have Keystone Hero, but I'm just missing footage of 2 keys. I don't even remember how I didn't record the Aldani keys. Both of the ones I have on Blood DK were, like, super early in the season. And I guess I just forgot to record or something. Whoops. So now I need to get 2 of those done, which shouldn't be that much of an issue, and I still need to get... Like, I haven't gotten Froster and Holy set up anyways, so it's not like I have to choose between a Blood key or making progress on those, so it's, like, kind of whatever, but... Oh, well, is what it is. But hey, another Vengeance key down, and I got a pretty nice gear upgrade. I'm quite happy with that, so, I guess I'll go upgrade that, but yeah, I'll cut it here. Alright, back in Arakara, it seems. I just recorded my Prot Warrior run of this, which was incredibly stressful, because we had a really bad group that didn't kick. Man, in that footage I said I was going to check the kicks after, because I was pretty sure the mage just wasn't kicking at all, and then I forgot! I'm just going to go ahead and assume that he never kicked. He probably didn't. But yeah, this week has been very good to my Vengeance Demon Hunter. I got boots, only normal, but, you know, still pretty good. And I got Brand of Ceaseless Ire, so I am pretty fucking juiced on this character. Pretty pleased.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's been good. Especially considering my other characters haven't gotten super great loot this week. Alright, I need to... I don't know why they're still running. That guy can stay mounted all he fucking wants. We're doing this ball. Okay, he's just gonna sit there and protest. We're gonna be like that. Dude, I fucking hate people like that. Like, I will gladly do that pull if I know that people are fucking able to. But this is a no comms run? Fuck that. The amount of times I've done that, and then... Oh, fuck it. What's my kid? What a tiny pull. How about you suck my fucking dick? See, that's funny. I always see people, like, on Reddit and stuff say that, like, they don't like tanking because of, fucking dipshits like this. Guys that have plus 12 and he's, trying to shit-talk people. It's like, you tank your own fucking key. But that's the thing, that's the mentality that you need to have, right? Some stupid fucking idiot says, like, oh, tiny pull. It's like, well, fucking suck my dick, dude. I've been pugging since before you probably played this fucking game, and guess what? I've run enough of them to know that doing gigantic MDI pulls with no voice, a lot of times, ends poorly. I'm not trying to get fucking score from this key. I mean, technically, right? Like, I don't have an Arakar on this character, but, like, I'm not running this for score. I'm running this to get my fucking weekly vaults. So suck my dick, and fucking hit your DPS buttons. And enough people, I don't think, like, have that mentality, but it's like, that's what you gotta do as a tank. Like, look at this fucking dude. Why last? What is happening? Oh my god. And it's like, we're annihilating this plus 10, but it's not good enough for him because, like, somebody lusted at a random time and the tank didn't do the pull he wanted. It's like, there are fucking gremlins like this who exist, even in plus 10 keys, and you just gotta learn. These people have tiny dicks, and they can't do fucking shit about your pulls. Like, what are they gonna do? Unless they want to tank themselves, fuck them. Ignore them. Yeah. Reanimate Mythic, by the way. What's his IO? 2,700. And he's fucking egoing out in a plus 10. Fucking crazy shit. Like, his damage is good. But you're a fucking unholy DK and a fucking plus 10. Shut the fuck up. And, like, obviously, you can probably tell, it annoys me, right? But the bigger thing that annoys me is, like, exactly what I just said about, like, I see all those Reddit posts, and a lot of times it's easy to think, like... So another thing, I look at all those Reddit posts, and I see people leave comments that say, I've run so many dungeons, and I never run into people like that. Maybe it's a you problem. But here's the thing, like, although I think the people who say that that is, like, every single dungeon they ever run, it's, like, it's people like that. But yeah, he's sitting here typing. Fucking hell, dude. I gotta say something at that point. It's like, dude, chill the fuck out. You're in a plus 10. I'm trying to get my fucking vault done. Just fucking play the game. Also, when I did this earlier, somebody accidentally pulled these two spiders, but it actually ended up working out really well for count, so... I'm actually going to intentionally pull them in. But yeah, so, all that to say, what annoys me is I see people like this, and I know for a fact that they are, like, one of the reasons that people don't want to get into tanking. And as somebody who loves tanking... And, like, I have thick enough skin to just not give a shit that this idiot is, you know, shit talking the +10. But a lot of other people don't. And like, although there's like all those people in the Reddit threads who are like, oh, maybe it's you, Prum. I never run into people like that. The reality is, yes, most keys you run, you're not going to have people like this. I run a lot of keys. Most of them, I don't have people like this guy. But all it takes is one really bad experience. Like, I'll give you a personal example. I may have told the story before, but fuck it. We'll tell it again. One of the first times I ever tanked in World of Warcraft, like ever, was... I don't even remember what expansion it was. I think it might have been Cataclysm. It was Cataclysm. So I never really tried tanking before. I was really young, right? I don't know, I was like 12 or something like that. And I wanted to try Blood DK. I was leveling one, and I ran Stratholme's service entrance. And there's like these banshees that like chain silence you. And I had seen other tanks do like big pulls, so I tried to do a big pull, and I felt like, you know, I'm getting the hang of Blood DK. I know how to play it. I mean, having now played a lot of Cataclysm Classic, right, when that was active, you know, Blood DK's fucking crazy. You could do a lot of cool shit. And I kind of already realized that when I was first learning it back then. But then I go into this pull, and I'm getting chain silenced by these Banshee mobs. And, you know, I'm not, like, new to the game, but I'm new to tanking, and I hadn't gotten a lot of experience with, like, PvE stuff, so I just have no idea what's going on. And I thought at first I was lagging, because back then, the game's, like, visual indicators and stuff weren't as good. These days, if you're silenced, there's like a big pop-up in your screen that says like silenced or something, you can't cast spell. Back in the day, you got no feedback from the game to tell you, oh, you're silenced by XYZ thing. You just couldn't press anything. And like, obviously, if you read all your debuffs, you'd know, oh, this thing says silenced. But like, I don't know that. So I'm just silenced. I die because I can't press Death Strike, and people are like ripping thread off me, and I'm just confused. So I do the same pull again, and nobody says anything in party chat, right? So I just do the same pull again, thinking like I must have been lagging. That's why I couldn't press it, and the same thing's happening. And I'm like freaking out, like what's going on? I don't get it. And then they just type in party chat, dog shit tank, and kick me from the group. And that was like, at like 12-year-old me, insanely demoralizing. And I was just like, wow, I must really be bad at this. I don't know what's going on. I just died 2 times in a row to the same thing, and I still don't know what killed me. And these random people said, dog shit tank. I guess I'm just really bad at tanking. And I'm not going to try this again. These days, I'd like to think really fucking good at tanking, right? I know what I'm doing. And yet, despite that, for many years after, I never got into the role that would end up becoming my favorite role ever. Because some random dipshit in a normal leveling dungeon shit talked me and vote kicked me from the group, and that gave me enough anxiety that I didn't want to try it again for a while. And it wasn't until, like, I dabbled in tanking for a while, but it literally wasn't until many years later, in like Warlords of Draenor, when my friend Paul finally like said that he was going to teach me how to like really learn how to tank challenge modes and stuff, that I really got into it. And I'm like, wait, this is actually fun as hell. I like this. And you know, I think, like, that could have been me throughout all of MoP, when I played mostly BM Hunter and Frost DK in original MoP, because I was just way too scared to tank. I wanted to play Blood DK more, and I played it a little bit at the end in, like, Siege of Orgrimmar, but every time I tanked, I would remember that Stratholme service entrance, and that, like, flashed in my mind, and it gave me so much anxiety. And so random people like that, who are just like assholes and toxic to random tanks, fuck those people, man. Fucking assholes. It's like, that's why whenever I try to give feedback to a tank in a random group, I always try to approach it from a perspective of like, you know, this might be a new player. Now, if I try to give somebody feedback and they ego out on me and say like, shut the fuck up, you know, I know what I'm doing, like, then I will just rip into them and be like, no, you suck, here's why, blah, 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 blah. But jumping straight to, like, giving somebody shit like that, I mean, it's just always a dick move. But that's why this stuff pisses me off. Like, I don't personally give a shit, but I think back to that, and then I think to, like, this guy probably does this to so many other pug tanks, and there's a lot of them who probably won't just, you know, brush it off and take it on the chin. Or shit-talking back. And I think it's irresponsible to assume that, like, everybody's just supposed to have that type of thick skin that lets them get through that. But so many people have that mentality. It's frustrating. I'm yapping a lot. Probably should have sigiled with silence there, but like one thing is at least this group is very good. You know, dude's a piece of shit, but he can do damage. Thankfully, as one of the most broken mythical specs. You'd hope. There's nothing for me to press my buttons on. Yeah. It's gonna be a long night of keys, man. I have so many. Tuesday morning, and I'm trying to scramble to get all my shit done. It's 3 a.m. and I'm not even halfway through my weekly keys. Oh boy. At least he finally shut the fuck up. I will say, he is... One thing that he's technically correct on, we should not have lusted that pull, right? You only lust the gigantic pull, so that was a mistake. But, you know, there's still no reason to be toxic about it. I do that pull literally all the time in pugs, and it's perfectly fine. The giant pull with no comms for kicks is just always a fucking nightmare. What? Okay, at least they're running it into each other. Like I said, I just got done running this dungeon as, Brought Warrior, and I literally spent the entire fucking run chasing down people's Zaltath orbs. Literally, not a single one of the 4 people made any effort whatsoever to do the mechanic. And we had a mage that just sat in the corner and just completely ignored it, and routinely, one of the orbs would go off, and it was pretty much always his. Because a lot of times, if he's, like, way out in the middle of nowhere and his orb is in the wall, there's literally nothing I can do to soak it for him. Like, you need to make some effort. This is a little awkward positioning. Seriously? They fucking drift straight into me? At least I only got 1 stack from that somehow. I feel like I should have gotten more. Should have an ad any second. I think we just kind of keep these guys CC'd long enough to kill the boss. This. And I'm looking on the flyers. One of the flyers is going to come right above here. That's bad. Oh, that was crazy. I should not have pressed that. I should have known that it was coming, but it's almost really unlucky. I need to get this off, so okay, there we go. Now I have threat. Awkward. Flyers just passed. Let's hope this healer knows to dispel. If they do, this should be fine. We're gonna jump down. And I'm gonna get the winged carriers when they pass around. Wait, oh, I wonder, does Vengeful Retreat clear the slow? I guess I could test that in the next pull. I kind of want it for mobility here. We're gonna do some fucking fancy shit, but... Way. Not gonna do a big pull until they get here. This. Going in. I think that just did. It does! Ooh. Oops. Not mean to do that. Alright. Hell yeah. Okay. I almost went off the edge to test that, but I did want to at least confirm. So that, that's really good to know. Vengeance is actually really good at dealing with that, then. Especially with the Aldrachi double charge. You can clear it real easily. So... have I ever done... I don't actually think I've ever done this as Vengeance. 99% sure you can Infernal Strike out, but I normally drop my Infernal Strikes for damage. So I need to make sure that I at least have one charge. You could probably Vengeful Retreat out if you timed it correctly, but I'm not gonna risk that. Okay, nice, 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 nice. I have cheat death, so even if I fucked up, we would have been fine. Sketch, sketchy, 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 sketchy.
Let its darkness fill you.
Alright. Alright, Mr. Frosty K. Okay. I got it. Nice, people actually do the fucking Xalatath thing. Oh, shit! That's really unfortunate. I probably should have seen that that would happen. I'm just gonna do this, because... yeah. Tons of room for it. Let's... you. That's... okay, I'm gonna science this. Can I Vengeful out? I cannot, okay. Yeah, the pull's too strong. Maybe if you, like, perfectly timed it, but... yeah, I figured that would be really tight. Because Vengeful is not, like, a teleport or anything like that. Just makes you, like, move really fast in that direction. We're chill. Worked out. Alright. Shit talking aside, that went, pretty well. I don't really need trinkets, unfortunately. But... okay, whatever. Both of my trinkets are already 704. Yeah. I'm curious. I'm gonna look at the interrupts and stuff after. I feel like this is the type of guy who just, like, shit talks and never kicks. But, I mean, he is a Frosty K. He should be up there on kicks. Yeah, okay, he left the group. I thought he was gonna say something before he left. Yeah, he's bottom kicks. Go figure. Yeah. Yeah, that does not surprise me. That does not surprise me one bit. Stupid fucking DPS players, man. At least, you know, the key went well. Can't complain too much. Alright. Go to the next one. Oh, alright. I got
4,
into the dungeon and they just immediately they did a ready check
1.
and then sent a full timer during the ready check and then also started the key 2 seconds earlier. I hit that
5,
shit.
4, 3.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to do
2,
this key without music.
1.
Normally, recently, now that I've been able to play music, I think I mentioned in one of my videos that I finally know how to make the audio channels work in such a way that I can put music on without it disrupting the background like noise of the game. And ever since, I've been, you know, listening to music in keys because why not? You know, it's more relaxing. My plan was like I literally just got done. I was wondering why I lost threat in Earth Ellie. That's why I don't love Earth Ellie as a defense, especially in cases like that where it can fuck up threat. It's like good for bosses where it doesn't have a chance of pulling. Or if there really is like mobs running all over the place. Worked out, I guess. So. Whoa! That Houndmaster shot just fucking ripped my health bar in half. Not expect that to do so much damage. Yeah, especially, you know, I was even like watching a YouTube video while I was finishing my food. And I'm just, you know, I enter the dungeon, nobody's here. I'm like, okay, I have, you know, at least a minute or so. And then suddenly all 4 people enter ready check pull timer, and I'm not even recording. Just like, oh, fuck. So I'm gonna run over to OBS and switch it on. I guess I could probably keep pulling here. Do that kick. Yeah, I keep one of the groundskeepers not fucking linked. There's that monster. Yeah, okay. The groundskeepers, I don't think, have a chance of pulling the Stoneborn Slashers, so I'm probably fine. But I am going to do a Sigil of Misery and miss 2 of them. Surely they can get that on their own. Do this. Manually pot meta, just because these mobs are going to hurt a little bit. Tag the groundskeepers. Get rid of them. One nice thing about Vengeance Demon Hunter this season is the playstyle before and after tier set is like exactly the same, except you just press hunt slightly less often, which I kind of prefer. Bigger bursts instead of more frequent bursts. It's actually easier to manage. It's like, I don't mind having to learn slightly different playstyles, but in almost every single situation, and like, it's kind of weird, because like, technically speaking, I actually think that a good amount of Vengeance Demon Hunters are playing Felsguard right now, but the difference is like significantly smaller than, like, I've looked. I think technically in raids, the single target damage of Felsguard is vastly better now, which does make sense to me, but Eldrachi still has a lot of very big advantages for Mythic Plus, and Eldrachi has very, 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 very good, like, high target uncapped AoE, so I don't think it's, like, a bad option for high keys still. I say high keys, I mean keys just in general. Like, if I thought it was completely trolling, I wouldn't be playing it, but I see at least some Vengeance Demon Hunters still playing Eldrachi. And Vengeance doesn't seem to be incredibly popular right now. I miss the Groundskeeper. It's really unfortunate. I don't think it's gonna pull. Yeah. Okay. I man. It's one of those things where, like, it's Shadowlands dungeon design. So, I was about to say I hate how they keep adding mobs like this. Technically, Shadowlands dungeons were really bad. I really just hate this general dungeon design of we're gonna have, like, 50 fucking tiny mobs that run all over the place. It's just so annoying. And you might be like, oh, well, just use your crowd control. And it's like, in a lot of cases you can, but then, like, what are you gonna do with the fucking Zalapath orbs? And obviously, when this dungeon was designed, the fact that you would have to use a lot of your little CC on the Zalapath orbs wasn't even a consideration. But it's, I don't know, I just think it's very toxic design. I'm not a fan of it. Sigil chains. But yeah, it's... I think Eldrachi is still perfectly fine. And technically, I've been playing a lot of builds that are like... You know, I don't want to say off-meta, but like, not amazing. I guess Colossus, I did a lot of my Prot Warrior keys on Colossus until I got my new 4-piece. Technically, I think I could have swapped earlier, but I just really like Colossus. And with the Undermine set bonus, it was still pretty good. So I held off as long as possible on making the switch. With that. Okay, good, they got that. I mean, we have 2 Shamans, honestly. With Thunderstorm, I shouldn't need to do any of the Zalapath orbs, but I've been in enough pugs to know that people just aren't very good at doing this. I'm gonna be very careful with these groundskeepers. Okay, chill. Wow, the damage on this group is pretty good. The DM Hunter is really low for some reason. Like Shaman fucking blasting. I'm not used to that. Alright, both of those sigils missed. Alright. Lucky. Oh. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is I had to learn, like, I don't want to say learn, but like just at least look up the builds for a few different tank specs. Like I played Templar Prop Heli last season. Templar Prop Heli this season is just kind of trolling. There's Lightsmith is just like significantly better in basically all ways. So the moment I could, that switch I did make words, I can't talk today. And although I really enjoy Colossus Brought Warrior, and it was surprisingly better than I thought it was, since like Mountain Thane is so insanely meta, I did definitely notice the difference the moment I got my 4-piece, and I had to, you know, look that up. Mountain Thane's not hard, but it was just like, okay, yeah, what's the fucking Mountain Thane build again? Thankfully, not that many changes, but you know, it still is a little bit of an adjustment. Guardian Druid, thankfully, exactly the same as it always is. So that's another example of, like, I'm literally playing the same Moonbear build that I have for, like, however many years. And that just makes it so much easier when you just walk in. It's like, this is a spec that I know, like the back of my hands. It's just going to be super duper cozy. That's always really nice. But... and, like, Brewmaster, obviously, is Master of Harmony. I think that's one of the bigger changes, because Master of Harmony also plays significantly different than Shadowpan. So, that was a lot, but also that's, like, the spec that I'm maining, so that was the first thing that I had to figure out, so it wasn't really that much of a concern. There are some other specs, like a good example is Disc Priest. I got so used to Oracle last season, I've had to learn Voidweaver. And like, I enjoy Voidweaver Disc, but, you know, having to learn effectively a brand new spec that I already played, that's tough. Shaman, I was so used to Totemic for 2 seasons in a row. Had to learn Farseer on Resto. Blood DK, I guess, stayed Sand Lane. Technically, there's some people playing Deathbringer, but I feel like that's kind of the situation, kind of like Vengeance DH, where although there is some merit to Deathbringer now, their Sand Lane's still very good, and I think a lot of people are still just playing that. So. Yeah. Slam and drop it in the middle here. What's some other examples? I guess technically I was gonna say Hunter, but also Hunter I think has been Dark Ranger. MM, that is. It's just the fact that I haven't played MM yet, so because survival's kind of in an iffy spot right now, I'm kind of forced to play MM, but then I'm not really learning a new build, I'm just learning an entirely new spec, which, like, that's obviously going to be a learning curve, but it's just kind of overwhelming having to do all of that, like, at the same time, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah, this is a little bit awkward for me. They haven't done great positioning. I'm gonna do a big move on Hakias. Ah, that was a good bait. It should be good though. We have plenty of room. Yeah, that's just clean. So if I had to relearn. Preservation, I guess, feels kind of the same. You still play Chrono Warden and Keys. Chrono Warden, for the most part, plays exactly the same now as it did before. Some very small changes, but basically I'm playing the same spec. The main thing is just Preservation in Keys is really, really weird. It's such a weird key healer. So, honestly, I'm still learning the same spec, period. What else? I need to do this correctly. Good. Nice, I'm happy with that. I can fight if I need to, but I don't think I do. I'm feeling pretty comfy right now. I'm gonna drop Darkness, because this is the scary part. I was correct that it was the scary part. Unfortunately, that guy was not in Darkness, and also, even if he was, it may not receive. Now is the easy part. Theoretically, if I get the spells, which I'm not. If I get the spell, the rest of this is piss easy. But I'm not getting the spell. Get a dispel, please. Please get a dispel. Okay. When I heal this dungeon, I always make sure to dispel Night's Tanks as much as I possibly can. Because I know how it feels to be on the receiving end. Where are we per percent? I need 1 gargoyle. All good? Probably gonna get hit, right? Yeah. Really good sigil chains here. Good enough. Some of them died before it went off, but that's still perfectly fine. Get all of them. Nice. Clean, 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 clean. Love to see it. Good. Overall, this group has been pretty good. Halls of Atonement is one of those dungeons that I always dread running this, just because it's such a massive pain in the ass to run this place, but groups like this make it bearable. Wanted to save my glaive. Oh. Yeah, because I don't have Sigil Chain, so I can't grip them. We got them all? Come on, man. How do you die to that mechanic? That's a little crazy.
A gift of power.
Says the killer. So he's kind of struggling a little bit. Not perfect, but make it work, make it work. So we don't have a res, huh? The druid was the res. Fuck. So I have to say, we didn't get a B-res, but I just hate it when the B-res dies. Okay, I'm gonna hang gear, just saying LOS. It's actually quite fun to do in DH. A lot of times I have to do really fancy stuff. Like Monk Transcend, or on my Blood DK, I love the way I do this. Oh, fuck, that's actually really bad. Sigil Silence. They keep fucking stunning it. It's just gonna recast. Come on. My Fury on this pull feels really low. Ah, okay. I kind of bungled that pull a little bit, but I mean, we got there. It was fine. Yeah, when I did that on Blood DK, I did like Void Elf Racial, threw it against the wall, ran in, tagged all the mobs, and then Void Elf Racial to teleport out. Which, that felt like incredibly slick when I did it, really. We're just fucking standing up. It's really annoying. People don't know how to fucking LOS.
A gift of power.
I think Arcane Torrent works with that too. I probably don't use Arcane Torrent as much as I should, but it feels like there's so many, like, less situations. Is it less or fewer? So many fewer, I think that's correct, so many fewer situations. I'm probably saying that sentence wrong. I think so many anything is wrong. I think it's just there are fewer situations this season, at least it feels that way, where I can effectively make use of Arcane Torrent. Or it's possible I just haven't seen those situations. Just not used to looking out for them. I used to play Blood Elf on like every single character, so I was just used to knowing like where Arcane Torrent was really good. These days, my Demon Hunter is one of my last remaining Blood Elves. Because a lot of the characters that aesthetically I really like the elf thing on, like my monk for instance, I've gone Void Elf now, because especially with like the factions not mattering. Honestly, Lenara might end up being a Void Elf too, who knows. But Void Elf racials are so nice. The teleport after the changes is actually like one of my favorite racials in the game. I mean, effectively you look all the same. I actually, the hairstyles, I quite enjoy on Void Elf. I still like a lot of the Blood Elf haircuts, so I wish I could have all of them on both, but if I had to pick right now, I kind of just prefer Void Elf over Blood Elf. It's not our battle res. We have a battle res, right? Oh, did we? Oh, we were missing it. Where? What the fuck? When did we use a battle res? Did they fucking battle res on trash or something when the run back was like 5 seconds? They must have. I don't, because there was no other situation where I feel like we should have. But our only deaths were just like random deaths on the trash balls. They must have just randomly sent Viroses there for some fucking reason. No, we still, okay, never mind. We do have a Virus. Air Druid's just slow. Like, their AoE damage was really good, but their single target damage is shit. Like, like, my single target damage feels pretty normal, all things considered, for, Vengeance, but their damage was really low. Obviously, one of them was dead, right? But, still not ideal. Dang. That he doesn't die. Step up with a threat. Sharpness. Standing in a puddle underneath my darkness, because my... No? Oh, there is a puddle there, okay. Dude, fucking visuals in this game sometimes, man. Deadly puddle, but I can't fucking see it underneath 50 Shaman Earthquakes and my darkness. That's amazing visual design. Like, it's like no damage to me, but if one of them had walked into it, that might have killed them. It's just like one of the most annoying mobs in the entirety of Mythic Plus history. I really don't like Halls of Its Own move. I'm kind of like whatever with it at this point, because I've done it so many times. Because so many people have dragged me here for farming shit that I'm like... I'm kind of like over it. I've gotten all my hatred out of the way. I've dealt with all the bullshit. But... it's also way more annoying to tank, I feel. I don't know. I didn't like this as a healer, either. I just did this the other day on, I think it was Resto Shaman. And I did like something crazy. I think it was like 2.4 overall mil HPS at the end. So nobody was kicking, everybody was just standing and shit. It was just absolute hell. Barely timed it. I might try to get Havoc done early, come to think of it. Like, I think it's going to be weird for a lot of these characters, because, like, I'm probably going to end up finishing a lot of my tanks today because of the Mythic Dungeon Weekly. Which means that, in theory, I should get started on, some of the other specs, since I no longer need ease for the challenge on it. In some cases, like, I'm probably going to go for 3k or higher on Brewmaster. So I don't think I'll start the other specs immediately. See? I didn't even realize we didn't list. 2 Shamans, man. And a Hunter. But why is the Shaman saying lust? Did he fat finger or something? Yeah, I think, in certain cases, like, Warrior's probably a good example where it's really weird on some specs to switch. Like, Warrior's a good example of, like, despite the fact that I will almost certainly be done with Grot by the end of today, like, I crafted a one-hander, I have a shield, Mythtrack from the vaults, but both Arms and Fury are two-handers, right? So I don't have any good weapons, and, Jesus Christ. Theoretically, I could craft a weapon, but I don't have the sparks right now. And honestly, for my next few sparks, there's things that I still need on Prot Warrior, and I do play Prot Warrior a lot, so ideally I should keep that up. So there's like no gear transference. I'm also like not as familiar with Prot or Fury, so I probably won't bother. At least in the case of Paladin, like Rep Pally is something that's so easy to play, and I'm pretty familiar with it, so I might just say fucking play that. Okay. I could use... I don't actually... I would take the ring. If he doesn't need the ring. Question mark? So you... trading it? He said, does anybody need neck? Oh, he doesn't need it either. He doesn't need it. And fuck yeah. Well, okay. Well, that was very nice. I'm not going to use either one right. I will... The necklace I think I will use, right? The necklace is pretty good for Vengeance. I'll have to look at my stats. I think... That's a tough one. Mastery's not amazing for Vengeance. It's not like a dead stat, but it's not great. It's definitely my lowest stat. But like compared to versatility, it's only slightly worse, I'd say. Yeah. Right now I have a lot of crit. Crit's not bad, like especially for damage, but I definitely don't need this much crit. I do have a lot of haste though. Like I have a way more haste than I need. You do want a lot of haste, especially as Eldrazi, but I don't know if I need that much. So I do have very low mastery. I have a lot of verse. See, this is interesting because like this necklace is good. And I think, but then in that case, I'm losing the crit that I lose is acceptable. The verse that I lose is fine. But then I would have way too much haste, I think. I don't need that much haste. So then, although right now I wouldn't equip this ring, I actually think that it might be ideal to equip this ring, because then I could drop... Would I drop... Probably this one. Lose a lot of haste, and then I get some verse, or mastery. Let's see how this affects my stats. So if I do this... what do they look like without any settings or whatever? And then I guess I can also just upgrade them to 704, because why not? Either way, those were two of my lowest slots, so that is massive. Neither of them needed it. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I don't get discounts on that. That's really good. That's big for the DH. And this is a very good Havoc ring. Very, very, very good Havoc ring. Also, I don't necessarily know if I use this on Havoc, because I want... What is... I know Havoc is crit mastery, but I forget which one you prioritize. I think it's crit? It is crit. Yeah. Yeah, it's crit, then mastery. So... So none of these are particularly amazing. I'd use this, and then I'd upgrade that to 704. That would work. I have a lot of good Havoc stuff. Because, oh, another thing, I got this Warglaive, which, like, good Havoc stats with Leech? Oh, that's juicy. I did craft this crit haste, but that's kind of the main thing of, like, I know... Yeah, honestly, this weapon would be fine, too, but I may as well. Like, I could do this, and then that would cover basically all the mastery that I need for Havoc, and then... Like, do I have any crit-heavy rings? Main reason I'm even thinking about this is the entire thing I was talking about at the end of that key is I think the specs that I'm most likely to start working on next as alts, like ASAP, would be stuff that I can easily transfer over. Like, actually, I was thinking for a bit that I really wanted to learn Resto Druid, But now that I think about it, I actually have really good gear right now for Feral. Because I have really good trinkets that would transfer well to Feral, and I have a 723 Agi staff with Bis Feral stats. I think it's like second Bis Feral stats, but still very good. It has Mastery, which is what matters. So even though I've never ever played Feral, like, it's one of the only specs that I've really just never messed around with. I actually think I might try that next and just say, fuck it. Try and learn it, because my gear basically transfers 1-to-1. I need a better trinket, but I could farm one. But then, like, with my Demon Hunter, my stuff is effectively 1-to-1 transferable, because I have this Signet that I can use. So, this is a solid Havoc trinket. Yeah, this is solid. It's not Bis. Definitely not Bis. But it's good. Yeah, it's fine. It's up there. It's one of the decent trinkets. And then, I guess, what do I want as my second trinket? Realistically, Antenna, I guess? Let me look at Warcraft logs, because looking at Sims can kind of be misleading, because, like, sometimes there's a lot of on-use trinkets that are high up there, but obviously in practice, you only use one on-use for, like, 90% of specs. So, generally, the best on-use ends up being S tier, and then the others are like, because you'd rather not use it. Let's look at Havoc Demon Hunter. What are you playing? Overwhelmingly Antenna. Okay. Yeah. So, it's interesting that on Sims, it looks like it would appear that Cursed Stone Idol is higher up there. But way more people are, like, significantly... Actually, nobody's using Cursed Stone Idol. Is this incorrect? All of the logs I'm looking at are using Ritual Forge and then, like, either Antenna or Sigil of the Cosmic Hunt. Now, I would expect to see a higher representation of... Yeah, I even, like, Signet of the Priory I see up there higher. There's more people using Signet on Mythtrack than... And they use it in place of Ritual Forge. Okay. More people using Signet than people using Cursed Stone Idol. Interesting. Yeah, okay, these Sims cannot be correct, then. There's no way. Oh. The Sims are using the wrong talent builds? Okay, so single target, it looks like... I see the problem. So the Sims I'm looking at on Blood Mallet, they're using Aldrachi for everything. But it seems like Havoc is Aldrachi in Mythic Plus and on AoE, but on pure single target, most people are playing Felsguard. So I'm looking at single target boss fights where I'm guessing the priority is different. I'm still seeing people running... I'm seeing enough Signets being played for me to say that I almost certainly run this on Havoc. But now there's a lot more Cursed Stone Idols for Aldrachi. I wonder why that is. Yeah, and then way less... Still a decent amount of Ritual Forges. I would expect to see a higher representation of Ritual Forges on logs compared to Sims, because it's obviously significantly easier to get, like, a drop from Raid if you're farming Raid than to RNG into something from Vault. So you would expect to see more representation of that. Especially because, like, Mythtrack, right? And if I look at the Cursed Stone Idols, they're almost all Mythtrack, yeah. But it seems like people are either running, obviously, Mythtrack when possible. Oh, there's so many. Yeah. Interesting. But then the one thing that I see that's a constant is basically all of them are running Astral Antenna, which is almost like, duh. You can't really be surprised. It's a very powerful trinket for basically everybody. So, I'll probably try to get that. I have it on a lot of my characters. But what's interesting is a lot of people are also running Sigil of the Cosmic Hunt. Some are running both. That seems to be good, just 2 passive damage trinkets. But at least there's an alternative instead of Antenna. The only problem with me getting Sigil the Cosmic Hunt on this character is every time I run Soul Hunters, I run it with Tank Loot Spec. I have Brand of Ceaseless Ire now, finally, but if I run it on Heroic, I'm still going to run Tank Loot Spec whenever I do Heroic Soul Hunters, because I'd rather get this on Hero Track, which means I can't win Sigil the Cosmic Hunt unless I buy it off somebody if it drops. That being said, I haven't even seen it drop in this character, so it's kind of a moot point. Realistically, though, I probably try to get Antenna. I feel like my Hungerer trinket, there's no sims for this, because it's like a random time-walking trinket. For Vengeance, where haste is significantly better, I feel like this has probably been okay. But I'm kind of curious, can I see, like, buffs? Buff uptime. Some of the stuff in details, I gotta say, is, like, really shit. I want to be able to bring up a window that shows this more easily. What would this be called? I'm assuming it would be on here somewhere. Devour? Chance to gain. I would imagine it's the Hungerer. There's a buff called Devour. So that doesn't seem to really match with anything else that it could be, so I would imagine it's that. What, 25% uptime on that? That seems fine, I guess. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's really difficult. Obviously I could sim my character, right? But right now, all I know is, like, my only other option for Vengeance is this trinket. And that's, like, a high enough uptime that, like, some trinkets are just bugged and basically do nothing. So I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to use that. But at least the trinket's working. 25% uptime on this haste buff is pretty good. That's, like, comparable to... I think, like, a lot of other passive stat proc trinkets. Something like the Empowering Crystal gives you 5k stats for 20 seconds. So this, I think, could be viewed kind of like Empowering Crystal of Anubikash. Which would put it, my dog's barking. I'd put it, like, as a decent trinket. It's hard to tell for Vengeance, though, because Blood Mallet shows Felscard, which Felscard obviously puts heavy value on used trinkets because they synergize well. Can you close my door? Can you close my door? Yeah, I don't care. He's still gonna bark. Thank you. The most annoying dog in the world. Not the one in the profile picture. My dog Tucker is great. The other dog is a fucking demon. Oh boy. Yeah. Random rambling, but I included this in the Rester Shaman one. I think whenever I get interesting decision points like this, I think it helps to include this in the video because, I feel like the watch value of this series, to me, obviously I'm going to include all the dungeons and I'll try to provide commentary, but I've said this before, I feel like if all I'm doing is uploading 8 dungeon runs in one video, then, like, why would you watch me, right? Why care about, oh, yeah, it's just somebody playing Vengeance Demon Hunter? You could watch people doing super high keys. I feel like the people who are watching this are probably watching this because they enjoy listening to my commentary, but also I think the main thing that sets this apart, the main point of this challenge, is that I'm not just doing dungeon runs. I'm trying to figure out how to gear 13 characters as efficiently as possible and take into consideration all of the different specs while I make those decisions. And I think the learning process and the decision-making behind the gearing choices could maybe prove valuable for a lot of people. So whenever I get to a situation like this that I think, oh, this is kind of interesting, I have to think about something here, I always want to make sure I include it. Yeah, apparently I got this. I forgot about that. But yeah, this trinket sucks. Is this... Yeah, I don't think that's good at all for Havoc. It does give mastery, but it's actually not terrible, but it's definitely not good. Yeah, it's surprisingly better for Havoc than it would be for a lot of other specs, but still not a great trinket. realistically, my takeaway from all of this is I think my trinkets right now for Vengeance are more than fine to continue. But I think doing Lumithar should be my priority. I haven't done any pug raids this week on this character. That was Halls, right? So 342. Just updating my spreadsheet. 342. I now have 704 necklace hero track, 704 ring hero track. Take the numbers there. Hero. Hero. Alright, and then some good stats. Okay. Yeah, all looks good. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to balance this. Oh, yeah, that's something I was going to talk about, right? How do I balance my stats from here? So I'm happy with the amount of crit I have. I feel like I could use a little bit less haste. I have more than enough mastery now. I would like to lose some mastery. But is that possible? I don't think it is possible with me equipping a gigantic mastery ring. Most of my mastery comes from the 2 items I just equipped. And then there's, like, other stuff. I have the Alchemical Chaos. I'll just click it off. Make this easier. Okay, 12k mastery. Is there... Can I lose any mastery anywhere else? That's high verse. Oh, I do have less crit. I think my Alchemical Chaos was skewing the results. Right now, I'd like to get a little bit more crit and verse. Which means that I think I probably put this back on and just take the free upgrades. I think I have the Valor Stones for it. How does this leave my stats? I kind of want a little bit more haste. I don't want that much haste. So what, do I use this? I think I use this, actually. Put this on. This would... Where does that leave my stats? That's a lot of crit, a lot of haste, low mastery, low verse. Am I okay with that? Probably. I think that's fine. I have these gloves. What if I put these on? So if I have these on now, this is crit verse. And then I'm gaining a little bit of verse, but mostly crit. Then can I put this back on? How does that make my stats look? My haste is really high. My crit is 10k. Mastery is very high. Verse. I think I'm... Here's the thing, right? The correct answer to this question, with something this minuscule, is sim yourself. I could sim myself. I could sim myself. I could do that. But... I think I'm going to go with this. Because there is a certain level of, like... Although I don't think this much haste is, like, perfect for damage, having more haste definitely is, like, a comfortability thing. There is a certain amount, especially for tanking keys as Vengeance, right, where having a lot of haste is very nice. Just because it makes it easier to quickly build up frailty stacks on targets. And, like, I'm not trying to go for parses or anything anyways, so... I think I'm gonna go with this. Are my stats perfect? Could I balance them out a little bit? And I'm gonna try to use, like, gems and enchants to balance it out a little bit, right? Like, you know, I'll switch off my haste enchant. I'll get gems that aren't, like, low haste. That's not gonna make a huge difference, but it will, you know, slightly adjust the values that I'm looking for. Another thing I could actually do that's very easy is I could lose the chronomantic fiber and put something else. In fact, I probably will do that. I think I'm going to go with a verse fiber. Yeah, because that's an extremely easy switch that just distributes the stats cleanly. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll switch to a versatility fiber, then I lose a good amount of haste, switch it to verse, and then I'll just tinker the values slightly with gems and enchants, and I think that will put my stats in a pretty okay spot. Yeah, there's nothing else I can really switch, because this gives me mastery, which I don't particularly want. Otherwise, I'm quite happy. Yeah, my weapon's fine. Oh, I could go for that. Ooh. 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 Actually, although I'm low on Valor Stones, man. That's kind of another problem. That actually, I forgot I had this weapon sitting here. That actually really cleanly fixes my stats. That gives me high verse, which is what I'm looking for, and like a tiny bit of crit. And I lose haste, which is what I'm trying to do. So that balances it out quite nicely. Yeah. And then I still want verse, right? Yeah. Let's take this out and see what that puts me in. That puts me at 16k haste. If I put a verse fiber, then I would be at around 11k versatility, 16k haste, 11k verse. More mastery than I'd like, but I think that's fine. Can make do with that. And yeah. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that, I think. Just kind of remember to actually put the fiber in. And then I think I balance... I won't take the haste off this ring. I already have this here. But I will prioritize crit and verse when doing my other stuff, because they're almost good. I just want a little bit more crit and a little bit more verse, and then we'd be perfect. And the only thing is I don't want that much more mastery, but what can you do? I just have a lot of mastery presence on my gear as it is. But this feels good. I think this balances out my stats in an optimal way. There's not really a lot of other stuff I can really tweak, just because it's like a lot of this is tier set, crafted items. But yeah. And then I'm probably going to have to do like world quests to get enough Valor Stones, but so be it. Fine. But yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Obviously, you'll see the results in like an hour or two whenever I do the next Vengeance key. Depends. But I think, you know, that was interesting enough that I wanted to include this footage in there. But yeah, I'll cut it here and then I'll make the changes. Okay, this kind of sucks. I apologize for what is probably going to be shitty audio quality in this dungeon, but I got the group formed, and then right as I was like entering the dungeon, I realized that for whatever reason, my NVIDIA broadcast just shit itself. And I'm sitting here, you know, messing with OBS trying to get it to work, and it's just not working. And I basically, if I have to choose between... Yeah, I suppose I have three options here. Well, really two. I can either reform the group and try and get NVIDIA broadcast working for the next dungeon. I guess technically I have a third option of recording without any audio at all, which I'm not going to do that because that would just not be an interesting watching experience, I guess. At least I don't think it would be as interesting. Or I can just say, screw it, I don't know why this shitty program has decided to once again break like it always does. I hate NVIDIA broadcast so much, but there's literally nothing else that does what it does. Okay, then stop running around like a fucking chicken. I guess yeah. So yeah, I don't know exactly how it's going to be. Obviously, I can't hear the audio quality. But I suspect, based on what it used to be like without NVIDIA broadcast, that you're going to hear my keyboard a lot. And you're probably going to hear a lot of taps and stuff like that. And if that is unwatchable or unlistenable, I don't know, apologies, but there was quite literally nothing else I could do. It just decided to fucking shit itself right now. Which is lovely, because whenever this happens, the only solution that I know is to fully restart my entire computer. Because whenever it, like, bricks like that, there's no solution. You can restart it and whatever, and it keeps just giving me error messages. And then I restart the computer, and it works fine. Why does it do this? I don't know, but... just my luck, right? At least we'll get one of these keys out of the way. So I guess it's 7 in the morning. This is my key, which is kind of why I can't just restart it. I can't just like leave and join a new key. It is my key, and I spent a good like 15 minutes forming what I feel is a pretty solid group. I'm quite happy with the group I managed to put together here. And I don't want to have to do that again. Oh, shit. I wasted a Reaver's Glaive. That was really bad. Still shaking the rust off a little bit. It's the first key I've done this week so far. Thankfully, I don't have as many keys that I'm planning on doing this week, even though, in the end, I didn't really get that many keys, per se, done last week as I had hoped. I guess, yeah, there's probably going to be this weird thing if you're watching this, like, now, where... in the previous dungeon, I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna finish it all this week, right? This is the date. I was gonna get all of my dungeons done for all the different tanks, but as it turned out, that was just way too much work. It was just kind of a pipe dream to be able to get that much done in a shorter period of time. In the end, are we gonna... okay, well, you guys understand, if you don't kill the Void Emissary, I can't pull the boss. So, you can either fucking do the fucking thing... just people don't fucking know how this game works, man. Like, they're sitting here, not fucking attacking it. It's like, okay, well, if I pull the boss with the Void Emissary active, it gets a massive buff. So, regardless, we're gonna have to just sit here and wait. You may as well fucking damage it. I hate Zalatat affixes. We're in that weird part of the season right now where 12s are still... like, they're not hard. Obviously, like, I have 3k in my Brewmaster. But they are hard for the average pug. You know, random pugs cannot reliably clear 12s. You're gonna get people who just fucking suck it up. And that makes it kind of annoying. But then at the same time, Zalatat stuff is just so fucking frustrating, because you can be in a group with genuinely good players who just ignore the Zalatat affix for some fucking reason. Maybe because they're used to doing 12s. And then it's just infinitely harder than if it was on a 12. So, it's the worst part of the season. Because I feel like early in the season, at least, people are more likely to do the Zalatat affix. Like, I haven't had this much trouble until, like, the last week or two, with people just blatantly ignoring it. So I think it's a combination of, you know, people who are just not very good are finally making their way into 12s and 11s. Like, okay, guys, come on, please, for the love of God, fucking kill the fucking Emissary. Okay, thank God. It's also, like, every single time I do those, a lot of times, you know, on Brewmaster, like the Void Emissary one, I just completely carry, because Touch of Death. But man, it's... yeah, it feels like it's gotten worse lately. But yeah, all that to say, I tried to get all of my keys done last week. Didn't manage it. I've decided I'm gonna... obviously, if you're watching this, Vengeance is number 4. I put up a poll in my Discord for what order I should do the next few in. And Vengeance won, which it was a tie with Prot Warrior, but then I also voted for Vengeance because I would rather get Vengeance done ASAP. And, you know, in that case, I'm counting my vote, right? I ended up being the tiebreaker, so... If it's just down to, like, a coin flip, basically, and I do actually have a preference, which in this case, I want to get Vengeance done early, because I don't really like Vengeance that much. I've talked about that before. And I'd rather get working on Havoc ASAP. So, the fact that Vengeance won is something I'm happy about. And then, as usual, at the end of this, so after all of the dungeons, you're going to get to see my vault opening from this past Tuesday, which obviously I will have recorded that out of order, because you're watching these dungeon runs later in the week, and that vault was a few days before, but it's the best way to do it, right? and then I'm probably going to start Havoc later this week. And then, in addition to that, I'll finish up, or just work on finishing up all the other tanks and stuff. And I should be about, like, done with most of the classes by the end of this week. I'll have at least... how many will I have done? Good amount. Good amount. Positioning there. Oh, that arcing zap went off. Fortunate. I was like, oh, I should kick it, but then I thought I could chains it. But then, yeah, I should have known that that chains wasn't going to go off in time. Should have just changed earlier. Though I'll be honest, my reaction time is a little bit dulled at the moment. Coffee's still kicking in. By the time that we get to the next dungeon, I should be much more awake, because I'll probably have to fucking restart my computer, and that's always a pain. So let's go. Just want to make sure I get threat on the Void Emissary. Okay, let's get the Void Emissary. We don't ignore that. We ignore it. It's very bad. Let's kill the Void Emissary. Let's toss you in. Chains. Random threat up. Okay, let's get that Arctic Sap. Let's kick you. Yeah, it's... healing this dungeon is so weird, because it's like... there's actually not... like, healing it is not that bad if people get interrupts. The last few times that I've done this on one of my healers, I'm just in a group where 0 interrupts go on Arcing Zap. And it's so annoying, because there's so many, like, random fucking things that you can kick. So, the last time I did this, I had, like, a prop paladin who was like, oh, I'm getting all the kicks, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, but you're not kicking Arcing Zap. It's like, I don't give a shit if you're sending every single Avenger shield into, like, a random Arcane Bolt. It does, like, no damage. Who cares? Arcane Zap does, like, 30% of everybody's health. If 2 of them go off at the same time, somebody's gonna fucking die. I can't heal that. So, it's just, it's so frustrating when that shit happens. Thankfully, you know, obviously this group is getting kicks, and I am trying to be mindful of getting Arctic Zaps. Yeah. I'm just gonna... the priest is also doing good at fearing at the last second. That one I would have gotten, but they also did fear. Alright, let's group all up. Just gonna do a Sigil Silence here. And could try a chain, but I don't think it would be necessary. I probably shouldn't have used Fracture on that guy, because it was... about to die. Alright, let's get you. Let's get in these Ritualists. This will be a good Sigil of Chains. What? Oh, come on, man. Excuse me? Oh, I'm really annoyed at that. He must have been like a fucking pixel outside of the range of Sigil of Chains. Fuck me. Okay. We're fine. I'm gonna be so annoyed if I listen back and like the keyboard tapping is really bad, which it's like, I'm not even like hitting my keyboard that hard, but it's close enough to the mic, and apparently the mic is really sensitive, which is why way back when I had to get NVIDIA broadcast, because it sounds sometimes like a fucking thundering sound. So if that's been going on this entire key, I really do apologize. It's just a shitty program. Since this is like literally the first thing that I'm recording after waking up, I just didn't think to check, because it hasn't done that a lot recently. credit where it's due. I haven't seen that many problems with it. But of course it runs into an issue like that right now. Man, they are really letting these javelins live for a long time. Didn't seem like anybody was in danger, but I would have been pissed if I had to kill that. I guess I hold my empowerments until after. Okay, finally it targeted me. Not me. I didn't even hear Zalta. It really is crazy how this dungeon can either be base roll easy or just impossibly hard, depending on your group. I feel like not many other dungeons are like that, and, you know, I say depending on your group, but I'm gonna be honest, I really do think it's a tank diff. Seriously, I hit the soul count right as I was hitting Hunt. That's annoying. I cannot think of a single Ecodome that I've depleted as a tank. Like, I find this dungeon to be incredibly easy. I do very standard pulls. I don't do anything fucking crazy. It's just very normal. And then, obviously, tanks have a lot of CC, so one of the biggest things, right, Arcane Zap, I can pretty much always help with and make sure I'm kicking. And I feel like as long as you do that, like, you're kind of fine. Like, there's not really much else that can fuck you here. And yet, when I pug this, I see tanks doing, like, the craziest fucking routes known to man. And they never fucking kick the right things. And it's just always a fucking crazy nightmare, especially whenever I have to heal it. Oh, shit. Another, yeah, actually, I just forgot, another big tank diff thing, which definitely I learned very early on. You can't do, and a lot of tanks still haven't realized, is the pulls with, like, the double erratic ritual guys. A lot of people do not understand that as a tank, you cannot double pull those immediately. You need to stagger the pull, because as long as erratic ritual isn't overlapped, you know, it's fine, it's healable. But the amount of tanks that I've seen who are like, this is a standard pull, I've seen tons of people do this is totally normal, and they fucking double erratic ritual pull, and I'm like, yeah, you've seen other people do it, but that's the thing, they see it, but they don't understand it. Yeah, I know that thing's there. I'm the one who pulled it. Like, I once had a tank, it wasn't even directed at me, because I wasn't the one who called him out. It was somebody else in the group who was saying, you know, you're a shit tank. And he was like, oh, all of my codes are standard. You're just shit at the game. Blah, 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 blah. And he's, like, double pulling erratic ritual guys. So he is watching other groups, clearly, do this, which is, I'm guessing why he's saying, oh, my pulls are standard. Because he's seen another group do that exact pull, but he doesn't have, like, the awareness to realize, oh, they're delaying the second pack by, like, a few seconds so it doesn't erratic ritual. And he just instantly Divine Shields both of them at the same time, or not Avenger Shield, both of them at the same time, pulls them together, and then everybody's getting ticked for, like, half their health in 1 second. And, like, that's just not healable. I can't heal that. So, no, that's not a standard pull. You have to understand the route that you're copying. But so many... I absolutely hate that. Which is why, whenever I'm tanking... And I get this is one of those things where, like, this is probably why tanking is really, really, really hard to beginners nowadays. I see so many people say, like, oh, as a tank, you need to spend all this time doing homework looking up the routes. I almost never look up routes. I looked up a route the other day on my Brewmaster Monk for Floodgate on plus 12, because I had never done a Floodgate plus 12 this season. And every time I did Floodgate, I had experimented with, like, a slightly different route, and a lot of times I was at, like, 99%. So I just needed to look it up and see, like, okay, exactly what is, like, the most efficient way to run this dungeon, right? What are the top groups doing? How do I, like, slightly optimize my percentage? I already know the dungeon. And then I'm like, okay, they're pulling, like, this one extra pack here that I had been avoiding. I guess I should probably start doing that. Okay, cool. But that's the thing, I already knew the dungeon. I'm just looking for, like, minor optimizations. Because when I approach a dungeon as a tank, I just kind of, you know, I understand basic principles of, like, I can eyeball, this is probably too much, this is probably too little, and we should pull more. And a lot of times, what I do when I'm learning how to pull a dungeon as a tank is I start small and then go bigger. So maybe I'll only pull, like, a pack of 3. And then I realize, okay, this is doing no damage. And then, like, midway through the pull, I'll drag in, like, 4 more mobs. And then we start taking a bit of damage. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is a lot. Let's stop it here, right? We're pretty good. Yeah, so here we're going to do Erratic Ritual shortly, I think. Yep. So then I pull this guy in. That. And then this guy's going to do Erratic Ritual shortly. Yep, exactly. And look, they're staggered. So the healer doesn't need to survive both at the same time. And everybody's focusing the big guy, so it dies. But we still... Oh my god, it happened again! I hate that. I feel like, honestly, this is one of those things where, like, I know that, like, if I wanted to seriously play, like, Eldrazi Demon Hunter, I would need some sort of, like, weak aura to show where my souls are at. Just because it's so hard to keep track of, like, where exactly in the 20 soul window you are. I think it's this thing, right? Yeah, at 19 soul fragments. So there is, like, a buff in the game that shows you, but it's really hard to keep track of that with everything else going on. That's where, like, definitely a weak aura would help. If I really seriously plan on playing Vengeance, which I just know that right now I don't, then maybe I'd look into it more, but man, I just cannot be fucking bothered. Usually I also just, when I'm not yapping, I try to be better about, like, okay, yeah, I know that it's been a while since my last Reaver's Glaive. I'm just going to hold my hunt for, like, a few seconds until I see the pop-up. But right now, I'm just not really paying that much attention. But yeah, like, look at that. I feel that was an insanely clean route. There's just such little stuff that could possibly go wrong. And somehow I've seen tanks turn this into, like, the hardest fucking dungeon ever. And especially given how generous the timer is, right? Like, the main reason I looked up optimal Floodgate stuff is Floodgate has a pretty tight timer. It's not a super difficult dungeon, but you can't just play it super duper safe. You honestly are forced into doing some somewhat sketchy pulls to be able to make good time. Or at least to be able to, like, in 12s, give yourself, like, a 5-minute buffer in case something happens that goes wrong or whatever. So here, because I know that Ecodome is a dungeon where it's like, at this level, you can literally just don't fuck anything up, and you will time it. It's like, why do risky pulse? It's kind of always my logic. Ooh, that was sketchy. I think I actually got clipped. Yeah, I got clipped by one of them. I didn't expect Fellblade to take me, like, literally directly under the hitbox, under those 2 lines. Let's do this. I think I dodged it. Oh, that was close. Oh no, I actually never got my soul. What the fuck? Huh? Somehow I didn't hit my soul? Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter as a tank. I don't take damage. But whatever. They really need to buff the hitboxes on these. I say that every time I do this dungeon, and I'm just amazed that this far into the season they haven't buffed the hitboxes on it. Overall, I like Ecodome, but there's, like, a few things about this dungeon where it's like, obviously it's its first time around, but goes to show how little care they're putting into the season. There's just so many, like, rough edges, like, mechanics that just very clearly aren't designed perfectly. What are you gonna do? The boss also has just a pretty small hitbox there, which is, I guess, why Fellblade took me directly under her. Cool. Nothing good. Maybe somebody else gets a trinket, and I get to beg for it. I don't need anything on Vengeance, but I definitely, if I want to play Havoc this week, my Havoc trinkets are pretty shit. And I could definitely use something better. Somebody hasn't opened their box. I don't know why somebody's being... Maybe they're hoping that if they loot it, they don't want to get whispers, which would be kind of weird. Okay. Strange thing to do. I got an Arakara, and... Okay, yeah, I already have Ara. Did they all leave? Somebody just didn't loot their chest? Okay. Am I blind? No? Somebody just forgot to loot. Alright, that's a little cringe. I don't know why they would do that. Because if somebody got a lily and they didn't need a lily, obviously if they got it and they needed it, then yeah, that's fine. But that is one of the better trinkets for Havoc. Oh well. Statistically speaking, they probably just wouldn't have gotten a lily. Why? What's this lag? Hello? Alright. Great. Yeah. Well, I guess I gotta plug into a Priory. Priory being last. Ugh. I guess, honestly, I'm not too upset about it, because, like, I hate doing Priory and Pugs when I'm not tanking. Because there's so many things that can go wrong. It's got the same deal as Dome, except I think even more so in Priory. Priory is so much on the tank. The tank can fuck it up so badly. But, like, my Priory route is basically foolproof. That's the other thing about Priory, right? There's a lot of pretty standard big pulls, but I've been in some Priory groups that I know cannot handle these big pulls. So I just don't do them. I play it safe. Priory is not... It's definitely a tighter dungeon than Dome, which is basically completely free. But it's still very much a dungeon where, like, hey, you don't do anything incredibly stupid, you're going to time it. So... yeah, I'll probably, well, I mean, I'm definitely gonna run that, but I gotta restart my stupid computer. Stupid NVIDIA broadcast is acting up, and, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'll record anything else after. I want to make sure I get that fixed. Sorry if the noise has been bad. Okay. I restarted my computer. It took like a 15-minute break. Ready to go. I got into a 12 Priory group. So, my mic should be fixed. I'm gonna be really pissed if it isn't when I go back and look, but everything seems to indicate that it is, so cool. Also... yeah, I figured that wouldn't sell. I started pugging raids, so although I'm only just starting my keys for the week, I have gotten a lot of stuff done. I've finished my raid pugging on, like, half of my characters, which is pretty nice. It's, honestly, the whole raid pugging thing is, like, the most annoying, just because I hate pugging raids. I absolutely despise it. Like, I barely did it at all last season in Undermine, but I've kind of came to the conclusion that I don't have a choice for this season, but I feel like I made good progress, gotten a lot of the stuff done that I wanted to get done. In fact, actually, I forgot to update my Demon Hunters spreadsheet tracker. Which, come to think of it, why is this not working? Spreadsheet? Hello? My spreadsheet is being dumb right now. Okay. Now it's working. That's weird. I had to refresh it. I've never seen it lag out like that. Okay. But yeah, we're good to go. But yeah, so one of the nice things about doing so many pug raids, though, is obviously naturally over time, you don't need to do as many pugs. Like, on some of my characters, I already have everything I need. Like, my Blood DK, actually, I think I'm all done. I don't think there's anything I need to pug. I have Hero Track boots. I, technically speaking, have a Hero Track Unyielding Nether Prism, or Champion Track. And, like, in theory, could I get a... let's just put this at 45k. The entire point is I got this BOE while pugging normal raid, which, like, yeah, I guess I'll try to sell it. I don't really need it. But, like, technically, could I get a Hero Track Unyielding Nether Prism on my Blood DK? Maybe. It's, like, the only thing I could get that I would really need. I guess come to think of it, I should probably pug Lumithar, because I think Astral Antenna would be really good for both the DPS specs, and I don't really have that many amazing DPS trinkets. At least passive ones like that. So yeah, I guess I should probably do that. But the amount of bosses that I actually need to pug are a lot lower. Like my Resto Shaman, for instance, the only boss that I can get anything from is Lumithar. So I don't need to pug Soul
5,
Hunters at all.
4, 3,
And on some of my characters,
2,
I only need to pug like
1.
Heroic Soul Hunters, not normal, so that's a little bit easier there. But yeah, I've been trying to get all that done earlier in the
4,
week, and
3,
then I leave
2,
keys until the end.
1.
But now I gotta lock the fuck in. Fuck that up. Do this. Okay, and get the guard captain. I don't like doing this pull a lot, but we're gonna fucking try it. This is the standard pull, and I figure I've done so many priories where I do like my route, which is like overly conservative. But if I'm joining a Pug 12, I don't really need to care that much. I got spiked a little bit there. I guess maybe that's a bad way to put it. It's not that I don't need to care, but I feel really confident that I can do this pretty safely, so let's do a Sigil of Misery there, just to stop all the defense. I'm gonna do Sigil of Silence, just in case. I don't think... Are there any casters in this group? There might not be, actually. Okay, that's kind of awkward, though. I don't know why you'd Typhoon them like that. Because now, I'm gonna get autoed in the back if I don't readjust. So that's really awkward for me. Okay, my spikes are falling. Chains, nice. Spikes. Sketchy pull, but I mean, it worked. This is why I normally don't like doing that, though, because it... This saves, like, I don't know, what, 30 seconds, tops? Compared to, like, what most people do. I'm also not sure where... we get percent with this route. We'll try. I think the nice thing is... Okay, why are we fearing that? That's weird. This does make it easier because I don't need to fight around the stairs. Kind of like that. We're gonna chains you, do that. I want to be attacking Chainmail. I get over to the sharpshooters. Problem is, they're kind of standing out in Africa, which I get that they're trying to bait Chainmail's thing, but like you only need to bait when she's about to do the smash. The problem with them spreading out all like this is it causes the sharpshooters to jump around, and then they don't naturally stay stacked. We're fine, obviously, but just a little thing. Start going up here. This. One thing I hate that people always try to do is they try to, like, skip this pack. Like, why? There's nothing wrong with this pack. Just pull it. I've seen way more runs get fucked up because somebody, like, butt pulls the pack and then you have, like, a pull double the size than you intended than just doing this normally. It's kind of the entire thing I was saying before with Priory, right? Of, like, this dungeon only really gets fucked up by people trying to do extremely aggressive things to shave off a little bit of time, which... This is something that I think so many people get confused about. If you're pushing high keys in comms, it's a completely different environment. And obviously, yeah, if you're in a group in comms trying to push higher keys, by all means, do the most aggressive pulls that you can. Because by that point, you're probably pushing with, like, all resilient keys, and the goal is specifically to, you know, try and push the score higher. But in pugs, you can just never assume that that's the goal. Most people, like me, are just there to get, you know, I guess a time 12 for in my case, just the Keystone Hero challenge, or Vault, right? Or especially when you're doing 12s, a lot of people just want to time it so they get credit for the eventual turbo boost thing. Which, I guess I should probably do that on some of my characters. I already did it on Monks, so I don't need to worry about that. But I would like to get that done on good comms. Yeah, I guess kind of that's one of the other problems. We've had like 1 or 2 low health mobs kind of going out of every pack. So I'm just gonna wait a second. Okay, he's drinking. Cool. As long as he starts getting mana, then I can just start rounding stuff up. And then I'm going to do this. Do this. Fortunately, that got baited in a really bad spot. Reaver's Glaive. I really don't like Eldrachi, but it's like the worse, or the better of two evils, whatever the expression is. I really don't like Eldrachi, but I also really fucking hate Felskard. I think I've said this before already, but like I cannot overstate how much copium I'm huffing here. That the new Devourer hero talents are going to not suck. Because it's just, Vengeance is so hamstrung right now. With, like, both hero talents, which you can't just, like, ignore your hero talents. It's not, like, how do I put it? Hero talents don't, in all cases, necessarily define your playstyle, but some of them kind of do. And I think both Demon Scarred and Eldrachi are those that are, like, kind of spec-defining. Like, a good example would be, like, Guardian Druid. Or Loon's Chosen, you are forced to play into Moonbear. Like, you don't really have a choice. It is very heavily built around that style of play, which isn't necessarily bad, because I like Moonbear. And then Druid of the Claw is very much built around cat weaving, but that also is kind of a problem, right? Like, you look at other hero talent specs, like Death Knight, as an example. Sand Lane is pretty dominant at the moment for most content, and yet Deathbringer can still be played. I think that's probably a very good example of like one that is not completely spec-defining, because you can make both Deathbringer and Sand Lane work. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, but neither one is like, oh, you absolutely 100% need to run this specific set of talents. Blood DK kind of plays roughly the same, I would argue, regardless of which hero talents you're picking, at least in terms of the core playstyle. A lot of the differences will actually be found in how your hero talents like affect your rotation, that you get like the big scythes, or you get like this big burst window. But the core talents that you pick are kind of the same. It doesn't really feel that different in terms of your build. But Moonbear obviously runs completely different talents than Druid of the Claw, and Druid of the Claw is so laser-focused on something that just does not work in a Mythic Plus environment, so it's just unable to be played, even though I love how it plays in Raid. So you do have problems like that, and in the case of Vengeance Demon Hunter, the way that you get benefits from your hero talents are so laser-specific, on like, it does one or two things. Of like, Eldrachi, you basically need to generate as many souls as possible, but it also only works on Soul Cleave. Like, Eldrachi would actually work kind of well with Spear Bomb, if it didn't only give benefits to Soul Cleave, like Eldrachi empowering Fracture and Soul Cleave, which I think was a big miss, and I really hope at some point they revise that, because Souls, as like a fundamental thematic, would kind of be universal, but then they just make all of it Soul Cleave specific. And then Demon Surge requires you to use all of these different specific abilities in like a specific sequence to get the maximum bonus from your Demon Surges. So once again, it kind of pushes this very hyper-specific playstyle that you need to play into it to get actual value out of it. It's not like Deathbringer, which you get big scythes, or Sand Lane, which you get like a big burst window. No, it is using these specific abilities that you have to talent into gives you things, kind of like Moonbear and stuff. This mage is really bad at using defensives. This guy's taking the dick 100% of the time. So that's a little bit awkward. But yeah, so the problem with all of that is inherently, I think that the design of both hero talents is just really bad in terms of forcing you into specific playstyles. I think Felsguard is worse, although I do wish Eldrachi was like a little bit more open-ended. And my obvious solution for that, which has been my solution forever, is to just make it so Spirit Bomb overrides Soul Cleave. And they're just two different playstyles. It has been the obvious solution forever, and every single time I bring it up, people are like, oh, it wouldn't work because XYZ. Like, these days, people are like, oh, it wouldn't work because Felsguard has, like, specific interactions with both. But we're losing Felsguard. That's the nice thing. So actually, now that we're losing the final thing that really forces having both of them in a particular instance, just make it so Spirit Bomb is a different playstyle. And then, honestly, while I think it would be better if you make both work with Eldrachi, if you want to make Eldrachi the Soul Cleave spec, and the new Devourer one the Spirit Bomb spec, which personally I think would be very thematic, right? That would literally solve all problems that I think most Vengeance Demon Hunter players, such as myself, have with it. So... it's just really tricky to have any hope. Because, like, you look at Prot Warrior, right? And, like, although I don't love the Thunderclap builds for Prot Warrior, there's, like, very clearly, it's like, Mountain Thane is the Thunderclap build, and Colossus is, like, the typical, you know, Rage Economy type playstyle that I love. And I think those are the two quintessential Prot Warrior playstyles, where you like the BFA Thunderclap, or you like, you know, the Rage Economy, Shield Slam and Execute dumping and stuff like that. And Colossus very much plays into that. I loved Undermine Prot Warrior, which was Colossus, right? So while I may not love the current iteration of Prot Warrior, at least I look at that and I'm like, okay, I just don't really like Mountain Thane all that much. And admittedly, I like Mountain Thane a hell of a lot more than I like either Vengeance Demon Hunter playstyle. But I'm not, like, worried about the future of Prot Warrior, because, you know, there's always just a chance that Colossus is, again, the best playstyle. It's entirely down to tuning. And at least there is an iteration of Prot Warrior that exists in the design space that could be tuned well, that feels very fun to play. And honestly, a lot of people do really like Mountain Thane. And again, I don't hate it, I find it to be incredibly simplistic, and it's just not my favorite. And same thing with, like, you know, Druid of the Claw, Moonbear. Although I wish that Druid of the Claw was maybe rebalanced a little bit to make it more universally usable, because right now it only works in raids. One of the biggest issues Druid tanks have always had is that cat weaving has always been very hyper-specific to raids, and then you have, like, kind of these two separate builds of cat weaving and Moonbear. And before, it was kind of, like, weird having to, you know, retalent between both forms of content. And now they've, for better or worse, very heavily played into that. But now, instead of, like, there were times in the past, actually, one of my biggest complaints with old versions of Guardian Druid is there were times when Moonbear was just so overtuned that it was the best version of Druid in all forms of content. And although I love Moonbear in the right context, I think it can be really fun to play, Moonbear on single target has always felt really, 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 really boring, even when it was super overtuned and the best way to play Druid. And I'm always just like, well, that's lame. So, in a way, hero talents have actually kind of worked out really well for Guardian Druid, because it's made it so the amount of bonuses that you get for Druid of the Claw makes it so, oh yeah, on single target, absolutely that is the best playstyle. It's not that Moonbear is unplayable, but it very clearly is. If you want to min-max, you go Druid of the Claw, and I think that works really well. And although it does kind of make it so it's kind of like very Druid of the Claw dominance in single target, and then obviously 100% Moonbear dominance on Mythic Plus, you could argue that it's actually better to have that and have each one have a clear niche instead of one build kind of overshadowing the other, which you could argue is the case of Prot Warrior right now. So maybe the Prot Warrior hero talents need to be a little bit more specific. I don't really know, like, what the ideal solution is, right? Because I think to a lot of people, hero talents ideally are just kind of an optional choice right? And they should both have like 50-50 pick rates. A lot of people, I think, cited Devastation Evoker in Undermine as a really good example of hero talent balance, because like both of them for a while were seeing really close play in Raid. And while that might be good, I think you could also make the argument that it's better for each one to have its own dedicated niche, and there are a lot of specs where that is the case. And yeah, I think maybe that is more of where hero talents deserve to exist, if anything. I've always been very negative on the concept, but I think this is the first situation where thinking about it, I'm like, that is actually just objectively a good point in favor of the existence of hero talents. Maybe Blizzard should lean into that more. And just make it so each build, each archetype has one hero talent tree that, like, hyper-focuses into it and amplifies it in its particular preferred form of content, so that they can tune that specifically, instead of, like, neutering the entire class. I don't know if it's... I hope I'm making sense here. But I'm also just kind of yapping. Wow, I'm trying to focus in this dungeon. On the topic of this dungeon, I feel like we've made a few silly mistakes, but... I mean, I don't think anything bad enough to make this dungeon remotely untimeable has happened. Like, to me, right now, this feels very, 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 very timeable, unless somebody fucks up big time. So... That said, Baron definitely is a boss where somebody can fuck up big time. I have seen it happen. We're not kind of stacking for hammers, which is a little bit of a concern, so that is one of those situations where it can get a little bit sketchy. And then the 5-stack Funeral Pyre is always the sketchy one. We're gonna Vengeful Retreat out of Castigator Shields. And I'm going to go for one really early, because a lot of times people just don't help with that mechanic. So I always try to make sure... I'm going to drop a Darkness here. Yeah. This is why I always do it, right? I get one early, yeah, exactly, because that guy's freaking out pinging. I don't know who didn't get one, but there's always somebody who just ignores the mechanic. So I always try to get one really early. That way, without doing anything sketchy, without having to get 2 stacks, I'm able to just very safely get 2 and cover for at least one player who may potentially be fucking up. I thought it was the mage, actually, who didn't get any, but he was the one freaking out and pinging, so maybe it wasn't him? I don't know. Gonna disengage. Fuck me. I think, actually, did that Sigil Flame hit? I thought I may have barely stopped short. Okay. We're gonna get one really early. I'll wait until the last second. If we need it, I'll grab it. You guys are freaking out. We might not even need it. I'll grab it. Okay. I don't know why he's risking his life. Mage is, like, really panicky. Dude. Or chill. Chill. Rip the Metamorphosis on pull, because that's when things are sketchiest. I don't know how much I've been talking about, like, general Vengeance Demon Hunter theory in this. I think maybe one of the only real downsides... Didn't mean to Fellblade there. One of the only real downsides of this format compared to, like, actively streaming it is when I was streaming this, I think I got, like, more questions in chat from people who were trying to learn something. And then I'd be able to read that and try and, like, answer and be like, oh, yeah, you should do XYZ thing. But, obviously, not getting that here. So it's up to me to try and remember little tips on the fly. I guess it should be worth noting that for any spec where I clearly know how to play it, you're welcome to, like, leave a comment and ask questions, no matter what it is about the spec, and I will always be happy to answer. But I think the biggest issue that I always see Vengeance Demon Hunter players making, and this is, it's kind of a tank thing, but not always, is you need to front-load your defensive cooldowns. Now, that being said, I see a lot of people saying, oh, all tanks should do this, and I think because a lot of people, like Vengeance Demon Hunter is very much like a flavor of the month tank, or has been recently. People are like, think that is like 100% #1 rule to tanking. I would actually argue that is more of like a Vengeance Demon Hunter rule to tanking. It definitely... Jesus Christ. That's really annoying. Just slamming CCs, so my kick got sniped. I think somebody finally got it. But Vengeance Demon Hunter benefits from that way more. Whereas, like, Brewmaster, you are never going to get 100 0'd, like, on the pull as long as you have Shuffle. So, you absolutely do not want to, what's it called? Do not want to send your big mitigation things on cooldown, on pull, as Brewmaster. You, honestly, a lot of times, your just natural stagger, shielding, purifying is enough to handle any sort of, like, moderate incoming damage. So you save your cooldowns for just whenever the largest spike of damage is going to be. It's kind of just, you're trying to mitigate as much damage as possible, because your stagger handles damage smoothing on its own for Brewmaster, which is entirely the reason why you're front-loading your cooldowns as Vengeance, because your health intake is... damage intake is spikier on pull, because you don't have, like, frailty built up and stuff like that, so you're more likely to get 100 0'd. And obviously, as a tank, your #1 priority is keeping your health above 0. So, for Brewmaster, all that matters is, if you're about to take a shitload of damage, you need to mitigate that. You need to press a cooldown to minimize the amount of stagger that you're about to be hit with. But that, I guess, is very different than something like Vengeance, which, once you get Frailty stacked, you're basically in the damage smoothing zone of Brewmaster, and you're totally chill, right? But that is not the case for other tanks, so... And then, obviously, you know, different tanks can be kind of weird. Prop Heli is probably the weirdest to get used to. Prop Heli is very cooldown heavy, but you have a lot of different cooldowns, and understanding the right times to use them, like, you know, use a small cooldown but then slam yourself with Wogs, or, you know, a lot of times, like, it has the most powerful cooldown in the form of Divine Shield. You have the ultimate get out of jail free card. So you need to know, like, okay, I'm about to take a serious amount of damage here. I'm just going to use nothing and then Divine Shield myself to get through this single-handedly. And then that lets you sit on other cooldowns, lets you recover a little bit. So it kind of plays differently in that sense. So we got a gravity lapse. And I'm assuming we're going to get a kick on this. Okay, we got to knock at the last second. Not what I was hoping for. I'm going to do a Sigil of Chains here, because I don't expect them to kick this properly. Prison here. These guys are really bad at doing CCs properly. It's a good kick, good kick. I figured the mage would get that, but warrior leaping over to get it works too. Yeah, group has been a little bit sketchy, so I'm definitely not going to aggressively chain pull like both at the same time. I feel like that would be a little bit much. We should get a range kick on that, though. Sigil Silence that hits all of them. Chaos Nova, but the mage also gravity lapse, so. And I guess talking about different things, right? Prot Warrior is another interesting one, where Prot Warrior, when it's tuned well, actually just has, like, perma defensives. Like, you have insane CDR on Shield Wall. So Prot Warrior just kind of just, like, use it all the time, because you're going to get so much CDR that, like, you're tuned around having perma defensives. Which makes it either really, really, really strong, right? Which is why Prot Warrior is really good right now, but then sometimes if your defensives are not tuned well, and damage is really high, then Prot Warrior ends up being really shit. Which, ironically, right, if you ever look at the history of Prot Warrior, Prot Warrior historically is either like one of the strongest tanks or like bottom tier. That is one of the many reasons why that is the case. It's a very interesting tank in that regard. But its reliance on basically being permanently in defensive cooldowns definitely plays into that. Because, you know, you're either the tankiest tank, or you have no real way to increase your mitigation past its baseline, and then you just die at a certain point. Right now, Prot Warrior obviously is at a point where its mitigation is fucking crazy. It just has so much passive damage reduction, where it's like, basically, Prot Warrior gets to exist as if Vengeance had, like, perma 3 or more frailty stacks on everything at the same time. And that's just like Prot Warrior's baseline. So,
4,
yeah.
3, 2,
Sometimes
1.
it's just like that. Man, this mage is really not good. What other tanks are there? Guardian Druid, I guess, is interesting. In the sense that, it definitely has defensives, but Guardian Druid also, I think, is way more reliant on its active mitigation than other tanks are, just because Iron Fur is infinitely stackable.
4,
So,
3,
Guardian Druid, I would say, is,
1.
like, its damage fuels... Man, this mage really needs to use his fucking shield. Yeah, he popped Mass Barrier after the burst of damage. Great job. Hey, come on. Whew. Another thing that can potentially... Really, the only thing that can still potentially brick this. Oh, that was an insane chains by me. An insane chains by me. Okay, we're safe. What's the other tank that I'm forgetting?
4, 3,
Oh, Blood DK.
1.
Yeah. Well, Blood DK is the most interesting one, in that you have such little access to any sort of mitigation, because all of your mitigation is reactive, which Blood DK is kind of like the inverse of Prot Warrior, right? You're the tankiest tank if Deathstrike is able to 100 you. And if Deathstrike isn't able to 100 you, you're fucked. Blood DK, that being said, also, in some cases, often wants to front-load some of its mitigation, like Vengeance. Oh, we're at 98%? Fuck. There's an invisible wall there. Interesting. Let's do this. Should be good. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even notice. But it's because I remember what I'm missing now. I did the fancy pull route, and I skipped the patrol at the start. So normally I do, like, you know, normal pulls at the start. Because I did that big pull, and I skipped one of those patrols, that's where I'm missing the percent. So yeah, I know exactly where this missing percent is from. Realistically speaking, this is solvable if I just remember that I need to pull this. And we're still fine. Would have felt really bad if we missed the timer because I forgot, though. That would have sucked. Overall, I think went pretty well. The mage got fucking hard boosted there. That guy, his damage overall wasn't great, but more importantly, he just had no idea how to use his defensives. He was getting 100 0'd. Mage has really good defensives. Resto Shaman did pretty good. I want to set my loot spec to Vengeance, because, I mean, I'd take a tome if it dropped. It did not drop, but that's an upgrade. That's a pretty nice upgrade. Now I can boost the item level of my really good tier chest. Sick. Alright, and that is, that's Vengeance the Keystone Hero. Overall, relatively painless. The tank ones are always pretty chill. It's a lot easier to do these. I mean, I got to sit there and yap for that entire key, and even though it was a relatively whatever key, like, so much, like, these tanks are just second nature to me. I can literally play them blindfolded, so it's I mean, I made small mistakes, don't get me wrong, right? But I made small mistakes while yapping and thinking about something completely different. Like, my brain was elsewhere. Most of the shit was just autopilot. Really, the interesting part of this challenge, I always feel, is going to be learning the new specs. That's the reason I gravitate towards it in the first place. But although, like, I know that Vengeance is not a challenge for me, I feel like if I'm going to do a challenge like this, I can't just be like, trust me, bro, I already know how to play, like, about a third of the specs in the game. You don't need to see me do that, because then if somebody doesn't know me, they're going to be like, yeah, you know, fuck off, right? So, I gotta get through the easy ones, the ones that I know first, just to, you know, have that out of the way, make it official, and then we get to the cool shit. The stuff that I'm personally excited for, like, although Havoc is also a spec that I would consider myself to be knowledgeable on, I'm way more excited to play Havoc than I am Vengeance, so now I get to do all of my weekly keys as Havoc, because fuck this spec, and I'm definitely gonna give it a shot with the new Devourer stuff, unless I look at the new Devourer stuff and it's like, here is a new, special new, brand new, original hero talent tree that we have created just for Devourers and Vengeance Demon Hunters, and you'll never guess. Its linchpin is Soul Cleave. You'll never see anything like this before. And then it's literally just another hero talent tree for the third time in a row based around Soul Cleave spam. If that's the case, and I just, by looking at it, can see that is what they've done, then yeah, fuck that shit. I'm not touching that, right? But if it even looks remotely interesting, I'm going to spend a lot of time trying to make that work. I'm actually, like, obviously I'll play Devourer. You know, I'm not stupid. It looks like a semi-interesting spec. It looks kind of like Red Mage, which I've always enjoyed Red Mage from Final Fantasy XIV, if you don't know. So I'll definitely play it. I'll definitely try it. But I am infinitely more excited about the possibility of, like, a new playstyle, or what I'm hoping is, like, the old playstyle for Vengeance that I really liked that has basically been taken out back at this point. So I hope they bring that back and make the Devourer hero talent tree play into that, and then I basically get to have my favorite playstyle of Vengeance back. Honestly, if they really make that work, that might just be what I main in Midnight, because for, you know, people who've been watching my channel since ye olden days, Vengeance used to be like one of the things I one-tricked. I used to be very much a, like, at least at a high level, a Brewmaster and Vengeance, I guess, two-trick, right? You can never really one-trick tank at a high level unless you're a Blood DK, and even then, although I definitely preferred that, I have always kept all of my tanks ready, but I really never played Guardian, Prop Halley, and Prop Warrior a little bit more, but Prop Halley and Guardian I kept at a high level, but I didn't really play it that much. Pretty much I always just played Brewmaster or Vengeance, and then if it was literally 100% mandatory for a fight, I had a Blood DK ready. But I played it significantly less even than I do now. I also used to despise Blood DK. Current iteration of Blood DK is like one of the best iterations that Blood has had in years, which gives me hope for Vengeance, right? Because Blood was in a really bad spot for a while, and it was really strong, so it was kind of like Vengeance was now, where I had been saying for a long time that the current Blood feels really shit to play, and it needs changes to make it fun again, and so many Blood DK one-tricks were like, Blood's fine, don't change Blood, blah, 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 blah. And then, what do you know? Well, Blood no longer is the king in the meta. Other tanks start taking its spot. All of the flavor of the month players stopped playing Blood and started playing something else, so you only have the actual Blood DK players who enjoy the spec actually seriously playing it, and then Blood DK slowly starts to get better over time, and right now, I think Sandlane and Deathbringer are two of the better hero talent trees, especially for Blood. I just said earlier, I think it's really good in that they both have a unique playstyle without, like, dominating the way that you build your spec. So you have relative freedom, and then they're just kind of like icing on the cake, which I think is pretty good. It's definitely a good design for Blood, so I'm thrilled with that. And it gives me a lot of hope that Vengeance might get the same treatment with some of its other stuff, because it's been Flavor of the Month for like 2 years now, so Flavor of the Year at this point. But now, what do you know? For the first season, and I don't even remember how long, Vengeance is finally not the #1 tank. In fact, it's not even top 3. And I feel like now we're starting to get to Blood DK territory of all of the dog shit Fodom Vengeance players are going to slowly fall away until the only people left are people like me who have been playing the spec for years and actually love the core mechanics of it and don't like just being able to have infinite utility and spam one button that takes care of all of their damage and survivability. And we may get back some of the stuff that used to make Vengeance Demon Hunter interesting, and I think with the new hero talent tree upcoming, it's the perfect time for a mini rework to the spec, and I'm really hopeful that they bring Vengeance back to where it once was. So, fingers crossed for that. I will definitely be playing the shit out of it if it even looks remotely interesting when, I guess the pre-patch comes out, however long. But until then, this spec's dead to me. Fuck this shit. I'm playing Havoc. And obviously, Havoc Keystone Hero probably won't be for a little while, just because I'm going to prioritize getting the other classes done. But I would actually say Havoc is maybe going to be the first off-spec that I post, whenever that is. So, you know, it'll be relatively early. Havoc will probably end up being somewhere in, like, the 10 to 20 range of when I get these things done, because I'm going to get started on Havoc literally this week. And from then, I'm probably going to chip away at it, like, one dungeon at a time over the course of a month, just to get my weekly vaults. So whenever I'm done with that, that's when I will actually post it. But considering I'm still not even done with the first spec on many, many, many classes, Havoc will probably end up being sooner rather than later. What could be fun is, I have no idea, it's way too far out to guess, but maybe, like, midnight pre-patch, I might do something where it's like, you know, spec 40 out of 39, I get, like, Devourer Keystone Hero. If keys are still available, I don't exactly know how they're going to do the pre-patch, but I figure there's probably going to be, like, some, you know, overlap. It might not be officially counted as a season, but I can still try and get, like, keys done. I think keys should at least still be working, because we're probably going to have at least, like, a month to play Devourer or so before the expansion comes out. Usually, there's enough time. So that could be, like, a fun little bonus at the end. And maybe I'll even do Vengeance Demon Hunter again, but with the new Devourer stuff. Entirely depends on how that plays out. In the end, I didn't end up touching Felsguard at all this season, even though I believe technically at the highest level keys, you're running Felsguard just because it does more damage. But at the end of the day, right, like, I still do pretty fucking good damage with Eldrachi. Now, Eldrachi is much better for dungeons like Priory, with, like, extremely high target counts, because the Fury of the Eldrachi here is extremely strong, especially with this tier set bonus, so that's going to dominate your damage breakdown. So I think Priory is probably one of the better dungeons for Eldrachi, if we look at, like, the Eco Dome. You know, my damage is, obviously, Fury of the Eldrachi is still the number one, but there's less gigantic pulls in here, so it's a little bit lower, relatively speaking, than it was in, like, Priory. But, I mean, this is still respectable damage. Like, I think this is probably about as much damage as I do with Moonbear. And Moonbear is the number one bear build. Now, there's a reason why. In both cases, though, Bear is not a super high value M+ tank right now. Vengeance is not a super high value M+ tank right now. Because Brewmaster, Prot Warrior, and Prot Paladin can all do infinitely more damage, while also, in the case of Prot Warrior, being, like, literally unkillable. Brewmaster is a little squishier, but Brewmaster also does way more single target damage than the other tanks, while also still doing respectable AoE. And then Prot Pally is pretty tanky, and then also has really good utility, especially, like, really high kicks and stuff like that. So they all have different strengths and weaknesses, whereas, like, the other tanks just do very low damage. And even Felsguard, like, Felsguard might do a lot on burst AoE, but then on single target, it's, like, way below the other tanks still. So it's just not good. And then its survivability is way weaker than Eldrachi. And also, in my opinion, just not very fun to play. I really don't like Felsguard. I think it feels like shit to play. I tried it in Season 1 and Season 2, and midway through Season 2, I said, fuck this. I switched to Eldrachi, and although I don't love the Eldrachi playstyle, it at least feels like a decent package, something that is, like, relatively playable, whereas I genuinely just hate every single moment of my life when I'm playing Felsguard Vengeance DH. It is maybe my least favorite hero talent tree for any of the tanks, period. I'm trying to think, is there one that I hate more? I think I would actually rather play Druid of the Claw Bear in Mythic Plus than Felsguard Vengeance DH. Now, obviously that's a little bit hyperbolic, because Druid of the Claw Bear is definitely worse, like, by a large margin, but I think it would be more fun to play. And I have tried it for fun every now and then. It's not that good. It's very janky, but it does good damage. It's just extremely squishy, so you're terrified for your life the entire time. But yeah, like, I'm trying to think through, what do I hate more? I don't like Shadowpan that much, but at least Shadowpan is, like, passive, and I've played it for long enough that I'm just kind of, like, whatever about it. The way that you have to play Shadowpan is just, it's, like, moderately annoying, but you can kind of just play regular Brewmaster and just think of Shadowpan damage as an afterthought, and, like, it's extremely similar. You have to lean into Felskard's burst windows. It's not just like, oh, sometimes it does passive damage. No, you have to play around it to min-max its damage. And you have to use your defensives for its damage, which is kind of like Master of Harmony for Brew, but I think Master of Harmony only requires you to use your active mitigation for damage. And because as a Brewmaster, especially with the current iteration of Master of Harmony, you're trying to maintain like extremely high uptime on your active mitigation anyways, it isn't really that much of a downside having to spend it that much. So although it can make it, I would say Master of Harmony Brew is a very complicated playstyle. I also love it for that. I think it's a complicated but fun playstyle, very rewarding. But it also, I don't think, is super punishing in an M+ environment. And honestly, the nice thing about it is you can kind of just play it like Shadowpan, and it's like, okay, I might not min-max the damage, but I still get free passive damage just by playing normally. I just won't get quite as much as I theoretically could. So it has that benefit of you do have the potential to just shut your brain off and still get decent throughput. I mean, they're both good. I like, overall, like both Prot Warrior ones. I don't really like Lightsmith, but at least Lightsmith is kind of just whatever. It's same thing that I've kind of described of like, you can just play regular Prop Pally, and as long as you use your sacred weapons on cooldown and don't let them overcap, you don't need to think about it too much. It is largely passive. I would say my biggest indictment of Lightsmith is that it's very boring, whereas I think Templar Prop Pally is extremely fun. So the only issue I have with Lightsmith is that it's not Templar, and I'd much rather play Templar, but I don't hate Lightsmith. It's just, eh. And then I like Moonbear, I like Druid of the Claw, Blood DK, I like Sandlane and Deathbringer. I think they're both very good. What else? I talked about Warrior, Paladin, Druid, Monk. But yeah, no, I've talked about all of them. The only tank hero talent that I just objectively hate, and I think it has a janky playstyle, and I don't think it's fun, is Felskard. I don't like... Eldrachi is probably my second least favorite out of all of them, but it's like significantly higher. No, actually, that's a lie. Shadowpan is my second least favorite. Eldrachi is my third least favorite. I do not like Shadowpan. It's like Felskard down in like F tier for me, and then Shadowpan in C tier, probably also Eldrachi in C tier, but I would definitely have to say Eldrachi I like more than Shadowpan just because the Shadowpan is like fine at a baseline level, but when you try to min-max Shadowpan, it is an RNG nightmare, and it's just a massive pain in the ass. Whereas Eldrachi, min-maxing it is just boring, but it's very predictable. So it at least has that going for it. It's, yeah, Shadowpan also kind of sucks, but then Master of Harmony, I would say, is like up in A or S tier for me, in my personal mental tier list, so you know, it's nice having at least one option that is really good. It's a shame it took literally into the last raid of the expansion for Master of Harmony to be really good, and I hate when people are like, oh, technically in High M Plus, some Brewmasters played Master of Harmony Season 2. Yeah, but like, you know, it actually wasn't really that good. It was like marginally better than Shadowpan, I think. Really the reason that, and that was only on average, right? Shadowpan still had higher damage spikes because of its RNG. The only reason most people at high key levels played it because you had more flexibility with your survivability, and it's just more fun, which is fair. But in raids, it was significantly worse. So, I say significantly worse, it was like 5% worse, which in the context of min-maxing damage, yeah, that's a lot. So, nobody played it, which is a shame. But then, of course, now it's the meta, and the playstyle is really fun. The tier set bonus is really good. So yeah, overall, W Brewmaster Monk, L Vengeance DH, I guess, is the conclusion to this little ramble. But yeah, I guess I'll end it there. It's gonna be a long one anyways, because you better strap in. I'm gonna have about 2 hours of vault opening for you to watch, which of course you can skip if you don't want to watch that. But obviously, if I was just opening 13 vaults and that's it, that would only take like 15 minutes tops. You know, just walk in, open the vault, we're done. The reason why it takes 2 hours is because of a combination of I like to talk through every single decision I'm making, and a lot of times there is an interesting choice, and I'll like look at a bunch of different resources to try and figure out like what is the best choice here. One thing that I should note, is a bad resource to always judge your vaults by, and I see so many people doing this, is there's like a vault droptimizer sim that people can run of like numerically what gives me the most damage out of this vault. And that is like literally never a good option other than the very first week of raid. If you have like an extremely close vault of two comparable options. The only time you ever listen to like a droptimizer thing is very, very, very early on in super high-end guilds. By super high-end, I guess high-ish end, like 500 world or higher, I think is the only time when that really matters, where you taking a potentially like 3% upgrade versus a 1% upgrade, that level of damage optimization could mean the difference between your guild passing a prog wall in time or not. And, you know, everybody doing that and everybody optimizing their damage actually could add up to a milestone, something like that. That is the only time when using like droptimizer sims for vaults is ever good. And I see people still doing that like a month into the tier, and it's like, ah, yes, I'm going to pass up my best in slot ring for a hero track thing that is a, you know, 0.15% increase instead of this best in slot ring after I upgrade it, which is a 0.13% increase or something like that in the immediate moment. And it's like, yeah, but one of them you're going to replace next week. The other one you will use until the end of the tier. It might be a marginal upgrade, but that is irreplaceable. And it's still an upgrade, right? As long as it... Really, the only situation for any sort of person who's prioritizing prog, where you shouldn't take this even though it's theoretically your BIS, is if, like, you literally cannot use it for a long period of time. And I'm trying to think of an example. There aren't many, but there sometimes are, of like, oh, this trinket is, like, theoretically really good for parsing on specific bosses, but on prog you have to run other trinkets. I can't even really think of many amazing examples, but sometimes there is cases like that. And then it could be like, okay, I'll take like the 2% damage increase now instead of the thing that like when we get to re-clear might end up being used on like 1 or 2 kills. Like, I guess a good example maybe, let's say you have 2 723 trinkets already that are both really good, and you get like Cursed Stone Idol, which in theory on like 3 to 5 target bosses like Soul Hunters, for instance, is the best in slot trinket. But you already have 2 incredibly good trinkets that are like 100% like something that you're going to run for the final 2 bosses of the raid, like, you know, Salazar and Dementius, which I would imagine, I think, prioritize single target in most cases, even though there is some AoE. A lot of the really big checks there are single target checks. So taking something like Cursed Stone Idol, if it would only be used for like Soul Hunter parses, when you could take something that would be like a 1% damage increase in the immediate moment, like that is an example of like an actual tough decision where you'd have to be like, I don't know. And even in that case, the Droptimizer sim wouldn't really help you decide that. That's kind of one of those things of like, you just need to have knowledge of like which type of damage is more valuable. And using logic and stuff like that is way more important than like whatever fucking numbers tell you. So basically when I say I'm considering all the options of like, you know, what I should take from my vault, a lot of times it's more, especially in the context of this challenge, like, should I take this thing that serves no real use to me right now as like a healer, but whenever I play my DPS specs later on, which I will have to do as part of this challenge, it's like gigabis for me. And then it's like, okay, well, it feels bad taking this thing right now that technically doesn't have any real advantage, even though I could take like a small upgrade that I would use. But I know for a fact that like, I don't need this to finish off my healer challenge, and once I'm done with that, I'll have this like super awesome thing for my off specs, which in this case I will play by definition of this challenge. So that's kind of a lot of the stuff that I'm thinking about when I'm doing the Great Vault opening, and then there's also a bunch of miscellaneous rants in between if I feel like it. So for people who like that, hopefully you enjoy watching it. And now I've already gone off on a separate miscellaneous rant at the end of this dungeon, so you know. Is what it is. I swear to God, though, I've just realized, what if I've forgotten to record another one of these dungeons again? So far, every single time that I've recorded one of these videos, I've realized at the last second that I'm missing at least one, if not more. In the case of Brewmaster, I was missing 2 dungeons that I had to re-record, but also that was the first one that I did, so I wasn't recording everything, because when I did Brewmaster, I wasn't initially planning on redoing this again for Season 3, and then I figured, fuck it, I'll just try it. Blood DK, I forgot to record 2 dungeons, I think. Or I think I recorded one, but it was like really, really, really messy. So I was just like, if I have to re-record one of them, I may as well re-record the second. And then in the case of Shaman, I forgot to record one of them. And I had to go back after doing this. I am pretty sure that by the time I started getting weekly keys done on all of my tanks, I was of the mindset of like, I guess I'll just try to do the challenge again, or I'll be like, you know, just in case I do it, I'll start recording this. The thing is, I did Brewmaster, Blood DK, and Resto Shaman keys on literally week 1 of the season. So all of the dungeons that I got for Keystone Hero that I forgot to record were like week 1 keys that I was so busy with other stuff I didn't think to record it. I don't think I started doing any of these guys until week 2, at the very least. Because the vast majority of extra keys that I did on week 1 were just, I farmed a shitload of keys on my Brewmaster to, you know, farm Gilded Crests, and most of those were like target farming 1 or 2 dungeons for an item that I needed. But yeah, fingers crossed. Obviously, if the Great Vaults are not right after this, you're going to get a very salty Harldan who is going to be like, it's sitting next to the entrance of a dungeon, like, well, fuck, I forgot again. But I'm, you know, Editor Harldan is really hoping that I get to cut immediately to Great Vault opening. So I will hopefully do that right now, and I will stop myself now. Oh, so about that. About that. Oh, I hate everything. Man, we're doing Dawnbreaker, apparently. What sucks is I forgot about the Dawnbreaker, and then I went to look at my footage, and I checked my Raider IO, because usually what I do is I just, like, check the time that I did the dungeon on Raider IO, and then find the video with that date, and then look for it in my files. It's easier that way, instead of just trying to, like, randomly click on 30 different 30-minute long videos and figure out which one was a Vengeance key, etc. And the moment I clicked on the Dawnbreaker and Raider IO, I'm like, fuck, I don't think I recorded that one, didn't I? And I remember. Fuck. Basically, when I did this, it was a 12, and we had like 2 Giga Rats. Like, friends of mine were playing Giga Rats, where I'm like, there is 0 chance for timing this, and we went in expecting to not time this. So I specifically remember it was, I don't think it was the literal first key I did on Vengeance. I think it was the second key of the season. And they wanted to bring their rats, and I'm like, look, I will help you with your rats, but I am bringing one of my tanks. Like, I'm not bringing my main. I didn't need anything out of here on Brewmaster, so I specifically swapped. And now that I remembered it, I remember thinking back at the time, and when we timed it with like a minute to spare, I'm like, oh, fuck me. This is going to bite me in the ass later, because I thought there was no chance in the world we timed that key, and then I'd have to re-record it. And then I'm like, I know that like a month from now, I'm going to go to do the Vengeance Demon Hunter Keystone Hero, and I'm going to not realize because we've timed it, and then I'm going to forget. And that is exactly what happens. And then I remembered thinking that thought a month ago. I'm just like, why, brain? Why are you like this? At the very least, you know, is what it is. The nice thing is, I was already planning on getting a 4-box this week. What dungeon? Isn't it your key? Are they all friends or something? I don't think so. I'm confused, because I saw that this guy had a... maybe... yeah, because, yeah, it says who has a key. Spiky Bite 12. So I think it's his Dawn. Weird. But yeah, it definitely, you know, it's whatever. Obviously, this pushes me even more towards my original plan of getting a 4-box, which is, like, cool, I guess. Was gonna do it anyway. And I probably will get score from this, since it's a 12 and my original 12 was really shit. So, cool, I suppose. Taking forever to get here. It's also kind of funny how people really do play heavily into Fodom shit because I spent like 5 minutes trying to get into a group, which normally wouldn't be a lot, right? Like 5 minutes doesn't seem like a lot to wait to get into a Mythic Plus group. But keep in mind, at this point, I'm 707, or it shows as 708, and I have full IO, 2758. I've even timed the 12 Dawnbreaker, and I'm applying for like 10 Dawnbreakers, and I'm not getting invited to groups that are only missing a tank. And it's like, what the fuck are you expecting?
2,
And
1.
that's the thing. That's why like people at like level 10s and shit are just so brain rotted by like Fodom garbage because they're so used to like only inviting the number 1 tank class that you're like, it's like, okay, a geared tank
5,
player
4,
with a 3k
3,
tank main
2,
who is already 2700 and has timed this on a 12. Literally, what else could you be looking for? The answer is obviously they're looking for somebody who's playing like one of the 3 good classes because this is all these people know how to do. It's looking at like what are people like, what are the best tanks? Okay, I'm only going to invite those even if like, you know, a Vengeance with all of the qualifications you could ever want is applying for my group. It's just insane. Okay. Which goes to show that even in the public perception, Vengeance has fallen off hard. Because I expect to take a little bit of time to get invited to groups when I'm not already full IO. I've done every dungeon. It's just surprising to me. This is what it is. This is what it is. I'm gonna put on some music and vibe. Because like one of the consequences, right, of having to go back and do this shit is I kind of already did my whole like spiel about Vengeance DH. I've said all that I have to say. And also like the other dungeons were just recorded like an hour or 2 ago. Did kind of fuck up my morning, I'll admit, because I was planning on getting the processing started, and then I was gonna go make food. And the moment I realized it wasn't working, I'm like, I gotta do that. And then while I made food, I was going to start, I won't spoil what it is, but I'm gonna start recording a cool video after this that I've been planning to do for a little while, but I've been looking for a good time because it's a video that I think some people will really like, but it's like very much a bonus thing. It's more of like a fun thing for me, and I think other people will enjoy it. And I view this stuff, even if it won't perform well as a video, as more important for me personally, right? Which is why I need to get all of this stuff done. Technically speaking, the dungeon I'm doing right now is actually only for the video, because, like, I don't actually need this. But I figure, because I was planning on doing it anyway for my weekly box, it's not that big of a loss. It's actually kind of whatever. Yeah, I was gonna make food, upload the video around noon, and then, while I'm, you know, eating lunch, get started on that video project that I was excited to work on. And now, well, it's already past noon, and I haven't made food yet. I still wanted to take a break, because I spent, like, a lot of time organizing all my files and stuff like that, and I, like, sat down, I wasn't in, like, a dungeon mindset. So, one thing I've been doing, I think I mentioned this a while ago, is there's a mobile port for Empire Total War, which is, like, Total War is a franchise, and Empire is, like, one of the installments in that franchise that came out in, like, 2009, a while ago, but it's, like, basically one of, like, the main games of, like, my childhood. I played it an insane amount. It's the game that got me into Total War as a franchise, and I still love the Total War games to this day, even if, like, nowadays it's more, like, Warhammer are the modern ones, which is really good. So, Empire always had, like, a soft spot for me, just because it's the first game, like, the, I guess, franchise that I played. But also, the thing about Total War games, I guess if you don't know, a lot of the Total War games are, like, based on a historical time period. So it's, like, grand strategy, but set in a specific, you know, point in history. And Empire takes place from 1700 to, like, 1820s-ish. Basically, like, Revolutionary War, like, gunpowder era. And I've always thought that was really interesting, is a lot of the other like strategy games, especially a lot of other Total War games, the big ones are like medieval and Rome and stuff. And it's, you know, it's easier, I think, to code games like that, because if you just have a bunch of like melee infantry whacking each other, it's not really that difficult to make. But gunpowder stuff is like way different, and it has naval battles and stuff, and all the ships have like, you know, accurate movement and stuff, and you have to like control the sails, and you know, there's different types of shot and whatever. It's like extremely detailed and very, very, very historically accurate, which is one of the reasons why I really liked it more than other games. Like Age of Empires, for instance, is a cool strategy game, and I played it a decent amount as a kid. And I know it's probably more popular as a strategy game because it's more like an RTS like StarCraft and Warcraft and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, Age of Empires really is just like a historically skinned StarCraft or Warcraft. Like they play kind of exactly the same. But Total War is like completely different in terms of how the gameplay actually works. And it's meant to simulate like actual realistic historical battles. Like you have thousands of troops in like their different regiments and formations and stuff like that. And, you know, for like battles specifically in Empire, you have like all of your line infantry line up, and they like do fire by rank. They like kneel, and the rank behind it shoots, and you have like all this different stuff that you can control. I love it so much. I mean, there's a reason why it was like one of the main games that I played as a kid. It's so fucking good. And somehow the crazy bastards at this, like, I don't remember, I think Feral Interactive, I don't know them for anything other than this, but they managed to turn a computer game, like this was a game that I played for like hundreds, I think close to 1,000 hours on my computer when I was a kid, extremely complex, has like, you know, 3D battles and all this stuff, and they somehow ported it onto mobile. I still don't understand how they managed to make it work, and it actually runs like really fucking well. And I installed it, like it came out last year, so I talked a lot last year about how I was like really into Honkai Star Rail on my phone, and the main reason why I just haven't played it as much is because when I found out they ported one of my favorite childhood strategy games onto mobile, that like consumed all of my free time playing mobile games. And then out of nowhere, they made an expansion pack for this game. A mobile-only expansion pack for a 2009 game. Which, I mean, basically, the best way that I could describe this is like my version of Classic Plus. Everybody always talks about like how much they want Classic Plus. They want like, you know, an older iteration of World of Warcraft to magically get an expansion years down the line that is also somehow super duper faithful to the original spirit of the game. And like that's exactly what this company somehow did on a mobile port for a strategy game from 2009. And it is like the coolest shit I've ever seen. So I've been like low-key addicted to that, and it's consumed a lot of my free time. It's like the main thing that I play. You know, gotta go make food. Okay, I'm gonna make food and like play on my phone for a little bit. But it's so cool. I just like love history, and I especially, obviously, this time period, ever since I got into Empire Total War as a kid, I love this time period. So, in addition to just making it so, like, there's a bunch of new playable factions, they also have, like, a bunch of lore. Well, I say lore, I guess it's not lore, it's history, right? But they have, like, all of this, you know, information on all of, like, the new factions that I'm just like, you know, sometimes it's just fun to read all this stuff, and it's just so good. I just cannot fucking believe that it's actually a thing that they managed to do, because one of the problems, I think, with a lot of games like this, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate, honestly, Classic kind of has the same problem, right? Where if it's a game that's really, really old, and you love it, and you played it for years, eventually, you've just kind of run out of stuff to do because you mastered the game. And that's kind of like how I've gotten with Empire Total War. I've been playing it for so long that a lot of the regular campaigns just aren't really interesting to me, right? Like it's even the hardest, like, base game campaign, which would probably be playing as, like, Prussia, which is, at the time, eventually would become Germany. So you're basically playing as, like, then Germany. They have, like, a really difficult start because you're, like, surrounded by Sweden, Prussia, or Sweden, Poland, and Austria all at the same time. And even though you have, like, a really strong military, you don't have much territory, you're, like, on constant wars. So, Jesus, this Feral Druid sucks massive dick, man. Can he just, like, stay alive for 5 seconds? I know I'm not really paying much attention to the key, but, like, this should be fucking easy. He's just hard throwing. But, whatever. But yeah, so, like, I've tried playing the more difficult campaigns, and it's still, like, if you know what to do, it's just so easy, because even then, it's like, yeah, Prussia's, like, difficult, but Prussia also just has ridiculously strong military units. Obviously, like, you know, historically, Prussia was known to be, like, one of the strongest military powers in that time period, and the game reflects that. They have, like, just better stats in their line infantry, and better, like, military buildings in their capital that let them research faster and all this stuff. So you're able to snowball really quickly, and as long as you don't make any stupid moves, you can kind of win most battles. Because, like, it's not a numbers game. A lot of strategy games are just kind of like numbers, like, oh, the bigger number wins. You know, I think of something like Risk, where you're basically just building up these big numerical stacks, and, like, no, Total War, you actually have, like, the different units. So a lot of times, if you know how to, you know, strategize properly, you can win battles outnumbered 2-1 by, like, you know, using your cavalry properly and, like, flanking, and, you know, you get, like, a bunch of guys, like, grouped up in one area and then hit them with a cavalry charge in the back, and their morale breaks, and then they have, like, 200 troops just running. And that's, like, basically, you've now taken away all of these potential units, because now, instead of actually fighting you, they're just running for their lives, and then you can send your cavalry to, like, run them down while they're trying to escape. And that's, like, a bunch of free kills and stuff like that. So you can do, like, really cool things to, you know, win unfavorable battles, I guess. The problem is, you're playing against the AI at the end of the day, and with a lot of games, once you know how to manipulate the AI in the right way, it's not too difficult. Like, I know that, like, okay, you know, if I maneuver my army in the right way, the AI will try to, like, reposition its line infantry to, like, not get flanked by me, and then in doing so, oh, they're gonna accidentally leave their artillery undefended, so then I just quickly send, like, a cavalry charge in, take out their artillery, and just, like, kind of pincer them into, like, a corner. So there's lots of ways that you can, like, play around that, which means that, like, if you know what you're doing, you can win most battles, unless you're, like, ungodly outnumbered, like 4-1 or something like that. At a certain point, like, you can't just, like, make one dude kill hundreds of guys on his own. There is a limit. Especially, the more troops the enemy has, like, the bigger morale bonus they'll get. So if they know that they have, like, hundreds of guys in reserves, their troops aren't likely to rout as early, stuff like that. So oftentimes, the only way to really lose is by being at a disadvantage on the campaign map, like the overworld, where you're, like, you know, constructing your buildings, moving your armies, blah 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 blah. I'm guessing he wants mana. Okay, I'll let him get mana. So all that to say, a lot of, like, the new factions that they made playable, and they added, like, special traits and stuff, are, like, regions that are really underpowered. And that's been, like, really cool to me, because now I'm getting to, like, try out a bunch of factions that start off really weak, and then there's, like, an extra bonus that I never would have had in the base version of the game, that actually makes it quite difficult. And, like, one of the, did they? Oh, yeah, they got pulled. I think, of course, the fucking druid managed to pull it. I was gonna pull it on my own, but I was going to wait until the rest of the druid was set up, or shaman. This is a little bit sketchy. But I think we should be fine, especially since I'm not too concerned, so he won't need to keep me alive. But yeah, like, the campaign that I've been doing is I've actually been playing as, like, the Native American tribes, which is something that you technically could play as in, like, a limited campaign in the original version of the game, but they expanded it so now you can play the Native American tribes in all versions of the game. And they also, like, buff them a little bit to make them, like, an actual realistically playable faction, because before they were just kind of lacking some basic gameplay mechanics. And it's really, really, really cool. Because you have, like, the idea basically trying to, like, fight, you know, Spain, Britain, and stuff as Native Americans is just really different, because they have, like, very limited technology. They have, like, no access to any navy and stuff like that. And most of their troops are, you know, tomahawk users and stuff, or bowmen. And by using, like, tomahawks and bows, you basically need to find a way to defeat, like, line infantry, cannons, and all that other fancy shit. So you have to, like, do really fancy, you know, like, guerrilla warfare stuff, and it's just a completely different way of playing the game. I fucking love it. God, Empire Total War is so fucking good. And, like, for how much time I've spent in this game, it's kind of funny. Like, honestly, it's probably the best thing that could have happened to me, because it's like a $20 purchase or something, which may seem like a lot for a mobile game, except it's like, there's so much fucking content. Like I said, I spent hundreds of hours playing this when I was a kid. Easily worth the $20 or however much I've spent on it. And you know, playing, like, gacha games and stuff like Honkai Star Rail, I definitely spent way more than $20, I'm slightly ashamed to admit. So, compared to that, this is, like, perfect. So, yeah, basically, because I was kind of frustrated that I had to record this dungeon, I took, like, an hour break. I played through some battles. Okay, this is going to be a little bit iffy. Yeah, I'm going to take a stack of that, but I think that's well worth it to make sure I don't hit anything. Should go enough distance to not one-shot us. Okay, well, the hunter was just not topped up. This is awkward. We're not... I really don't want to... I still hate that this can target tanks. Like, that's just really troll. That's gonna hit the wall, I think. It's gonna be close. Oh, man. Alright. Shaman's dead. It's unfortunate. I think they killed it before the Abyssal Blast went off. That's good. Yeah, we got a bit of a bad timing on the patrol. Not gonna do anything super risky. Just gonna wait for this to around, especially since the healer died recently. I'm gonna do Sigil of Chains. Alright. Good. Then I'm gonna do this. That's... Snipe my kick. It's unfortunate. I do have Chaos Nova in a second. Just gonna rip it now. Wow, the druid went offline. That's crazy. Okay, well that's really bad. I mean, he was kind of literally dead weight, so I don't really know how much of a difference that's going to have, but I'm going to be completely honest here. I am not doing another Dawnbreaker. Okay, he's back online. Yeah. This is definitely one of those rare cases of, like... I did this with the Blood TK one, of if the dungeon ends up getting bricked, I'm not re-recording this. Even if this is complete. I've already timed a 12 Dawnbreaker. I'm more doing this as a formality. But yeah, this is so fucking stupid that I'm in, like, the worst fucking group I've ever seen. Me, man. Okay, this guy should have enough time to get mana. I think we should be fine. Okay. Does that hit the fountain? Bit of an awkward position there because of the way we pulled that. Dude, fucking bear form, man. Do something. This is the... How is this guy 2,900? He actually must have bought carries. I've never seen somebody this bad at that high up. Like, I've seen people who are... I'm like, there's no way they're 3K, right? But this guy genuinely is, like, one of the worst players I've seen in any dungeon, period. He's just falling over dead to air. There's no way. I was really worried for a second I was gonna butt pull that. We're good. Just, you know, dude, I wanted a chill, nice dungeon where I could sit here and talk about, like, strategy games and dumb shit like that. Instead, it has to be one of these runs. It has to be one of these fucking runs, man. I don't even need this fucking resilient keys, man. Couldn't it have been, like, any of the other dungeons that I don't have a 12 in? Ugh. Dude, big soul cleave to get threats. This the bad one? Yeah, he's just instantly dead. Press fucking defensive, man. Christ's sake. Like, you know it's the bad overlap. No defensive? Really? No bear form? You have the strongest fucking defensive in the game. Oh my god. Just fucking embarrassing. And it's his key, so I genuinely do think this guy just paid his way. Now he's just trying to get random shitters to... I say shitter. Not appropriate in this case, right? Because he's the one getting... There's no way. There's no way. There's no way, man. Seriously? What am I in? What is this? This is a little ridiculous, man. There's, like, getting carried, and then there's, like, I'm going to take a fucking battle res and instantly die. Like, that almost feels intentional. Of, like, I don't want to have to participate in this dungeon. Please just carry me through it, and I'm going to intentionally res at a time that gives me plausible deniability that is just a mistake. Because, like, there's no way. There's no way. I'm sorry, there's no fucking way. There's no way you got to 2,900 and you're that fucking retarded. Like, actually? Actually? Hello? What's crazy is this is theoretically time. Well, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we actually doing here? I mean, we need percent, honestly, but, like, I'm just, like, I don't even... I'm just not even sure what I'm in right now. Like, this key, despite a lot of the early deaths, was very, very, very timeable, and now it just kind of feels like we're intentionally trolling. Like, even the healer there just stood in the orb and let himself die. Like, on purpose, I think? I'm so confused as to what is happening here. If this was, like, any other key, I'd kind of be annoyed right now. I mean, I still am annoyed, but I'm not that annoyed, because like I said, one way or another, I'm gonna be on, like, even if they somehow vote Abandon, I would actually still include this, purely to showcase just how fucked Mythic Plus can be. Because I've already done Keystone Hero. This was, like I said, literally just a bonus for the video. It is ridiculous. I mean, is this even timeable? I'm actually not sure at this point if it is. Especially because we need like 1% after. I guess we just go and hope. I don't think this boss takes 4 minutes, but it definitely is not easy. And this druid's probably gonna die like 3 times, so... I don't know, man. Like... what's crazy is he actually, not only does he have 2900, he has timed the 12 Dawnbreaker. I'm gonna look him up after, because I've never seen somebody before who I am like 100% confident that they paid for a boost. But a lot of times I see somebody with like low IO and like a 12, and I'm like, okay, this is probably not like a mythic geared alt. This is probably somebody who bought a boost and now is trying to get a pug to run their 12 key, and that's like a blatant red flag. But this is like a type that bypasses kind of all the traditional red flags, because you see, like, okay, they've already timed the key and they have high IO. The odds of them being a complete brick is just low. This is not something I think I've really seen before. I mean, we have time right now. Let's look him up. Bitey. Server, see? Oh, there's only one person with that name. What's their previous Dawnbreaker? Unconclusive. It doesn't seem like that person. Oh. I think this is just like a genuine, like, leech of a human being. Literally just non-stop runs 10 to 12 keys and bricks half of them, from what I can tell. I mean, every now and then you're able to find a group who is able to just carry your dead weight. That's crazy. I really feel like there should be some sort of tracking metric for that, of like the amount of keys failed. The problem with that is there are actually people who really don't like to have failed keys show up on their Raider IO. So it is actually a thing where people, even without something like that, will leave runs because they don't want a depleted key to show up. That is actually something that I've seen. So the problem with that is you'll have, like, if you had some sort of tracker for, like, if you depleted a run, it would go against you, you'd have people who would leave at the last boss simply because they don't want that stain on their profile. But right now, there's no real way to tell the difference between somebody like me, who I did 12 Dawnbreaker at the start of the season and we timed it, and someone like this guy who has been working his ass off to try and get a single one done and barely managed it after a while, but then he goes back into the same key and is like the reason it gets depleted. Like, how do you measure that? Like, if I saw all the other keys of this that he managed to deplete, then it would be an obvious red flag. Or actually, it's actually going to deplete. And, like, obviously, here's the thing. I knew exactly what we were missing. I can't do my normal chain pull. Because half the group's dead, and the druid was offline at the time. So... what I really want, though, is I really want one of them to, like, shit-talk me for percent. Because that is, like, something that so many of these fucking guys will do. So normally when the patrol would come out, I would pull these guys in. But obviously that's not possible, because when the patrol came in, we still had tons of mobs alive, the druid was offline, and the mobs were really living, so... it was either I single pull this pack or I go straight into the boss. And I figured they all had their cooldowns up, so the boss was the right call, but then they all died at the end of the boss, so normally I would also pull this before we fly up, but then they're all dead and just waiting for me on the ship, so it's like... And they say GG. Dude, this is crazy. I'm not gonna be toxic, right? I'm not gonna say anything. But that's not GG, dude. That's like the worst key I've been in a while. The only reason I can even laugh is... Need that ring? Ring? Question mark? Yeah, only reason I can even laugh at that is because it's going in the video regardless. I don't give a shit. And I still get credit for my vault, and I didn't need score for this place anyway, so it's like, oh, whatever. No real loss. But also, like, are you not annoyed that the druid just threw the key? I would not say GG. I'm not going to type like, Druid, you're the most dogshit piece of garbage I've ever seen in my entire life, which is what I'm thinking, right? But I'm not going to vocalize that. But I'm also not going to type anything in party chat. I'm not going to say, great run, guys. We all played amazing. No, the Druid fucking sucked massive dick. What was that? Fucking hell. I mean, maybe they're friends or something? They're not, none of them are on the same server, so I don't think so. Oh well. Yeah, that's garbage. I didn't think I was gonna have to do another dungeon, so I forgot to actually upgrade that stuff. That ring is pretty good, though. Because I need... Right now, I'm kind of low on crit, relatively speaking. So, obviously Havoc is crit mastery, right? So, I was lacking a really good hero track ring. I was actually wondering how I was going to solve this problem. And I did pick up... Wait, was it this character? Yeah, it was this character. I got this ring, high mastery. So, initially I was like, well, I guess I run Signet of the False Accuser and Radiant Necromancer's Band as Havoc, but then that gives me a lot of mastery. And then, like, where do I get my crit? But now this is perfect, because now I have this necklace, high crit, low haste. So I put that on, that solves a lot of my crit. I put this, high mastery, low verse, then this is high crit, low haste. So now I just run these three. I'll even organize them like this. And that would actually let me balance out my crit and mastery pretty well. And you want more crit than mastery. So that works out. I think, yeah, I could do that. And yeah, that is a nice balance, I think. And the rest of my gear is mostly a good balance of crit and mastery, and then I would also have this Warglaive that I would put on. I have a decent amount of Valor Stones. I guess I'll do these upgrades now. So I'll do this, and obviously get it up to 704, because why not? And then, yeah, both of these are 710 now. So I guess I get this up to 710. Then do I have enough Valor Stones to get this one more? I do. Alright. So I don't have enough Valor Stones right now to get this necklace up, but I guess I'll pug raid or something, and I should be able to get enough Valor Stones to do that, and that would be the final bit of upgrading I need. A 704 is the highest I'd get my weapon. So then I put this on... Yeah. I think that should balance out my stats pretty well. I'll have to look at it. I could do some tweaking beyond that. I could, like, switch out the gloves to balance it out a little bit, but that feels pretty good. I'm happy with that. Well, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Technically, I'm not too upset because this is not the first time that I've even included a depleted key in one of these videos, and it was for the exact same reason of like I forgot the footage, so I'm gonna record like a last second thing just to get the footage for the video, and then it just so happened that in that run it got depleted. The last run I was actually more happy because we four-manned it because some guy ditched on the first boss of Priory, and that was just an insanely good key because we almost timed it with the four of us playing out of our minds. That key was just a complete shit show. Everybody except me played like shit, to be honest. Rogue actually did good. The Rogue was good. I take that back. The Rogue played really well. I obviously played well. I don't think there was anything really I could have done. Like, not much you can do about Let's look at the... I'm curious, did the druid interrupt it? Oh, he did less kicks than me. Of course he did. Yeah, not surprising. And then let's look at the death block. Jesus Christ. That one's crazy. That string of 4 in the middle. The hunter... I actually didn't realize how many times the hunter died. I missed that. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those where, like, he died over 9 seconds. I have to wonder, it's like, you see that Obsidian Beam is about to be cast. Did you not have Exhilaration? Did you not have Potion, Health Stone? I find it really hard to believe that over 9 seconds of him rotting down, he had no ability that he could have pressed. You could turtle that, even, if you know, like, hey, this will kill me, which, obviously, if you're that low. The Resto Shaman, I mean, this guy also was pretty shit. This is really, really, really bad healing. Like, holy shit, this is really bad healing. It seems he's primarily pressing Healing Surge, which is just not... Yeah, that's not how you play Resto Shaman. So, he did pretty terrible. He also let himself die twice, so... I mean, what are you gonna do? This one, it looks... He did, I think, Rejuvenating Wind is I just pressed Exil. So he did Exil here. I don't know if he had, like, Survival of the Fittest up, but this one... that one's rough. Just in general. That was the one where he was low and the orb hit the wall. That one, I don't entirely blame him. This guy stood in the beam. Yeah, so he literally stood in the beam. That's 100% on him. Tormenting Beam over... Yeah. He actually... That's crazy. He did go into bear form, and then he just stopped. I mean, yeah, some of these definitely... Okay, yeah, that one he stood in the frontal. That one he stood in the frontal again. That's the one where he stood in the orb. And then that's the one where he took the res right as the orb was going off. These 4, he's a complete fucking idiot, and yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Also this one. This is the only one where I'm like, maybe it's a little bit like he might have not had anything. Maybe he shifted out of bear form and thought like, okay, I just hit Frenzied Regen, I should be safe now. And then he didn't get any healing. And admittedly, it really does seem like the Resto Shaman had no clue what they were doing. So there's a little bit to be forgiven there. This, I kind of feel like he definitely did press Exil. Looks like he Exiled a little bit too early, though. Because he had... Rejuvenating Wind is... You get a hot after you Exil. And I feel like, unless he was about to die, which I don't think he was, you should definitely save Exil for the big burst of damage coming up, unless you plan on turtling that, which he clearly didn't. So, questionable. And then this one... Yeah, that's the one where he stood in the orb. Yeah, so, like, all of these deaths pretty much were avoidable. Some of them you could say were maybe healing issues, but at the very least, none of these were to threat. None of these were to people getting whacked or meleeed or anything like that, so I could wash my hands of that key and say I did my job, and just those guys were complete buffoons, and it happens. Whatever. Okay, now, for real, here are the great vault openings. This video is going to be fucking 7 hours long or some shit, so, I mean... I hope you enjoy watching. If you enjoy watching this, throw it a like, because, yeah, a lot of effort is going into getting this stuff done. And while I am doing a lot of it for me, you know, I could also just be doing this challenge on my own, but since people have expressed that they enjoy watching this, I am putting it into video format still, instead of just doing it quietly as my own personal challenge. So, hope you do enjoy watching it, but I will leave it there. And Editor Harldan can finally compile this video, and I can finally go get some food and start working on the mystery video that I mentioned earlier. I'm looking forward to doing that. Okie dokie. So, I don't really know yet what video this is going to be a part of. I will definitely include this in one of the Keystone Hero videos. I think... it's going to be one of the tanks, so this might be in Vengeance Demon Hunter, maybe? If that ends up winning the poll. which currently the reason why I'm leaning towards Vengeance DH, I put a poll on my Discord. If like Prot Warrior wins overwhelmingly, then obviously, we do that. Same with what was the other Prot Pally? But normally I don't vote in my own polls, not to rig it, but I threw in a vote for Vengeance DH because I figure it's like one vote, and that is my way of saying like this is definitely my preference, right? I could have just not polled it at all. But I figure we'll see what people are wanting to see first. The only reason I'm thinking Vengeance, right, is because in all three of those cases, I need 2 dungeons. Because the plan, which, no plan ever goes perfectly. Also, is it time? Oh, it's Time Walking Week this week, huh? Interesting. I guess I probably will have to do that. There's no Time Walking raid for Mop, right? Man, why is there no Time Walking raid for Mop? It's been so many years and they just haven't bothered to do it. I don't know if I'll care enough to get it done then, because Cataclysm Time Walking Week, I did Firelands on all my characters. I got so much gear. It's really, really, really good. Old War Time Walking is kind of in a weird spot where certain bosses are a nightmare in pugs, but Firelands Time Walking is so easy to pug these days. So that was a godsend. But doing like 5 Time Walking dungeons, that's a massive pain. The good thing about the Time Walking raids is I was able to just bring one of my alts with me because it's so easy that I literally just put one of my characters on follow and I do 2 accounts at once. But it's a lot harder to do that with dungeons. You're not able to effectively carry, and people notice, and then they'll like vote kick you from dungeons. So I don't really like to do that. I'll see how I feel about it. Might be one of those like maybe on some characters that have very little gear. All my characters are geared enough that I really don't think it matters. Yeah, whatever. Random tangent. But yeah, the main reason I'm thinking about doing Vengeance first, and if that is the video you're watching, cool. If not, whatever, is because I want to get at least one of these videos out every week. I'm going to get 2 keys done on one of the tanks that I'm 2 dungeons away from finishing with. And if I get the last 2 Vengeance keys done, then honestly, Havoc is probably the DPS spec that I'm most ready to switch to, because I already know how to play Havoc really well. I wouldn't need to do any learning, and my gear is literally 1-to-1 transferable. Whereas every other DPS spec, like Prot Paladin, I'd have to get a 2-hander for Ret. Same with Prot Warrior, I'd have to get a 2-hander for Arms or Fury. And Druid, I technically could play Feral, but I've never played it before, so that would be a learning experience, and I've already decided I'm posting Druid later. For reasons you'll find out whenever I post the Druid thing. But here, let me pull up, and I'll explain what I managed to get done this past week. So, this past week was the Mythic 0 weekly event. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to get 52 dungeons done. Let me just check if my math on that is correct. I've been saying that number for for a while now. 4 times 13. It is 52. Okay, good. So my, napkin math that I did earlier this week was right. Yeah, so I thought about getting more done, but I've had a pretty hectic week. So honestly, the past reset, I did a lot of pugging raids on almost every single character, and I got vaults on, I think, 12, most of the characters, and I had, the Delve bonus event, so I did a lot the previous week, and then it goes straight into, the Mythic Dungeon week, and honestly, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I just did not have the energy. I kind of took a break from WoW entirely, and for those 3 days, I just, downloaded some stuff on Steam that I've been meaning to play for a while, and I just played that, and then Friday, Saturday, I started getting work done on this, but then I quickly realized, I would basically have to do nothing but dungeons for the next 4-ish days to get this done, and I did not really have the energy to do that. That being said, I still got a lot of stuff done. So while I didn't manage to get all of the, the weekly Mythic thing, or the Mythic Dungeon stuff done, I did get the quest done on my Hunter and my Warlock. I almost got it done on Mage, but I ran out of time. I finished the Rogues plus 10 at like literally the last second with 15 minutes until the weekly reset. And that key you will never see, unfortunately. Well, it was a pretty shit key. We actually timed it, but it was a Dawnbreaker, and I already timed a Dawnbreaker. The very first key I did the entire season on my Rogue was a Dawnbreaker, and then I got a Dawnbreaker on my Vault again. So I can't really get into 10s on my Rogue, but I used my own 10. And yeah, I pulled my weight. Like, if I show, this is the damage breakdown. Like, did I do amazing? No. But I was only 1 million behind this guy who was like a 714 Ret Paladin with like super high IO, and this dude same like 713 Windwalker Monk or something like that, because it literally the last hour, a lot of people waited until the last second. So all things considered, my Rogue not being extremely geared, still using House of Cards and double unused trinkets, which is really awkward, I'm overall pretty happy with my performance. I think Assassination is also tricky, and it's one of those things where, like, if you saw the key was a total fucking mess. And especially the way that Assassination works, you know, the whole, like, dropping combat thing, that was not happening on a lot of those pulls. There were a few times where we actually had a full wipe. I think the key ended with, like, I can even show deaths. There were a lot of deaths, 17 deaths in total. The final set of deaths, we wiped to Rashinan because the tank walked out of melee range and multiple people got one shot. So, yeah, it was a bestie key. But you know what? My Rogue got a plus 10 in the vault. So I'm overall pretty happy with that. 1 second. I'm not going to pause the recording, but my mom just messaged me in Discord. Just quickly responding to her. Yeah, so I it's been a busy week, basically, and unfortunately, you know, although I did manage to get a few, like, not high keys done on my mage, but, like, you know, middle of the road M+ keys, I didn't manage to get that final one. Odds are, this wouldn't have really given me much of anything anyway, so I'm not too concerned, but it does suck. One big thing is when I did an M0 Aldani on my Warlock for the dungeon box, I looted, I shit you not, a Parapodia and a Lily of the Eternal Weave from the same M0 dungeon, which was insane because my Warlock had completely dogshit trinkets. And Parapodia is like either BIS or top 3 for every single Warlock spec, and Lily is either like top 3 or like at least, you know, top 10 for what I think one spec doesn't really like Mastery that much. I forget which one off the top of my head. But either way, they're both completely usable trinkets, better than anything I could get from Delves. Realistically, I think I would want, like, what, an Astral Antenna instead of Lily, and I think one of the specs really likes Diamantine Void Core. Either way, that was massive for my Warlock, and considering trinkets were basically the only thing holding me back, you can see they're both 695 now, and I haven't sent a single craft on either of these characters. So I would actually say, overall, my Mage, Warlock, Priest, and Evoker have, I would say, honestly, all of these characters have roughly comparable gear, except my Hunter has a crafted weapon, my Priest has gotten decent Vault luck, so that's why I have the 704 stuff. I also did craft, and my Evoker is in a weird spot where I crafted, but then also my Evoker is the only character so far this season to get fucked over by public orders, and they did not come back 5-star, which I was kind of salty about, but honestly, I'm just going to let it ride for now, because with Turbo Boost out in like 2 weeks, I'm just going to recraft then, and recraft with the mythic thing, and it came back 4-star, so it's like not the end of the world, it's just annoying, but I'll just say fuck it, right? But overall, you know, they're all good. I've gotten really good loot on these characters. My Warrior is like missing good items in like 2 slots, which is holding it back a little bit compared to some of these other ones, but my Druid has gotten amazing loot luck, which is funny. Last season, my Druid had like the worst loot luck of any of my characters. This season, it's just getting insanely good stuff back to back out of vaults and raids. And then Obviously, these two characters are like my main and my second main, because I focused on this early in the season, because I was going to potentially use it for Dementius, and, well, whatever. Didn't work out. I didn't update this quest, but you can see here, this is up to date. I managed to get a +10 on 11 out of 13 characters, and the only ones I didn't were the 2 characters that I never planned on it in the first place. I am hopeful this week. Obviously, we have the time walking thing. TBD on whether or not I do that. My goal this week is obviously to get one of the tanks done, probably Demon Hunter, which is what you will probably be watching. And I am going to try to get... I'm definitely going to get like 1 key done just for vaults, bare minimum on all characters. We'll see if I do more. BD. If this is Vengeance DH, if that's the video you're currently watching, then I also intend to get a few Havoc keys done to get 2 vault slots on Demon Hunter, because if I'm already doing 2, may as well go the full distance and get like the 2nd vault slot. And then that will let me get some progress there. I like to pug a few more raids. You can see here I've gotten pretty good luck with the boots, but I am still missing it on some characters, and there's like 1 or 2 trinkets that I'm still missing. I'm missing the Lumithar's Living Silk trinket. None of my healers have gotten that. My Evoker has insane trinkets, so I don't really care. But it would definitely be beneficial for my Priest to get that. And I would like to have it for my other healer characters, or like characters that can heal. So I don't really care on Resto Shaman. I also have insane trinkets on this character. But on my Paladin, Druid, and Monk, potentially getting that would be good, because I would like to start working on those sooner rather than later. We'll see. But there's like more room. The main thing is some of my characters, like this Rogue, for instance. This Rogue, out of the characters I've been doing +10s with, has the worst trinket in the form of House of Cards. This is pretty yucky, and I would like to see it replaced. My Hunter also has a pretty mediocre trinket. I forget... did I update the sheet? I did. Oh, never mind. I forgot. Okay, yeah, I take it back. My Hunter got a Hero Trek Arakara Sackroot. I forgot. I looted 2 Sackroots. I did two different Arakaras, and I looted 2 Sackroots, or 1 from each. I forgot about that. That's insane. Okay, yeah, so never mind. My Hunter's trinkets are basically perfect. Obviously, the antenna would be slightly better, but who cares? Sackroot's still perfectly serviceable. But my Rogue could really use a replacement trinket. So that's like priority number 1. Get an antenna or something that can replace House of Cards. And then potentially get Lumithar's Living Silk and other characters. Potentially get the tank trinket, the Brand of Ceaseless Ire on... Which tanks are missing it? I think only my Prop Paladin is missing Brand of Ceaseless Ire at this point. Maybe I get it out of the vaults, we'll see. But that would be very nice. And I think that's it, other than, like, I'll probably do Lumithar just for antenna chances on random characters, because, like, eventually I will want it for off-specs or something like that. But then, outside of all that, I also want to get these 2 characters up to +10s. Initially, like, last week, I said before that I was going to think more long-term with these guys, and I wasn't going to rush it. But the fact that my Warlock just got 2 insane trinkets, I think it's ready to go. I just need to get Destro set up, which is what I'm planning on doing first this season, because I want to leave Demo and stuff till later. So I'm going to start with Destro. I've heard that is, like, really, really good. I think I have perfectly good gear for it. I'll send crafts. And I was hesitant on Mage, but I've been playing around with Sunfury Arcane, and I think it really clicks for me. So like, in all of the low keys that I did, I was just absolutely demolishing, like, every single pull. I did ridiculous damage as Sunfury Arcane, and I feel like I get it. With the Barrage Helper Weak Aura, now that it helps me with that side of things, I kind of enjoy it, and I feel confident to play it. So I would need to push my key. I think I'm going to have, what, like a +6 probably out of my vaults on Mage. I guess we'll see when I open it. So I will need to push that up a little bit, but I feel like that is very doable, and then I can start collecting +10s. And one of these two is probably going to be the last Keystone Hero challenge that I upload. As for the classes, right? In most cases, I'll probably go through the first spec of each class, like I did last season. I think that's still my main goal, because that's the hardest part. But I think either Sun Fury Arcane or Destro Warlock is going to be one of the last two. Obviously, because all of these characters already have at least some +10s timed. Hunter will also probably be third to last, because although I have gotten multiple myth track pieces, I started the season on survival, and I didn't really get many keys done. A lot of them were depletes, barely depletes, unfortunately. But then I just said, fuck it, switching to MM. And I did time my key, so I have recorded the very first Marksmanship Hunter key for the challenge. So, good progress on that. We'll see how all of that shakes out over time. But yeah, that's what I managed to get done this week. And those are my goals for next week. And now I guess we just start popping open the vaults. So let me close this, back to my rogue. So as I said, my main goal on this character is to get a better trinket to replace this. Now, here's the thing though. A lot of the trinkets that I want are gonna come from Raid. A lot of the really good trinkets are things like Nether Prism, which would come from Raid. So that is ideally what I'm trying to get. So if I get a trinket out of the M+ slot, chances are it's going to be dog shit. I think last week I actually did get a trinket, and it was like Ticking Sack of Terror. I'm pretty sure that's what I got. And I took a Champion Track Nether Prism over that, because why bother? I did not get a chance on this character to Pug Raid last week. Yeah, it says this, but I think that this is 2 weeks ago, and it's still sitting here. I mean, even time walking is over there. According to my spreadsheet, I did not get anything done on my rogue for Raid, and I believe that is accurate. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered to update it had I gotten something done. So I only have one slot. If it misses, then I get 1/3 of a token, or a socket, I mean. So obviously, I really want this to hit. It would really suck if this misses. Which then begs the question, what spec do I open this as? And I think it probably has to be... I think I do Assassination. Either Assassination or Sub. So the way I see it is obviously long-term, an Outlaw weapon would be really nice, but honestly, I'm probably going to do Outlaw last. I'm fully committed for Assassination, even though I've heard a lot of people say, like, Sub is better. I'm really enjoying the spec. I've already gotten 3 keys. Now, the unfortunate thing is, I already know I forgot to record my Tazavesh Streets. Now, this is, like, the easiest key this season, so re-recording this won't be hard, but it is kind of unfortunate that I will need to do this again, for sure, 100%. So, I do still have a decent amount of dungeons left to do for Assassination, but I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to get this done first, and then I'm going to switch to Sub, because I've heard that Sub is the ideal spec, and pretty much all of my gear will carry over 1-to-1 because of daggers and stuff. So I think that because of that, it's better to just open this as a dagger spec. It doesn't matter whether I open this as Assassin or Sub. Obviously, getting a dagger would be ideal, but that is a Myth Track chest. That is good. We take those, yeah. That's just a tier slot, right? Yeah, technically, it could have hit a slot that I didn't want. I wonder, the question is, do I just send this now? Or I'll have to look at what the catalyst for this is. Because I actually have, this is best in slot stats. Because if I pull up my add-on, crit over mastery is the ideal stats for Assassination Road. If this is actually... this random add-on that I built as like a Hello World program is proving to be more useful than I thought it would be. This is a really good memory tool. I don't need to like constantly check stat weights every single time when I'm trying to remember. So this chest, which is Hero Track, I could upgrade this to 707 for free. Unless this is also good stats. This is high versatility, yeah, so I don't want to bother. I might do this eventually, right? I could catalyze this, and theoretically, I could spend Crest to get it up to 723, but I actually think it would be better to just upgrade this for free because it's BIS stats to 707, and I'll hold on to this. And I think versatility is good for both Outlaw and Sub. So when I eventually get around to them, well, I have a myth track thing sitting here that I can catalyze, and then, you know, we're ready to go, right? So it'll still prove useful. But then in the meantime, I can just send this up here. Actually, come to think of it, I can upgrade this to 710. It's, you know, it's effectively exactly the same. So this is worth using at least 15 Gilded Crests on. I'll even do this because may as well. And that way I won't overcap on Valor Stones for a little bit longer. And that is pretty good. And yeah, I'm just double checking. Sometimes I get like an item from a Delver's Bounty and it gives me a discount, but I forget to use it. But nope, doesn't look like that. My rogue is now 700 on the dot. Perfect. Just update that on my sheet. Yeah, considering, like I said, I needed that slot to hit because I only had one slot. I had no real options, and it fucking hit. We take those. So that is a good day already. I'm a lot more limited in my options this time around, because last week, I had really good vaults last week. And you can see those vaults in the Resto Shaman Keystone Hero if you did not watch that. But I didn't get, like, perfect hits in the Mythic Dungeon slot, so there were a lot of characters that I did a +10 on, and I got something bad as my +10 reward, like on my Rogue. But my Rogue got a crappy thing in the Mythic Dungeon slot, but then I got Nether Prism, which, yeah, it's a champion item. It feels bad taking a champion item, but my, like, unequivocally best-in-slot trinket for pretty much all 3 Rogue specs, I can kind of be okay with that. Especially because my Rogue had terrible trinkets. Same thing happened in a few other cases. I got like a best-in-slot raid trinket from that, from normal or heroic raid, and I wasn't really too upset about not getting an item in the myth track slot. I don't actually think I took a single socket last week. I can't remember if I did or not. But overall, I was very happy with my vault options. Especially the fact that my monk actually got a pretty sizable upgrade when there were very few potential upgrades. That was very, very, very nice to see. So my priest, I did pug some raid bosses. So my priest has 1 +10 vault slot, and I have a normal raid slot right now. There are still a handful of things that my priest can get. I actually got a ring from the last dungeon I just did, Dawnbreaker, earlier today. That is a almost direct upgrade to this thing. But I haven't gotten a chance to, like, socket and gem this yet, but I will. But that means that I would like to not see a ring, because I already have this Myth Track, which is, like, BIS stats, and I have this Hero Track, which is also BIS stats. It's, like, basically BIS for Holy and Disc in most cases. So I'm pretty happy with those. I got a kind of Myth Track necklace, but a lot of Priest stat weights from what I've seen are, like, flexible. No stat is truly dead, so as long as you balance around the rest of your gear, like I switched my fiber on some specs to balance it out, then it's okay. I have my crafted weapon, I did that last week. So, overall, there's a few different things that I could get that I would want. The main thing, though, because obviously the main takeaway here is, what do I open my vault as? Now, I still really want to replace Twisted Mana Sprite, because if we look at my overall healing, this thing's really bad. Ever since it got fixed, quote-unquote, it basically got nerfed into the ground. It's still the best healing trinket I have, because there's a lot of really shit trinkets this season, which I think is absolutely terrible game design. I don't know how they can't balance things appropriately, but right now, the disparity between the good trinkets and even the average trinkets is massive. Like, the best trinkets for almost every single spec are so far ahead. It's kind of crazy. And, like, I got this out of one of my first vaults. This is just a very solid trinket for all 3 pre-specs. So I'm pretty much going to use this, no matter what I'm playing. And ideally, for Disc, I would like... let me pull up QE Live. I'm pretty sure I just want, like, Antenna or obviously Lumithar's Living Silk. Because, obviously, for dungeons, Lumithar's Living Silk is always going to be best for all healers, just because of the utility that it provides. And it looks like, for Disc, an unused trinket like Lily would also be pretty good. So according to QE Live, Secret Technique, Antenna, Parapodia, Lily, those are all good options. And then it says Nexus King's Command is really good, but I feel that is more of a raid thing than a dungeon thing. I'm not actually sure if I'm able to change that in QE Live. I don't know how to read this super well. I've only recently started healing. I do know the very basics of it. And then if I look at, where's Holy Priest? Holy Priest, which I will eventually switch to. Holy Priest loves Antenna, Secret Technique, and this Crystal. They like a lot of passive stat trinkets. Cool. Yeah, so main takeaway here is most of my best trinkets are going to be damage trinkets, or trinkets that you can get with either damage or healer. Although, obviously, opening this as Shadow prevents me from getting Lumithar's Living Silk, which, would be pretty good. That would be very nice to have. I think that is a chance I'm willing to take. Especially for the keys I'm healing right now, I don't need Lumithar's Living Silk. It would be nice, but a lot of times it's not going to mean the difference between life or death. If somebody dies and I'm unable to just heal them, usually it means they just stood in something and got either one shot or took, stacks of a dot that does, 90% of their health every second, and it's just unhealable. This dungeon in particular, the tank kept standing in the orb on Dawnbreaker and taking, 2 or 3 stacks and then getting shredded and not pressing a defensive. And it's Lumithar's Living Silk's not going to save you there. So, it's a good trinket for M+, but it's not a get-out-of-jail-free card. So, I'm going to put this on Shadow. And we're going to hope for a good trinket. That would be very nice. Fingers crossed. Come on, come on, come on. Not good. That is not a good outcome. So, yeah, it's tricky because, obviously, I could recraft, right? I technically didn't invest a lot into my bracers. This is why almost always, by the way, and I recommend doing this, and this will be in my gearing guide, which pretty much the moment I'm done recording this, I'm actually going to start recording my gearing guide, which will probably be out sometime in October, after Turbo Boost fully kicks off. But I think it's always best to craft your riding armor banding with the free 704 crest that you get from the Dementious thing. Or, in my case, the rep. But you get 2 of them. One from Dementious, one from Renown 20. But everybody should have at least one from Dementious. And that means that you can just get this for free, 704, as one of your embellishment slots, and you're investing literally nothing into it. And then you can put your Gilded Crest towards either upgrading your gear, if you have something Mythdrac, or crafting something at 720. And because I did that, this is a fairly low investment slot. It still sucks, because bracers usually are ideal, but eventually I am going to recraft this belt. The Delve belt is not very good, and I definitely don't want to hold on to this. So my next craft, most people these days are crafting Bracer's belt, and then, some people are crafting in their non-optimal tier piece, which is not recommended at all for, alts like this, because I'm going to take whatever Mythtrack tier piece I can get my hands on, because I don't have easy access to it. If you're playing a character where it's you're running Mythic Raid and you can have decent control over which of your tier pieces are Mythtrack, then you can kind of play around that. That's not the case for most people. So, really, Belt and Bracers are the only 2 options. I still could make a 720, and I have the crest for it. So I could basically make a 720 riding armor banding. I don't have the second spark right now, but right now I can get another full spark beyond this. I just didn't do my weekly last week, so I don't have the other half a spark. But I could do that, and then I could craft a belt with riding armor banding, and then that would make taking these bracers ideal. The question really is, are the stats on this even good? Are they worth running? For Disc Priest, no. These stats are not great. But they are... I think crit is good for Holy, I remember reading. I think crit, this would be fine. I would definitely use this. It's not completely worthless. And that's kind of the thing with Priest. Priest doesn't have any completely dead stats. And for Shadow definitely, I think, prefers mastery over others, but there's no dead stats. So this would be a bit of a weird one. I think this is technically like worst possible bracer for Shadow. Admittedly, I'm doing Shadow last, so it's entirely possible I get something better by that point in time. One thing that I do think is probably worth checking is what is the catalyst form of bracers, because at this point in time, I have a lot of catalyst charges just sitting around, and it turns out it's also high crit low verse. So it would be exactly the same as these bracers that I could theoretically take. It's a tricky situation. Because obviously, on one hand, it is technically an upgrade. I have to put effort into it. It doesn't come with a socket. It doesn't come with leech. There's nothing particularly enticing about these bracers, but it is a very, very marginal stat increase. So it is technically something. And I don't even have a full socket. So I think that, as bad as it feels, I do genuinely believe that it is probably correct to take this. It's going to feel really bad. This is probably the smallest upgrade I could possibly get from a vault. And it does require me to eventually recraft. But it is something, right? And I feel like it's entirely possible that I could eventually go the entire season without getting another pair of Myth-Track bracers. And, you know, I guess, like I said, it's better than nothing. It is fine. If I had already burned all my crests and I couldn't craft anything easily, then maybe I would think differently, but I'm going to replace this, especially, like, for sure, this needs to go by Turbo Boost, so fuck it. I just crafted this week, replace this, and we're good to go. I guess, is there... honestly, I might craft chest. I'll have to think about this a little bit more. I'll see what I get out of my Delver's Bounty. Maybe I get a Hero Track chest and just hold on to that. But I forgot I only had a Veteran chest. We'll see. I'll think about it. Not thrilled with that, but it is... it's something, right? It's something, you know. Silver lining. It's fine. And realistically, like I said, most of the good trinkets that I could get come out of Raid. So, you know, Diamantine Void Core is pretty good. What's it called? Let's go DK next. Not much I can get on DK. Yeah, Diamantine Void Core, Astral Antenna. Technically, I guess, Ecodome has some good stuff. So, I think isn't Lily pretty good for Shadow Priest? Let me look at trinkets for them. Yeah, Parapody is pretty good. Lily's solid for Shadow Priest. Yeah. But so is Diamantine Void Core, so is Ritual Forge. So, there are... you can see, I forgot that it records my chat history. Man, this is one, obviously we're already finished with Blood DK. We're already finished with Blood DK Keystone Hero. So you're never going to get to see the weekly key I did on this character, but I did... well, you can take a look at the damage meters here and take a guess at why I might have been a little bit annoyed with that Feral Druid. Yeah, effectively, I'm not going to go into it too much. I feel like I probably should explain at least a little bit why I basically said I'd love the last 20 minutes of my life back. So I got this necklace, and it is, technically speaking, I don't need it, right? Like, I have a good necklace. The stats of this are good, right? And I do not have this one. So, depending on what I get, like, I could get a ring or something out of this vault that makes me need to switch my stats around slightly, and then that neck would actually be ideal. And the Feral Druid was kind of like, you know, oh, you don't need the neck, so could I have it? And I'm like, I'd rather keep it. And then he was like, well, it is pretty good for me, up to you. I would like to have it or something like that, and that's why I said, you know, well, I'd love to have the last 20 minutes of my life back, but hey. And the context for that is, obviously, you can see this guy was complete dead weight, quite literally. If we take a look at the deaths, dead, 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 dead. Some of these are crazy. This one, you know, he didn't kick Unstable Rift. This one, he stood in a Drifting Star. And then he died right before we pulled the first boss, and then he just released instead of taking a res, so he was locked out for the entirety of the first boss. And then he briefed us on, it was his key, by the way, which, like, you know, he gets some slack, you know, obviously he's the one who made the group, which, you know, I'm sure you couldn't figure that out by looking at the damage meters. But then he died to Solia, and then admittedly the healer was also really bad. The healer then died to Solia. Basically, the healer double soaked and died trying to double soak the thing that you have to run into and it explodes and you don't want to stack it. And then it was a wipe. We pull Solia again, and then he dies like instantly again. And then in the end, I had to solo the last 10% of Solia, including the entire final fucking like connect the lines thing. So I'm just sitting there with fucking AMS doing 1 star at a time and death striking Solia in between it. And we finished it with like 1 minute left. I'm the only one alive. So the balls to sit on the floor, half the key dead, and get hard carried by me and then bitch me out for wanting to keep the necklace that I got. I gave him that snarky response. Pugs can be a fucking nightmare sometimes. I think I don't really have much on this character. I think the only thing I did is, oh yeah, I did normal Fractalus last week and I got this. So I actually have pretty insane trinkets on my Blood DK now because I can't remember if I ever showed this. I think it might have been from my last weekly key, but I got Tome. So my Blood DK now has All-Devouring Nucleus Hero Track, Tome of Light's Devotion Hero Track, Brand of Ceaseless Ire Hero Track, and Unyielding Nether Prism Champion Track. So I basically have like all of Blood DK's best in slot trinkets. Oh, and if that wasn't good enough, I also have a secret technique. So yeah, this character has absolutely bonkers gear. Last week I ripped a best in slot, not full, like close to best in slot weapon out of my vault, and it's bis for Frost and Unholy. So I've gotten pretty good vaults of this character. I only have 1 mythic dungeon slot to open. Basically, the only thing that I could get if I go tank loot spec is I could get a Myth Track Tome of Light's Devotion. Here's the thing. I have a Hero Track Tome of Light's Devotion now, so I don't really need a Myth Track one. Obviously, would it be good? Yeah, I guess. But it would only be good on single target, and if I bring Blood DK for raids, it's not going to be for over a month. Because when I get back into raiding, I am going to probably be on my Brewmaster, and I don't think I will be bringing my Blood DK to anything. And even if I do, the difference between a Myth Track and Hero Track Tome is so marginal. So I don't really care that much. I'd love to get one later in the season, but like, do I give enough of a shit to open this as tank loot spec when that's the only thing I need? Not really. Comparatively, if I think about what Frost and Unholy need, Cursed Stone Idol is very good for both of them, and it's actually pretty good for Blood. I don't know if I would use it over Unyielding Nether Prism. Maybe I would. But basically, Cursed Stone Idol would be insanely good for both Frost and Unholy. Yeah, it's very, very strong. And then there's a lot of other trinkets that would be pretty nice to have, like Pacemaker, a Myth Track Secret Technique would be okay. It would be usable as like a passive thing. Technically, I'd rather have Astral Antenna, but obviously I can't get that out of the dungeon slot. So out of stuff that I could actually get, that's kind of what I'd be hoping for. And then is there anything else I'm forgetting? Really just that. I'd want Pacemaker or Cursed Stone Idol, but primarily Cursed Stone Idol. And I think the value of Cursed Stone Idol, especially because I don't think I have one, even on like Champion or Hero Track at all. So I'd much rather have one that I could use for those specs, because right now, I technically could play Frost or Unholy. Like, I could... Nether Prism is a solid trinket for both of them, though it's a little bit behind Ritual Forge and Cursed Stone Idol. I did look it up, and apparently a lot of the... For whatever reason, a lot of the top Mythic Plus DPS DKs are actually running Nether Prism over either one of those other trinkets. I would imagine it has to do something with, like, the way that it lines up with the way you use your CDs and M+, but on raid logs, almost all of them are using Cursed Stone Idol, which is also the trinket that sims the highest, so there's something weird going on there. I don't know enough about Frost or Unholy to comment. I haven't really done that much research into, like, the reasons why, But at the very least, I could use this, and then I would probably, I guess, use Technique. It's just passive stats, it's okay. But I am lacking a good, like, really good second trinket, and I would love to get Cursed Stone Idol. Alternatively, the loot spec I picked doesn't matter, and I get, like, one of the Myth Track tier pieces I'm missing. But either way, I'm going to open this as Unholy. I'm just kind of explaining my logic, right? And that is one of the Myth Track tier pieces I'm missing. So, yeah, exactly what I just said, you know? We take those. That's, can't really ever be upset about that. Obviously, would I love to have a Myth Track Cursed Stone Idol? Though, you could argue this is actually better. It's not as exciting. It's not as flashy as, you know, a super fancy trinket that I would be able to use for other stuff. But honestly, I don't even know if I'd use Cursed Stone Idol as Blood. I'm pretty sure Nether Prism's actually better for Blood. It's close, according to Sims, but I think most people are using Nether Prism. Because, like, on AoE, it's a lot more easier to line up. And on single target, you use Tome Brand anyways, so you don't use either one of them. So, even if I got that trinket, it wouldn't matter right now. Whereas this helmet is going to be usable for both of my characters. And it was already one of my tier slots, so yeah. And I didn't even think about it. It came pre-catalyzed, so I don't even need to use a catalyst charge on it. Which means, do I still have... yeah. I still have 2 random catalyst charges that I could use on something. Curious what these turn into. I could catalyze gloves if I want, but I don't really care all that much. Stats are still fine. Yeah. Just save them for a rainy day, I guess, if I get, like, any random Myth Track piece, but I am happy with that. And then... how am I on crests? Actually, do I have enough to just slam this up to max? Fucking Valor Stones, man. I hate that. I actually do have enough crests. It's fucking Valor Stones. I hate Valor Stones. Literally the worst mechanic in the entirety of World of Warcraft's history. Fuck Valor Stones. Whatever. I mean, I do... I usually get, like, 200 to 300 Valor Stones off the delves that I do every single week. And then I'll probably just, like, spend the Radiant Echoes, and I'll have enough. So that's pretty good. Even without even having to upgrade it, my DK already went up by 1 item level. Already sub 12. Fuck yeah, we take those. Alright. Extremely limited options, and I still managed to hit with these vaults. Love to see it. Druid. One of my luckiest characters so far. Does the luck continue? My Druid has 2 Myth Track tier pieces, so there are 3 potential Myth Track tier pieces that I could get. My Druid already has a Myth Track weapon for both Guardian and Feral. I have Brand of Ceaseless Ire, which I'm always going to use on Bear. I have no Raid Vault slots. So this is another character where it's literally just a one-shot at Myth Track dungeon stuff, and if I hit, I hit. If I don't, we take a third of a socket. So we'll see. But yeah, you can see here I have Lily. I got this out of one of my last vaults. This has been fine. I don't love this trinket on Bear, and there's definitely things I would use over it, but it's okay, and it's decent for the other specs. So I will be able to make use of this, which is why I took it. This I'm never taking off unless I get a higher item level version of it, at least for Guardian. And I have... what's it called? Yeah, I have fairly weak other trinkets. I forgot I got that. Extra Catalyst Charge. I forgot I got this. I don't need this. My current stuff is better. Yeah, I have a Myth Track necklace. I have rings, so I could theoretically get a ring as an upgrade. I have really nice bracers, even though they are champion track. But I could get Myth Track for chest. I could get Myth Track pants. And this is what I'm talking about, where, obviously, in this case, because I have a Myth Track weapon, I went with Woven Dusk Thread. And I crafted this in the belt. And because this is the other tier slot, if I happen to get Myth Track pants, then I would just take this off and I would use something else. And then I have already Myth Track gloves and shoulders, which A similar situation, I think I was going to upgrade this to max, and then I ran out of Valor Stones. Hero Trek Helmet, but this is with a socket and speed, so I would actually be quite sad to let this go. I'm more than happy to hold on to this for quite a while. But honestly, there's not a lot that I could get, if you think about it, because trinket-wise, what could I get trinket-wise? This one I actually do need to think about a lot. For Feral Druid, I mostly want raid trinkets. If I recall, yeah, Feral Druid loves Ritual Forge. I would really want to get my hands on one of those. And then probably just like Antenna or Nether Prism. I'd have to do a little bit more research. I think it's pretty sure it's just Antenna and Ritual Forge for Feral, but I will have to do a little bit more reading into that. Either way, there aren't really any good dungeon trinkets that are better than Lily for Feral. So that's kind of a moot point. I can't get a weapon for Feral because I already have one. And obviously, in the case of if it's jewelry or if it's tier, it doesn't matter which spec. So honestly, I think I open this as either Resto or Balance. Because in the off chance that I get like a weapon or a trinket, the weapon at least I'd be able to use for the other specs, and then I'd never have to worry about crafting one, unless it's like a one-hand or offhand, in which case we'll do some funky stuff. And trinkets, although there are some like niche feral trinkets I could get, and obviously if I open this as Guardian, I could get Tome, but I don't really see myself playing this in Mythic Plus ever, or playing this in Raid ever, Guardian that is. So Tome is not a great M+ trinket, so I would really never use it. Well, at least compared to the other trinket options available to me. I would not use it over what I'm using right now. So really it's some niche feral side grades, or a potentially good trinket for Balance and Resto, as well as a weapon. So I definitely opened it as either Balance or Resto, I think. Balance, Lily is pretty good for them, but I think Ritual Forge is better. Parapodia is good for Balance. And yeah, I guess it would be pretty much just Parapodia. Let me double check the logs. Warcraft logs is down. Okay, yeah, fucking great. The entire site of Warcraft logs is down. All right, never mind. Fuck me. So Resto Druid then. Let's see here. I'm gonna check this. Resto Druid like Secret Technique, Arakar Sacrood, Empowering Crystal, which I believe is also pretty good for Balance. Empowering Crystal is... I think Empowering Crystal, theoretically, I could get no matter the spec. I believe that is also lootable by Guardian and Feral, but don't quote me on that. Doesn't really matter, it's not your best option anyways. Sacrood, obviously, Slea's obviously can be gotten by both. There's no good dungeon-specific healer trinkets. Like, first-class healing distributor is kind of shit. And... Yeah, there's just really no good dungeon healer trinkets this season that I particularly want. So, honestly, I think I open this as Balance, and... I don't really want to get a Balance item, but this way, instead of a, crappy socket, I could theoretically get some... Oh. Apparently, I also got a Delve slot, which, theoretically, I could have taken. This would have been a slight upgrade, but yeah. You see Secret Technique, this is, like, the easiest pickup of my life, right? Like, I'm just double-checking. I want to make sure I'm not crazy. Okay, so Warcraft logs is down. I'm gonna check Raider.io just to see. What are they running? The top, Resto Druids. Top Resto Druids running Parapodia and Lumithar's Living Silk, which obviously they're running that. Let me see. What are they? Another one's running the Nexus King's trinket. I did hear that was pretty good for Resto. Another one's running the Nexus King trinket. Alright, well, I can't find too many high-level Resto Druids running that. I would suspect that this is still pretty good. I actually think I might use this over Lily for Guardian Druid. It's a tough call. Because, like, I don't like Lily. It doesn't line up cleanly with Incarn, but because Guardian, so much of my damage is built into that Incarn window, it just kind of ends up working out that, like, any on-use trinket, even if I have to hold it for a while, that I can line up with Incarn, it's really good. Even if it's, like, the worst possible on-use trinket, it's still good. So I don't think I use this for, yeah. I don't think I use this for Guardian. This is weird. I did literally say that it could theoretically... this was one of the possible good options. But is it even ideal? Looking at top balance druids... They're running Lily. Well, I guess it is good that the other trinket I have, Lily, is actually being run by a decent amount of people. Well, Lily and Parapodia. Feral Druid running... Yeah, okay. Feral loves Ritual Forge. Ritual Forge Antenna. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I gotta take this. I feel like I have to take this. Like, I guess at the very least you could argue it's... You save a little bit of crests. I think, technically speaking, while the top players are not running it because most of them have Astral Antenna, I am like 99.99% sure that this is like second... Like, I'm seeing all these top balance druids running Parapodia, all these top ferals running Astral Antenna, all these top Resto druids running the Nexus King trinket. I'm pretty sure that, like, Secret Technique is either second or third best behind that, and it's not that far off for, like, all of them. So this is, like, a good second best option. And realistically speaking, for the level of keys that I'm running, this is perfectly fine. So I have to take this. I'm trolling not taking this, so I have to take it. But it is mildly disappointing. It's such a weird situation that I've gotten two pretty good trinkets on this character, but they've all just been like, it's not quite this, but it's almost. And it's unfortunate that because my Brand of Ceaseless Ire is champion track, so are my boots. In both cases, yeah. I will still... This week I'll probably have to go back to pugging Soul Hunters. I didn't have time to do as many raid pugs as I wanted this past week, because all the dungeon stuff I try to get done. We'll see how I feel the rest of the week. But yeah, overall, look, I got a pretty good trinket. I'm almost certainly going to use this for the other druid specs. So, and honestly, this might mean... I wonder... I'm going to have to look into it. I don't know how big of a difference Lily versus Ritual Forge is for Feral, because it seems like Ritual Forge is really good for Feral, but I wonder if, like, even though this seems solid, is it, like, way worse? I'm pretty sure I could play Feral with Lily and Technique and be perfectly happy. But it would feel weird playing it with, like, a setup that's, like, technically not this, when all the other Ferals are running, like, two completely different trinkets. But we'll make do. It's fine. It's fine. It's a good vault. It's a good vault. It's not, like, the best thing that you would ever want to see, but it is a good vault. And you know what? More importantly, I don't need to recraft anything to make that vault work. It just works. So, we'll take it. Technically, my Blood DK didn't need to recraft anything either. That's the best kind of vault. It's just, hey, free item level. W. But, it's fine. And who knows, maybe there's, like, balancing tuning or something later in the season, and it ends up being really good. Now I'm kind of coping, but whatever. Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman. So this is interesting, because Resto Shaman now is in the retirement hall, kind of, right? I don't know what to do with this character. Obviously, I've already done with this Keystone Hero. This was number 3. So we can see here, bloop, got a good amount of keys done on Resto. That being said, I'm kind of in a weird spot with it right now, where I really don't want to play Ellie just yet. Enhance will definitely be the final thing I do, because I have a crafted shield, and I have a Myth Track Int Dagger. So, I'm already fully geared up for Caster. So, Ellie is 100% the next thing I play. Enhance will not be until much later. But I don't really want to play Enhance, like, right now. Definitely not this week. This week, I'm pretty sure I just slam a 10 on Resto. And that's it. But also, while a lot of other specs, because, like, some of these, I'll be entirely honest, there's going to be some of these specs that, like, I'm done with them, and then I put them away to never be played again. Like, Vengeance Demon Hunter, if that's the video you're watching, I'm basically never going to touch the spec at all for the remainder of the season. I've been pretty vocal about how I don't love the current iteration of Vengeance, and, like, I would never use it for raids. I have no interest in using it for pushing M+. It's not even meta right now. Like, Brewmaster, my main, is better than Vengeance for M+ right now. So, if I was gonna push, I'd do it on Brew, which I might, actually. I got 3k in Brew this past week, so good progress on that. But yeah, there's no reason to play Vengeance. I find Havoc to be a very fun spec, so I will probably, for the foreseeable future, do all of my weekly keys as Havoc, just because I enjoy it more. So, that spec, I don't give a shit about. The moment this challenge is done for it, it's done. But then, like, Blood DK is in a weird spot, right? Where, theoretically, it could be useful to have for Dementius. I don't really know what's going to happen for that, but I still want to have it ready in my back pocket in case I need it. And then Resto Shaman, although this has been an alt for a while, I am actually strongly considering applying for a guild as a healer, because I've never raid healed before, and I really want to learn how to do it, so I might try, like, raiding in 2 guilds at once, like doing my tank stuff, but then also applying for a guild and being, like, probably some low entry-level mythic guild, like they're on Forge Araz, or something, maybe even lower, and basically being like, hey, look, I have all of this extensive mythic experience, but I've never raid healed before. And I know how to play Resto Shaman, or I don't know, I'd probably do it with Resto Shaman, because that's the healer I'm most confident with. And I'd be like, look, obviously, I don't have maybe necessarily the experience that you would expect on healer, but I'm a fast learner, and you gotta start somewhere, right? So, I might do that? We'll see. Which means that I do kind of still need to care about my Resto spec, even though I'm done with the challenge, because I'm not ruling that out, right? That being said, I'm kind of like walking through my thoughts right now. I still don't think I open this as Resto loot spec, because all of the stuff that I would like to see, I could see as Ellie loot spec, and I don't really want any of the healing trinkets, because, like, these are my trinkets right now. Like, I don't like Signet. I'd love to get a better trinket, but I definitely wouldn't replace it with anything other than, like, a... honestly, I'd like to have Living Silk, but I don't have a raid vault slot, right? Yeah, I didn't get any raids done on this character. It's just the one mythic slot. So I'm going to open this as Elemental, but I wanted to explain my reasoning for prioritizing that. It's not because I'm prioritizing Elemental per se. It's because this gives me a better chance at getting something that I could still use for Resto, like Parapodia. Well, that would give me item level on my ring. This is not a good ring for me. I've had really interesting... This is the second janky piece of jewelry that I'd be taking. But, like, here's the thing. Haste Verse are both usable stats for Resto. I just needed to build around it. This is just bad stats for Resto. Mastery is really bad for Resto. That being said, I'm pretty sure these are good stats for Ellie. Let me double check. Yeah. Yeah, it's good stats for Ellie. Ellie likes Mastery, and it wants Mastery, and it wants some amount of haste. So, I could absolutely make this work for Ellie. And Enhancement is literally Haste Mastery. So this is a best-in-slot Enhancement ring. This is a pretty good... I would imagine it's probably, like, second bis Ellie ring. And although I'm not going to use this as Resto, it would at the very least let me upgrade this ring to 704 for free. And in theory, if I get another remotely decent ring, like a crit verse ring, which there are crit verse rings out there. They just don't want to drop for me, apparently, this season for some reason. Oh, wait, what the fuck? I didn't even realize. Apparently, I got this out of the last dungeon I did, because, like, when the last week, I did Halls of Atonement, like, last second to get footage for this video, because I realized I didn't record my Halls of Atonement in Resto. Apparently, I finished that recording, I slapped it in, and then I just, like, ranted for a little bit and finished that Keystone Hero. I didn't even notice that I looted this thing. Apparently, I actually just got this, and now I can just upgrade this for free. Okay, fuck yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to take the ring, especially considering the fact that it's, like, extremely good in both of the DPS specs. I think that long-term, this will be nice. And the other thing is, like, Resto's kind of in a weird spot where, obviously, this ring is pretty good, but are there any other good haste verse rings that I could even get? Because one thing I know, Resto's bis stats, crit verse. Here's the thing. My bis stats is Brewmaster or crit verse, and I can tell you in detail about the woes of Brewmaster stat prio. And right now I'm using a crit verse BOE ring and a crit mastery ring, and mastery is not a worthless stat for Brew. Technically it isn't for Resto either, but it's definitely not ideal. So Resto Shaman's kind of in the same boat in terms of their ring options being fairly limited, but at least they can use haste. So, like, there's this thing. Obviously, that would be good for Ellie and Enhance, I'd imagine, but unusable for Resto. And yeah, there's just nothing else that's good. High haste. Yeah, so we suffer from the exact same issue. And then, like, what could I get out of dungeons? High haste. That technically would be usable, but it would be really awkward to balance my stats around that. This one is, like, more even, and the verse is slanted higher. This is obviously the ring that I have right now. So you can play around this pretty easily. And then, obviously, I have the haste verse neck, which that makes it especially tricky, because I already have so much haste, it's really hard to play around this mastery heavy, which you don't like. Obviously, that's the ring I just pulled. There's nothing here. There's, like, obviously this necklace would be insane if I got this on, like, Mythtrack. This is high mastery. Dawnbreaker. This would be pretty good. Devout Zealot's ring. I would be happy to see one of these. Low haste, I could definitely play around that. And then nothing good in Arakari. Yeah, so realistically speaking, the way I see it, right, is if this stays an alt and I never end up doing the potential plan of raiding on this character, then I probably just later in the season craft a 720 crit verse ring on this character and call it a day, because there's just no other great options. If I actually end up playing this for real in Mythic Prog, I will just buy myself a Mythtrack BOE ring, which I'm probably going to do for my Brewmaster at some point, but I'm waiting as long as possible to do that because, you know, I want the prices to be as low as they can be. But either way, I can now get a bunch of discounts. What are my Valor Stones like? I have enough, I think. And send this up, and then we'll send it to 704. And then this I can send all the way up to 704. And now my Resto Shaman is 707. Very nice. Love to see it. Alright, pretty good vault. It's not, although for my current spec it's not good, it is overall a very good option. And considering I don't, we're still, like, I'm doing really fucking good. I'm batting 100 here with, like, a singular dungeon slot. So this is pretty nice. I'm very relieved. It's pretty good. Alright, Evoker. So Evoker, kind of the same deal as some of the other healers that I've talked about. Only difference is I have these. So, like, I honestly, the only trinket I still don't have on Prez, out of, like, all of the top 5 BIS trinkets, the only thing I'm lacking is, what's it called? Lumithar's Living Silk. That's it. That's all I'm missing. So, I don't need any healer dungeon trinkets. I was gonna... why am I here? I have this, like, vague, like, thought in the back of my head. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. I finally have a Catalyst charge, so I'm sitting on fully upgraded Mithrak tier, or Mithrak shoulders that I need to convert into tier, and I had these things that I got from, like, a random raid boss kill, which was same slot, unfortunately, and it feels really bad having to use 704 instead of my 723 shoulders, but I tried. This, I do have 2 raid slots on this character, because I pugged a lot of bosses, every single tier boss, trying to get it, and I could not get a single tier piece. So I finally said fuck it, and I just wanted to get my 4-piece online. But now I get another Catalyst charge with this weekly reset, so I can just convert these shoulders and actually have them in play, which is very lovely. And what else? Yeah, I think the only thing is actually, yeah, now that I say that, so I do have multiple raid vault slots, so there is a chance that I could get Living Silk. I think, though, if I'm being honest, because I'm pretty sure, ideally, my priority right now is I want to try and get something for Devastation. Because I do enjoy Dev Evoker. I haven't gotten to play it in a while, because every time I played Evoker recently, I've been trying to learn Prez and get better at Prez, and I'm not perfect at Prez. I still, I depleted an Aldani. Admittedly, this one, I'm including the footage of this somewhere. I forget exactly where I'm going to put this. I'll have to try and remember. But this is the most demonic run I've ever seen in my entire life. This was 2 weeks ago. I may have talked about it already, but it sticks with me, and I'm going to be talking about this run until the day I die. The most toxic player I have ever encountered in my entire time running Mythic Plus ever in the entire history of this game. I ran into in this key, and he, intentionally bricked it. So, although a lot of times I feel very nervous when I'm healing dungeons as Prez, and I definitely feel out of the healers that I'm playing right now, it's my weakest one, and I'm trying to get better at it, I still feel decently confident, but I've run into situations like this where it's just kind of unfortunate. Like, what are you going to do? So, I haven't gotten to play Devastation in a while, but I do really like it. It's a very fun spec, and it's definitely... We're leaving AUG until last. AUG is probably going to be spec 39. Fuck that. I will do it, but I'm not going to be happy about it. And... what does Dev want for trinkets? Looks like Dev wants Astral Antenna and then Ritual Forge or Lily. So, I think Lily I could get on either one. I guess... It's tricky, though, because let me double check. Really, the only trinkets that matter are Parapodia and Lily. Those are the only ones from dungeons that I really care about. Wait, Preservation can get Parapodia? Oh, I thought this was a damage-only trinket. Yeah. It's the only trinkets I would even potentially care about on Devastation from dungeons. I could also loot in Preservation loot spec. And... let's see. Preservation can also get Ritual Forge? Okay. I guess that makes sense. It is just a stat trinket. That's the only raid trinket I care about, outside of Astral Antenna, which Preservation can loot anyway. Yeah, I mean... I guess, honestly, I think I open this as Prez. Just because all of the stuff that I could theoretically want as Devastation, I can also loot as Prez. And the only thing that I want as Prez that I can't loot as Devastation is Living Silk. And obviously there's a lot of shitty healing trinkets, and there's a lot of shitty damage trinkets, but I wouldn't want them in either case. So I guess I open this just for the small chance that Living Silk appears in here. Okay. That's not good, I think. Yeah. Yeah. And that's a weird one, because, Sacrood's not bad, I don't think. But I already have Antenna. It's like, if I didn't have Antenna, I'd kind of say, oh, well, theoretically this replaces Antenna. But, I have Antenna. And I know for a fact that's, one of the best trinkets for both Prez and Dev. I don't think this is good at all for Prez. It's okay for Prez. Yeah, it's same deal for Prez. It's okay for Prez, but it's worse than Antenna. It's worse than Void Core. I have better trinkets. Like, if I upgraded this to 723, would it potentially be ever so slightly marginally better than the 704 trinkets I have on right now? Maybe. But then why would I waste crests on that? When I can instead, like, craft a necklace, craft a ring, or just upgrade my other pieces. There's no reason to do that. I don't think I would use it on Devastation. I don't think Og wants it. Is Warcraft Logs back up? Yeah, Warcraft Logs is back up. Thank God. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I am going to check Og Logs. I'm 99% sure Og wants Lily of the Eternal Weave and, like, probably a passive stat trinket like Parapodia and stuff. They want... Okay, it is... Yeah, I'm correct. I was exactly correct. Holy shit. It does look like a lot of people are running Ritual Forge instead of Lily, but it's still overwhelmingly Lily. And then, yeah, Lily, and then basically 50-50 between Antenna or Parapodia. Lily, I know, because Mastery is very good for Og. And I think... I wonder how that exactly works, because I think Mastery is, like, technically better at, like, supporting your allies. I don't know exactly what the breakpoint there would be. But it's Og. Like, fuck Og. Kind of who cares about Og. But there's, like, 1 or 2 people using Sackbrood. But then a lot of the people are using Sackbrood in place of Antenna, which I already have. So I don't care about either of these. This is a socket, I think. Though, honestly, if I'm gonna take a socket, I can't be too upset, because I do get a full socket. So at a lot of my other characters, I would have been kind of sad to take this, because it would have been, like, only a third of a socket. This is a full socket. So I'll buy this, just to make room, and then I'm gonna take this. It feels weird passing up on a Sackbrood, but I genuinely do not think I would ever use this. It just so happens that my Evoker has, like, absolutely gigabusted trinkets. I'm just not going to use it. So, I'd rather have a socket that I can actually use instead of a trinket, Mythtrack, that I'm still never going to use. Yeah, you can see it's the 4-star. Now, I don't think I'm not going to use the socket just yet. I will hold on to this for a rainy day. But it will be good to have. I will almost certainly craft a belt eventually. And when I craft that belt, then I will have a socket ready to go for it. And considering these already got fucked up by somebody, when the Turbo Boost event comes out, I will probably just recraft these to 720 and just be like, you know, fuck it. I already have to recraft them anyway. I may as well just get them up there, and then I'll chuck a socket in them. So having 2 sockets loaded into the chamber is nice, I guess. And in theory, if I get a Mythtrack helmet, I can catalyze that and throw a socket into that. So obviously, you know, you're never thrilled to see a socket, but out of all the characters that could have taken a socket, this one is not the worst ever. I need to change my title. I want to change it to Storm something. I meant to do that and I forgot to actually do it. It's Miao Ying. Yeah, Storm's End. That's the one that I was usually using. Miao Ying, Storm's End. Cool. I don't know. There's a few Storm titles. I'll just use this. Storm's End sounds pretty cool. Isn't there, like, another one, like Stormbreaker or something? I don't know. Maybe there's, like, the Storming or something. I always forget what the titles are. The Storm Eater. Yeah, let's go Storm Eater. Yeah, there is Stormbreaker. Storm Eater or Stormbreaker? Let's just go Storm Eater. That's good enough. I also do Thundering, but I like Storm. Something Storm-related, I think, for title is just fitting for Miao Ying. If you don't know, Warhammer character. Storm Dragon is, I think, technically the official title, so this is like as close as I can get. And this is, I don't know if I've ever said anything, but I'm very happy with this transmog. I've had it for a while now. This is like the first evoker. Well, technically this is a recreation because the original Miao Ying was on my main account, which then obviously got like wrongly banned. And then I recreated Miao Ying on my second account, and I just so happened to play this one more. So technically I still have the original Miao Ying, but and that's why this one has 2 eyes. I actually have the name Miao Ying with 1 eye on the same exact server, but obviously I couldn't change it because that character was inaccessible. If I end up playing this character a lot, I'll probably just like name change the main account one and give this one the real name. So this is effectively has become the new one. Anyways, random lore about my Prez Evoker aside. I guess before I forget, I'll also just catalyze these shoulders now that I can. There's no reason to wait to do that. Just rip that, and then we'll call it a day. Yeah, my Prez Evoker has gotten weird vaults recently. I forgot I got the boots. Forgot about the boots. Which like free crest upgrades, right? Which is the cope, but it still felt kind of bad because I can't actually use them. Yeah, what are you gonna do? But yeah, that's kind of the reason why, like, on my sheet, my Evoker actually has less item level than my Hunter. And my Hunter has done less Mythic Dungeons than my Evoker. And the weird thing about my Evoker is, like, it actually has really good gear. Like, I have really good rings, I have really good trinkets and stuff, but I just haven't really gotten that many Myth Track pieces. I have, like, insane Champion and Hero Track things, and I just haven't hit with the Myth Track stuff from Vault as much. Can't be too upset, you know, it's still a pretty geared character, and my item level is definitely not holding me back at this stage, but, you know, you'd love it to be a little bit higher. I'll see. I'm gonna focus a little bit more on trying to pug, like, Heroic Raid, and potentially get, like, Hero Track on some of these other things to get a few more upgrades. That would be ideal. I'd like to do that. This is the last character on this account, so we switch over to the main account, where I actually have a decent amount of vault stuff to open, because last time... Yeah, I think, like, last week I took a veteran tier piece on my Warlock or something like that. Technically, it wasn't a socket, but it wasn't anything super exciting. But I actually do have a few different slots. We'll start with Warlock, because obviously that's still my least exciting character. I think I mentioned it, I got this, the Void Glass Dagger Hero Track out of the box, so that was cool. But it's kind of like, how important is it really? When I could theoretically craft a 720 weapon, and ideally you'd want to craft a 720 staff. So now it's like, well, since I got the Hero Track this thing, like Void Glass Chris, since I got this, do I use this? And then do I craft a 720 offhand? But that, like, isn't that technically still a waste of crests? Wouldn't it be better to just make a staff? I don't know. That's a hard one to say. Also, fucked my transmog. But yeah, it really fucks my transmog. I didn't even think of that. That's good enough. I like the sword I had better, but I can make this work. Color scheme matches decently well. Sure. Main thing for Drazwath is the Torch. Torch is the lore-friendly weapon. Also a Warhammer character, for any knowers. This, admittedly, if you're familiar with the Drazwath appearance, this is a much harder one to hit one-to-one, because the Chaos Dwarf armor is really, like, really chaotic, I guess, and it's hard to find exact one-to-one matches, but honestly, I'm kind of happy with how this one turned out. I think it, for what I had to work with, I made something that I'm pretty pleased with. And, like, spec doesn't matter at all for Warlock. They're all the same. So I have 2 champion pieces. This is just a socket, right? Yeah, just take a partial socket. Honestly, the the potential things that I could have gotten from these slots are super low. I did consider getting a single delve slot, but like I said, I ran out of time. I literally finished my plus 10 on my rogue with 15 minutes left until reset. I did consider in those last 15 minutes, Pheromone Fury for Talkrathon was active. I could have tried to speedrun that on a plus 8, but I was exhausted. I just spent like 5 hours running Keystone stop. I needed a break. I needed to just make food and, you know, mental detox for an hour or so before recording this, and then recording something else afterwards. I think I mentioned the gearing video, which, what time is the EU daily reset? Let me double check. European daily reset is in 10 hours and 30 minutes. You know what could be interesting? So I was debating, do I actually record this now? I think what I'm going to do is, because like the gearing guide that I'm going to make is going to be a big video. I'm going to do it main channel, and it's going to be heavily edited, and it's going to be long. And I'm currently thinking I'm going to do it in like multiple stages. And there's going to be like the early gearing stage of like fresh character, how do I get enough gear to like feel functional and do delves and stuff like that. Then there's like the entry level rating and Mythic Plus stage of, you know, okay, I feel confident enough to start queuing for keys and raids and stuff. How do I like start optimizing my gear to be able to pull my weight in dungeons? And then like the final stage of gearing is I want to seriously join a raiding guild. How do I like really push my item level and trying to like optimize my damage for parses and shit? I feel like those are like 3 pretty distinct gearing categories. And it also like captures player goals, I think, which is going to be a big focus of like what goals do you want out of this character? Like, are you returning wait, Emery, is this my friend? Huh. Are we I guess we are on the same server. I forgot he's on Mal'Ganis. I haven't talked to him in a while. Wonder how he's doing. I saw his name, like my eyes kind of wandered over it, and I was like, I wonder if that's like the same dude. What's it called? But yeah, I think that's how I'm going to structure it. And actually, when I think about it, one thing that I might want to show is if I gear up a character through like the early gearing stages, literally in like 10 real life hours, and I'm just like, I'm going to show you how easy it is to get like entry level gear. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to record this. Obviously, I'll edit it together, but you'll get to see in real time how over the course of like, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours, I already get a character from like fresh 80 to reasonably geared enough to do tier 11 delves and like potentially enter Mythic Plus within a very short period of time. And then I'll be like, hey, look, I already have decent item level, and this is like the end of gearing. Like if you're a casual player and you just want to like fuck around in delves and maybe do low M+, honestly, this is good enough for you. Like that is probably the easiest part of catch-up gearing. And then I can show how you're able to do that in just a few hours if you use your time wisely and target the right things. And then, over the course of like the next week or two, I can start approaching like, okay, so now I want to start pushing up through Mythic Plus and normal. My voice has died. Oh my god. My voice just like caught. Sometimes, I don't know if you ever experienced this in person watching, where you're just like, you've been talking so much and suddenly you're breathing, right? You know, in between words and stuff like that. And suddenly you go to say a word and you realize, wait, there's no air there. That's what just happened. I just suddenly realized I'm speaking and I'm out of air. Deep breath. Man, how long have I been recording this? 1 hour, 23 minutes for this? Whew. Gonna be one of the longer vault addendums, but I have a lot to say. Honestly, kind of one of the reasons I like recording these is, you know, so much of the actual video is going to end up being just go, dungeon, dungeon, dungeon. It's nice to have these moments of just yap in between. Because back when I was live streaming this process, there was naturally like yap in between, right? Answer questions in chat and stuff like that. So this is a nice alternative. Throw this in at the end. But yeah, I think that would be a good way. And then I basically show it in stages. And I think showing that the initial gearing stages can be done super quickly will help. Because that'll basically, there's so many gearing guides out there that are like, you know, an expression that I hear people joke is like, you know, it's like draw like the head of the horse or something, and then like step 2, draw the rest of the damn horse. I'm paraphrasing. I forget exactly what it is, but like so many gearing videos are like that. Of it's like, here's all these entry level things that you can do, and then like the last minute of the video is like, yeah, and this is gonna get you like basic item level, and then I know that my clickbait title is how to get like 704 item level, and then in the last minute I'm going to tell you, now if you want to get the rest of your gear, you have to do blah 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 blah, and that's all really hard to do, blah 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 blah, and it's just like, okay, well, so this video is fucking worthless. Especially, well, it's not, some of those videos aren't worthless, but they're about like entry level gearing, because that's kind of the easiest thing to cover, right? But they obviously clickbait the big thing. So I want my video to be an entire gearing walkthrough of a character, like fresh 80 to like raid ready. I want to show that process, but I think because and this is why I'm planning to make the video long, right? And I'm going to try to compartmentalize that by like, there's different sections of the video, each dedicated to a different stage of the gearing process. And that's like kind of what I did last season with my second channel video about like a full walkthrough to War Within gearing. And that was like I didn't do really any editing at all. I did like 30 minutes of editing, like stitching clips together, and then threw it up there. And even though like that was more just meant to be like a generic walkthrough, kind of like one of these rambly sections of these videos, you know, that people can watch just if they're curious. And obviously that ended up being really well received. For a second channel video, it performed exceptionally well, right? So if I basically take that same format of like long form detailed explanations and showing the gearing process step by step over a long period of time, but then I, you know, script it a little bit more and add in editing and whatnot, and take the character further than I did in that video, because the entire point of that video is I was gearing up my rogue for the first time, and I just wanted to record that and kind of explain my methodology, but then I kind of stopped and let my rogue sit for like a month or two before I really, you know, sunk my teeth into it. And obviously that part didn't make it into the video because it's more boring, but I think if I chip away at this video for like the next month and then post it with all of that information in there, I think that would work out really well. I've convinced myself. I like that format. I think I am going to do the European thing later today, and I think that would work well, showing that the initial gearing stages are very fast, but then everything else, you got to invest the time. Anyways. Wow, I finished speaking at the exact right time. My voice died again. Last second. As if to spite me. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even get a plus 10 on this character last week. There was very little that I could have hoped to get out of my vault. And I saved a few crests, so... all things considered, this is better than, I guess, theoretically, I could have gotten a good trinket. Like, I have pretty mediocre trinkets on the mage still. This is a Warbound item that I got, so because all my other characters at this point have pretty good trinkets, the only exception is my rogue, but this wouldn't have been very good for assassination anyway. So it was either I replace my Hero Track House of Cards with this, or I replace like a Delve trinket on my mage with this. No other characters could have made use of this, and I figure it's either going to get used partially, or it's going to rot away in my Warbound bank, so I just said fuck it, and I used it on my mage. And then I got this out of one of the dungeons I did, which is decent. Both decent trinkets, but there are a lot of things I theoretically could have gotten that would have replaced these, but that's about all I could have received. There really isn't a whole lot else I could have gotten from that vault that would have been beneficial, so... we'll take it, I guess. It's better than nothing. So... I really need to pug raid in this character this week, because obviously most of the good caster trinkets, save Parapodia and Lily, are from raid. And I really need to get better trinkets in this character, so I'll try to do that. Next up is Hunter. Hunter, I have what's it called? 1 plus 10 vault slot, and then I have a Hero Track vault slot. Because I did a few extra middle of the road keys to pad out some of my IO, make it easier to get into groups eventually. And I finished the weekly quest, so I have some stuff there. See, here I did like a 7 and an 8 to get the quest done. So I have slightly easier score. It'll be slightly easier, I guess, better way to word it, to get into plus 10 keys as I go on. And actually, this is... I forgot what keys I pulled out of my vault on my rogue and my healers, but I actually will want to go back at some point and double check what I got, because that could be very nice. Rogue especially, I really hope I didn't get a duplicate key, though I wasn't paying super close attention. My other characters I don't really care that much. Tanks I can plug into keys at this point. My hunter I would really like to not get in Arakara. That's about it. The other 2 keys I did are... These are both depleted anyway, and those were survival keys, so I would have to redo them for MM regardless. I am going to open my vault as survival, though. Just because if I get a weapon... No! I got so excited and then I forgot. Dude. What a tease. If that was Myth Track. If that was fucking Myth Track, man. Yeah. Well, I don't have Myth Track pants, right? Yeah. I have Hero Track pants, but... I mean, obviously I'm going to take the best in slot Myth Track pants. Like, I'm not upset with this, but I would have taken a Myth Track one of these in a heartbeat. That would have been really nice. Damn. Damn. But look, all things considered, once again, we hit big with, where is this? It's this one. I have all of the different variants of the tier pants now. Yeah, we hit big with a single vault slot again. So, I'm getting pretty fucking good luck. I kind of want the armor. I'm just gonna do this before I forget. I think, do I have enough crests to... I might. Valor Stones? I'm low in Valor Stones. I'll upgrade what I can. Let's see, how far can I get it right now? I wouldn't even be able to get it all the way. I'll send it this far now, and then after I do my Delver's Bounty, I should have enough crests, and then I'll almost certainly have enough Valor Stones, actually. Yeah. Cool. Alright, yeah, that's a good vault. What can I say? That is a very nice vault. Would have loved to have that Myth Track survival weapon, because I love survival, and I will still play... I'm really torn, because on one hand, like, I've already crafted this, and I'm definitely gonna, like, now that I've started MM, and I think it's fun, I'm gonna do MM first. And MM was the only Hunter spec that I hadn't really played that much. I did BM last season. I've played Survival many, many times over the years, so I'm very familiar at this point with both BM and Survival. So honestly, I have no idea which of the next 2 I'm going to do. But at this point, I'm pretty familiar with all of the Hunter specs. So I don't really care which one I do next. I guess what I'll probably do is I'm going to keep opening my Great Vaults as Survival loot spec. And if I manage to pull a Myth Track survival weapon out of the vault, by the time I'm done with MM, I'll do Survival second. If I don't, I'll just do BM. Because then I'll have still the 720 gun crafted. So, we'll just do BM next. But I'm not really too concerned. I'm pretty happy with my results on Hunter. Yeah, that's really good. I had pretty limited options. Demon Hunter next. Potentially, this video. Let me check. I posted the poll like 2 hours ago. Oh, it's tied. Okay, Prot Warrior is probably not going to win. Or Prot Pally, I mean. Prot Pally. Right now, it's tied up between Prot Warrior and Vengeance DH. And I voted for Vengeance, so the people currently want Prot Warrior. But my vote counts. I'm going to make my vote count. So we'll see. But, ooh, maybe. That would be interesting. Maybe there is a chance. You know, honestly... I actually, come to think of it, I really want to just start Havoc this week. I think what I'm going to do is, like, if Vengeance wins, cool. Then I go with my initial plan. If Prot Warrior wins, I will respect that, and I'll get Prot done. and then I'll post that Keystone Hero. But I actually think I'm going to get Vengeance done too, and then I'll probably start Havoc again. Would add a little bit to my workload, but I could probably swing it. What did I do? I didn't pug any raids in this character. Did I? Yeah, I didn't pug any raids in this character this week. Yeah, so another character with a single +10 vault slot. That's a lot of them this week, huh? Do I care? I mean, it's basically Tome of Light's Devotion or a DPS trinket. That's really it. Especially for Havoc versus Vengeance, right? They use exactly the same stuff. What does Havoc use for trinkets? Curstone Idol is pretty good. Lily of the Eternal Weave is pretty good. Incorporeal Warp Claw is okay. There's a few different options, it seems, for Havoc. I'm gonna double check. The only one I really care about is Curstone Idol. I think would be quite nice. That seems like it is quite good. Let me double check logs, actually. Logs. What is Havoc running on logs? Basically all Havoc Demon Hunters are running Astral Antenna, so I should definitely try to get that. And then it's like a mix of a bunch of other different trinkets. Right. I can't remember. I think I talked about this at some point. Now I remember, yeah. Curstone Idol is a lot better for Aldrachi versus Felskard. Felskard wants, like, specific stuff, but then Aldrachi is, like, what you run for M+, but Felskard is apparently what you run single target. Both of them run Antenna, but then the second trinket changes depending on what hero talents you're playing. It doesn't seem like it matters that much, though, and it seems like you largely still want raid trinkets. What most people are running is actually Sigil the Cosmic Hunt. But there are a decent amount of representation for Stone Idol. Curstone Idol, is that... Okay, ooh, interesting. So that is Havoc loot spec only. Yeah, so... like I said before, when I finish the Vengeance challenge, this spec is fucking dead to me. Although Tome would obviously be nice, it's only single target. I'm probably not going to use it for the remainder of the... Like, if I get Tome right now, am I going to use it for the remainder of the keys? Probably not. Probably not. I think I actually will prioritize the Hungerer. You know, it's a good haste proc trinket. So, and I'm never going to play this in raids, so I think I go Havoc loot spec, and that way I have a small chance of getting a DPS trinket that is slightly better than what I have on right now. Assuming I don't manage to get a good one out of raid. Havoc is crit over mastery, right? Yeah, crit over mastery. I mean, it's not unusable. Like, it's high mastery. And the other thing is, like, I don't, like, Verse is never a dead stat for any spec. Some specs are, like, not thrilled to have Verse. It seems like Havoc is probably one of them. But there's, like, some specs, like Brewmaster, where haste is, like, a dead stat. Some specs where mastery is, like, a dead stat. Kind of like, it's not dead for Resto Shaman, but it's, like, really low value for Resto Shaman. So, the specs that don't want those, that, it can be bad. Versatility is, if anything, just, like, it doesn't scale super well. But it's never dead. So, what are my current ranks? Can I make this, can I swing this? I have... Right, I got these two things. Neither one of them is Myth Track, though. I have a lot of high haste stuff, which is... I mean, it's nice for... Nice for Vengeance, but... not nice for Havoc. I'd have to see what else I got. I feel like I can use this, though. It's fine. It's also item level. No matter how you slice it, it is just a bunch of free item level for my rings, even as Vengeance right now, though I would not equip this as Vengeance. Terrible stats. I think I can make this work for Havoc. Probably. I use this, and then I put on, like, I guess, out of what I have right now, I'd probably use this necklace, high crit, low haste, to balance that out. And then I'd probably run, what else could I run? Ideally, I'd want a high crit ring. I don't believe I have one. Yeah. My jewelry is in a weird spot right now. I have this from last season. Honestly, might be better than some of my other jewelry pieces. Yeah, the thing about jewelry is, as long as it's not literally a dead stat, it is flexible. If it is usable stats, which I believe this is, if this was like high verse, I probably wouldn't want it. It's high mastery, and I do like mastery as Havoc. So, I think I'm gonna take this. The other question, the obvious question is, would you rather have a 707 mediocre ring or a third of a socket? And I think in that context, it's very easy to choose the ring, right? There are definitely many, like, hero track or champion track items that, like, if I had done raids or stuff, I would have rather taken over that ring. But it's basically that or nothing. And I'll take it, I guess. 704. And then I'm out of Valor Stone, so that's fine. So my Demon Hunter got 1 item level. Yeah, I mean, it's not an amazing vault, but at the same time, there's very little I could have gotten outside of, like, I guess, a Myth-Track weapon. Myth-Track weapon probably is the best thing I could have gotten. Myth-Track weapon, Myth-Track tier would have been amazing. But there's considerably less options for me out of that slot. Because, yeah, like, honestly, if I had gotten Cursed Stone Idol, I probably would have preferred Cursed Stone Idol to that ring. But the difference would be fairly marginal, because I wouldn't use it on Vengeance. My trinkets are already 704, I believe. So it wouldn't have even been... Yeah, they're both 704. It wouldn't have saved me any crests on Vengeance. And although I would have used it on Havoc, if I managed to get trinkets from Raid, I'll probably use them over Cursed Stone Idol, from the looks of it. So, that... It's not an exciting vault, but I actually do think it is not terrible. Alright. Rot Warrior. This is an interesting one. Rot Warrior, there's still like a non-zero chance that I will play this in Raid at some point, because Rot Warrior is obviously very good in Raid, and I do enjoy the spec. So, I could theoretically see a situation in which I end up playing it. That said, yeah, okay, so the way I see it, right? Myth-Track Tome of Light's Devotion, would that be nice to have? Sure. But as it stands, my trinkets are both pretty good. Even if I had to play Rot Warrior in a raid environment right now, like if I was like, oh, I'm gonna start gearing this instead of Brewmaster, something like that. Is Tome even better than Astral Antenna for Rot Warrior? I think on pure single target it is. But I think on any sort of multi-target at all, you'd actually rather have Astral Antenna. Yeah, I Tome be extremely marginal, and there is zero chance that I would ever play it in any Mythic Plus dungeon ever. So, I don't think I open this as Prot. The other big thing is I already have a Myth-Track shield, so I can't get that. And although I could get a Myth-Track weapon, I don't necessarily want to take a Myth-Track one-hander, because I have a crafted item, and that is still pretty good. So there's a lot of DPS trinkets I'd rather have. Cursed Stone Idol is, as we have now learned, I actually didn't realize that, it was DPS spec only. I usually play with DPS spec auto, because a lot of stuff like that is, I just never thought to check for that trinket. But that, I think, is the only trinket that I would use over Astral Antenna in M+. So, that's nice. And then, obviously, there's, you know, this is good for the raids. I do have one normal raid vault slot, but it's a normal vault slot, not a heroic vault slot, and I already have normal Brand of Ceaseless Ire, and I have normal boots, so if I were to get something out of raid, I wouldn't want it to be a tank thing. So I think I open this as arms, because if I get a weapon or a trinket, I would want it to either be a two-hander or a DPS trinket. I think this is a dead vault. Let me double check. That's a socket. Interesting. Yeah, so I got shoulders, but I have mid-track shoulders, right? Yeah, so I definitely... I don't take this. That sucks. That fucking sucks. I don't think I have any other... Yeah, none of these are mid-track. Man. Well, so... I'm either taking a socket on my helmet, or I'm taking 2/3 of a socket that could go towards any item I want in the future. I guess I think I take a socket. Yeah, this one's a little bit disappointing. Especially because there are upgrades I could have gotten. There are many upgrades I could have gotten. And unlike my Evoker, it's not even a full socket. So, I'm a little bit bummed by this one, but honestly, I can't really be too upset. I've gotten pretty good luck on this character. Or, I have gotten good luck on this character in general, but I've gotten good luck today, is what I meant to say. Yeah, okay. They can't all hit. Happens. I'm gonna do my main last. We'll do Prop Paladin. Second to last. Penultimate Paladin. And... yeah, I'm gonna make sure I grab all the quests. I talked about this before. Whenever I don't do this, I always forget.
Another interruption.
Oh, is Mop Classic Phase 2 today? Ah. I opened up Wowhead and I saw that. I gotta do that at some point. Actually, a few people have asked me if I'm gonna do more Mop Classic stuff. And I definitely... It's one of those things where, like, I actually would love to play Mop Classic, and the unfortunate thing is, I was really excited to do the intro raid, but the fact that Blizzard really pisses me off with this shit. They did the same thing with Cataclysm. They always snipe their own classic releases with retail releases. I genuinely don't know why they do it. It's so fucking annoying. But they fucking sniped, the classic Mop launch with the retail patch. And the retail patch is just going to take priority for me. And I've just been super busy with all this stuff. It's like, I just don't have time to do that. So... I would really like to do those raids. I do actually think... I think, like, once I get a lot of these challenges done, hopefully within the next few weeks, and, like, Legion Classic or Legion Remix comes around, and I get my initial testing done for that, because obviously that's really important. I do want to try and get back into Mop for, like, Landfall and stuff, and get my characters caught up, and then maybe join a raiding guild when I have more free time. So many things I want to do, and I just never have the time to do it. It's unfortunate. This character... So this is an interesting one. I did not get a chance... Actually, I take that back. That's a lie. I did pug raid on my Paladin, and I did 2 heroic bosses. So I have a heroic raid slot. And this this is, I think, my only tank that does not have Brand of Ceaseless Ire. So, I have a Soul Hunter's Vault slot. I still have a crappy shield, which obviously, if I don't get a good shield this week, like out of this vault, I am probably going to craft a 720 shield. But if I get a 723 out of vault, then, you know, we fucking take those. Yeah, I open this as prop. This is definitely one of the few tanks where I still need a lot of tank stuff that I'd like to have. Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not... it's not a Brand of Ceaseless Ire. And it's not a shield. But... it might be better. Because I have a crappy helmet. It has a socket. But... this one also has Leech. Which means when I play HPAL, I'm gonna love this shit. In fact, actually, I have enough for a socket right now. I think I actually just slam a socket into this. Because, like, what else am I going to use it on? I only have 704 bracers, and I have this belt, which obviously I'm going to craft a belt eventually, but I haven't yet. So this is the best thing that I could use my socket on. Yeah, fuck it.
I have calibrated my prices to be
I may as well. Otherwise, it just sits there and rots. Where'd the key go? These are there. Let's throw this there. I'm gonna catalyze this first, I think. Or yeah, let's see. What does this give me stat-wise? This is Haste Mastery. Is that good Ret Paladin stats? It's not good for prots. Ret Paladin doesn't like, it's not bad, Ret Paladin stats. But I guess, like, the question I'm thinking, do I need this on Mythtrack? It's like, I have 2 Mythtrack tier pieces already. Obviously, I could catalyze it eventually. But it's the exact same stats, pretty much, except it has more haste uncatalyzed, which I would rather have haste than mastery for prot. And I am still playing Prot Pally a decent amount. Oh yeah, I got these, by the way. Hero track. Very nice. I still gotta do Soul Hunters every week to get the stupid fucking Brand of Ceaseless Ire, but... at least one of the items I already have. Yeah, I don't catalyze this yet, I think. Just take it like this. And then I need a quick ruby. Quick ruby. And do I have the crest to just slam this up to 723? Not fully. Yeah, I'll have to do a few more dungeons to do that. I could probably get it up one more upgrade track, because this is, what, 3 upgrades? And then after I do my Delver's Bounty, I'll have enough for one more, but it's 70-ish crests? Yeah, I need 75 for the full upgrade. But that's still pretty good. And there was nothing else that I was willing to spend that on, because I don't want to actually upgrade this Sack Brood. And I have a Mythtrack ring and necklace. Paladin, I gotta say, my prop Paladin, at this point, I think has gotten better vaults than my Guardian Druid. Because my Guardian Druid has definitely, like, they're the 2 best vaults out of all of my characters. Unless you count my Brewmaster. Admittedly, my main has gotten very good vaults. But out of the alts, because it's easy to say my Brewmaster's gotten good vaults when, like, for the first month of the season, I had 3 raid slots and 3 dungeon slots. You know, out of 6 options, one of them is bound to be good. Consistently, my Druid and Paladin have pulled great items out of 1 dungeon slot. So that's, I feel, very lucky. My worst slot in this Paladin has been my Sack Brood. Unfortunately, I do still have 1 pretty shitty trinket slot on this character, which is the only thing holding it back, right? Like, it has gotten absurdly good luck, and yet it's still lower item level than some of my other characters, like my druid, and that's because I have a past season trinket, because I've got nothing good. But I'm going to craft a 720 shield this week, because I've gotten nothing. And fingers crossed, I get finally a trinket to replace this. I'm going to pug, for sure this week, I'm going to pug like every boss that can give me any sort of trinket upgrade from Raid. Even if it's not like super amazing, it would still be an upgrade. And ideally I'll get something. I'll pay somebody a small fortune to finally replace this stupid fucking trinket, so we'll see. But then, yeah, I think my paladin might actually be like my third highest unlevel character if I manage to replace this trinket once I'm done crafting. The only problem is I just realized I just spent my crests on this, which is fine. I don't think this is a waste of crests, but yeah. Dude, maybe do I just say fuck it? And like, I put up that poll, but now that I'm thinking about it, I really wanted to get all my tanks done last week. It's just unfortunate the way that like the timing worked out. Maybe I just say fuck it and I just finish all of my tanks this week. If I have time. Because it would be really nice to get my paladin shield. At the same time, though, I don't, like, need a shield. The only thing that feels bad is, like, worse than slot stat crappy shield feels really, really, really yucky. Which is the main reason I wanted to craft one. But what if I just, like, upgrade this helmet with my remaining crests this week, and then next week, if I still don't have a shield out of that Great Vault, then I craft one. But then it gives me one more Great Vault chance to potentially get a shield. Who knows? Maybe. We'll see how that works out. And then we have one vault left. My Brewmaster Monk only has a single dungeon slot. I did not raid last week on this character. No, I will not elaborate on why that is the case. There's enough clues just in the vicinity that you could probably piece it together if you really wanted to, but not something I really want to talk about. But I did get one dungeon slot in this character, and I'm not abandoning it. I do still want to raid with this character. I just didn't last week. But this is... Last week I opened it on Mistweaver because I had 3 raid slots, and there was a lot of stuff I could have gotten for healer, and not a lot I could have gotten for the other 2. This is a weird situation where out of the stuff from dungeons, obviously there's like no good healing trinkets from dungeons. Now, theoretically, Mistweaver's the only spec that could get Parapodia. So, I think it's not like, Evoker, where, oh yeah, all specs can get it. Let me double check Mistweaver real quick. Yeah, but, okay, Parapodia is actually not good for Mistweaver, though, so... Mistweaver would want, basically, Lumithar's Living Silk, and then some combination of an on-use stat trinket or a passive stat trinket, like Secret Technique or Astral Antenna. Yeah, and none of those are specific healers, so there's no reason. There's no reason to open this as Mistweaver other than I could potentially get an Intellect weapon. And although it would be lovely to get an Intellect weapon, I think the reason I did it in Mistweaver last time is because there's a lot of very powerful raid trinkets. So my logic was I'm getting a chance at raid healer trinkets and at a Mythtrack healer weapons. That is enough potential Mistweaver stuff that I figured it was worth it. But here's the thing. If we're weighing between a potential upgrade for my main spec and then a small chance at a potential upgrade for an off spec, and the chance is equal, I will take the chance from my main spec. Especially since it is something I am actively playing. The only question is, do I open this as Brewmaster or Windwalker to maximize the chances of loot for Brewmaster, which is what I care about here. And effectively what it boils down to is, would I rather have a Cursed Stone Idol, in which case I open it as Windwalker, or would I rather have a Tome of Light's Devotion? And that is actually a very difficult question, because while in a lot of other situations I did not put value on the Tome of Light's Devotion, because, like, who cares? If I'm not going to raid, I actually do raid with this character. So if I got Temple Light's Devotion, it would actually see use. I do have a Hero Track one, finally. So it would not be that impactful. But Cursed Stone Idol is a very good trinket. It's, I actually used it on Soul Hunters. It's very weird. I have this Perfidious Projector, and on super high target AoE, there's like a cutoff point where this kind of catches up. Cursed Stone Idol is really good on like 3 to 5 targets. I think it's still like one of our best trinkets for high targets, but 3 to 5, for whatever reason, I don't know exactly the cutoff point. It's very strong. And then like there's this weird thing where on single target, it's actually lower than Perfidious Projector, but then also this is lower than Tome of Light's Devotion, and then all of them lose to Brand, but obviously, Mythtrack Brand, I'm always going to wear this. But right now, I'm running, on Soul Hunters, I ran Cursed Stone Idol. On any AoE fight like Araz, I ran Perfidious Projector, and then whenever the little ads would spawn, I would use this on Araz, and then did shitloads of damage. And then on single target, I used Tome. So in theory, if I got a Mythtrack Tome, I'd use that on a lot of fights. If I got a Mythtrack Cursed Stone Idol, I'd use it on a lot of fights. I would say they are basically equal in terms of their value to me. I would not be upset with either one. And I think for that reason, I'm actually going to look at what Windwalker needs. Cursed Stone Idol is Windwalker's best in slot trinket, it appears. Let me look at Raid. Yeah. It looks like Nether Prism or Cursed Stone Idol is what all Windwalkers are running. Let me just double check that. Yes. And I'd imagine Cursed Stone Idol has lower representation because it's a lot harder to get your hands on one. It seems a lot of them are running Forge, or Raz's Ritual Forge. I'm curious about like what the cutoff is. It appears that based on the numbers, they're probably all very close. And you're just going to see higher representation from the ones that you can actually get inside Raid, rather than the ones that you just have to RNG out of your vault. But I do believe, from what I'm seeing, that there are people running a Cursed Stone Idol, whereas obviously Tome is extremely niche. And I should note, if I do continue pushing keys with Brewmaster, which I do plan to do, Cursed Stone Idol would be more situationally useful in those cases, so I've convinced myself I'm opening it as Windwalker. I'm going to close my eyes. So you guys are going to see it pop up on screen. My eyes are currently closed. Come on. I'm stretching a little bit, and I'm going to open my eyes in 3, 2, 1. Interesting. Interesting. It's a very interesting trinket. So, here's the thing. It's not bad. I'm never going to use it as brew, right? Like, literally the only trinket I would use as brew is a Mythtrack Cursed Stone Idol, because right now I'm using a 704 Cursed Stone Idol. Brew's trinkets are pretty locked in, so there's nothing outside of that one trinket that I could have gotten 4 trinket slots that would have been better, and there's very few things I could have gotten that would even be remotely considerable over just taking a third of a socket. However, Signet is not bad. In fact, if I look at the Windwalker logs, there's some of them that are running it. It's not unplayable. It seems like it's a slightly worse version than the other on-use trinkets. 2-minute CD. I'm curious as to how it would line up compared to other stuff. Let me look at Soul Hunters. Soul Hunters, in theory, I would imagine would be a good representation for that. It's seeing some use. Ritual Forge definitely seems to be Windwalker's trinket of choice. Ritual Forge Antenna. Can't say I'm surprised. That's the case for a lot of melee right now. A lot of people in general right now. It's just their best trinkets. Okay. So, now, that being said, obviously a lot of these are 723 Ritual Forges, and same thing applies as before. But tough to say. Like, if I were to get a Hero Track Ritual Forge, I don't have one, but if I were to get one, would that be worth using over a, like, Myth Track Signet? That's tough to say, but I am seeing still a decent amount of parses running Signet. And actually, come to think of it, a lot of these parses are not even Myth Track Signets. All of them are actually Hero Track Signets. There's only one Myth Track Signet that I can find. Hero Track? Yeah. So even on Hero Track, there's a decent amount of high parses using it over a Hero Track Ritual Forge. So I would say the difference is not that big. If I look at something like Feral Druid, which I know loves Ritual Forge. Actually, Feral Druid is kind of similar. Yeah. So it looks like it's probably just a Signet for specs that like Ritual Forge. Signet is just like store brand Ritual Forge, and you see some use. It's interesting because like Lily of the Eternal Weave is definitely a much larger drop off because obviously this is just like primary stat, right? Or actually, oh, interesting. So this is flat primary and then highest secondary. So it's not exactly the same. Yeah, because then, I forgot, Ritual Forge is flat crit, and then it gives you primary stat, which is probably why it's better. That's generally more valuable in most cases. Signet obviously has the benefit that you could theoretically buff other people if they're wearing it, but I think because most people aren't using Signet now, that's less of a concern. But it is at least more flexible than, like, Lily of the Eternal Weave for people who don't like Mastery. And it seems like, even though I know for a fact Windwalker does like Mastery, they actually are apparently using this in larger numbers over Lily. I'm gonna look at Windwalker Radar.io and see. And yeah, this guy's using Ritual Forge, unsurprisingly. And Pacemaker, interesting. Let's look at like a European guy. Nether Prism and Antenna. Cursed Stone Idol and Antenna. Sackbrood and Ritual Forge. Lily and Antenna. And then, let me scroll down a little bit further. Ritual Forge and Antenna. Okay, I'm not seeing a ton of representation. I'm curious about... So I know... I feel like I'm gonna take this just because the odds of me getting like a Myth Track Ritual Forge are low. The nice thing about this is I don't really have many other great Windwalker trinkets right now outside of like this. I could play Windwalker with like Cursed Stone Idol and Sackbrood, but I think this is probably better. I'd have to see. I'd have to see. I think they're probably even-ish. One of the other really nice things, though, is... I actually only just realized this. This lets me upgrade all my trinkets to 710. Because getting that, like, upgrade 704 to 707 feels really awkward, and this would be my second Myth Track trinket. So yeah, you know what? I'm going to just take this. It's definitely better for me. There's enough use cases here where I'm going to take this. It's better than nothing. That being said, there are a lot of things that I would value less. There are, like, if it was a trinket, even if it was a really, really, really shitty trinket, 707, and it theoretically could save me some crests, I would probably still take a third of socket. But if it's a trinket that I think I will use at all, then the fact that it will save me some crests is good. Because now I can do this, right? Obviously, apparently I have no fucking Valor Stones. I never have any Valor Stones, man. I hate this. Fucking hate Valor Stones. But now that I've gotten a second Myth Track trinket, I can get this up to 710. And then I can get my tome up to 710. So having 710 trinkets will actually be an indirect item level boost to my Brewmaster, even though I will not use this trinket. So that's nice. But now I'm curious about Mistweaver. Because Mistweaver, obviously I know all healers in M+, Mistweaver especially wants the Living Silk. And it looks like... this Mistweaver I'm looking at is using Celia's secret technique. Makes sense. Is there any merit for this, though? Because if I look at QE Live for Mistweaver It actually, interestingly enough, QE Live for Mistweaver has Signet as their highest trinket. The number one. Chi-Ji is a 2-minute cooldown, right? So I guess... Does it just line up really well for them? Where's Chi-Ji? Revival's a 3-minute. Chi-Ji's a 1-minute. Okay. I mean, I'd imagine you can still line it up pretty well then. It at least is able to align with your cooldowns. Yeah, so the top 2 QE Live trinkets for Mistweaver are Ritual Forge and Signet. I'll look at healing logs in a second. I am more curious about Mythic Plus, which is the primary situation in which I'd find myself playing Mistweaver. Yeah, so all of them are running Living Silk, and then it seems like a lot of them are in Mythic Plus are running passive stat increases. So, yeah, I'm seeing Sackbrood, Secret Technique, Astral Antenna. I'm going to look at 2 more Mistweavers. Just, yeah, this guy's running Sackbrood and Secret Technique. And then what about you? Yes, passive stat. Alright, so I'm not seeing a lot of use for it in Mistweaver keys. But could it be the case, because QE Live I think is more for raid healing. So let's look at QE Live healing on, what's a healing intensive? Let's Soul Hunters. Soul Hunters are pretty healing intensive boss. Healing for Mistweavers. Signet's seeing, yeah, actually it's seeing some use. Obviously, the Lumithar's Living Silk Trinket is more of a Mythic Plus thing, so that's seeing very little use in raids. So it seems like most Mistweavers and raids are running either 2 passive stat trinkets. Secret Technique appears to be an extremely popular pick. Can't say I'm super surprised, getting just your ideal secondary. Which, what would Mistweaver be? Not really sure. Crit Haste, I guess? Interesting. Now I'm seeing a lot of Diamantine Void Cores. I'd imagine those people have the Void Glass weapon. But if you don't have the Void Glass weapon... Yeah, so this guy doesn't have the Void Glass weapon, and he's running Signet and Celia's Secret Technique. Okay. Interesting. So right now, honestly, I could play Mistweaver, because one of the problems that I had with Mistweaver before is I did not have a second trinket. I could have played Windwalker already, and I've actually done a few Windwalker keys. And I played Curstone Idol and Sackbrood. Now I could play Curstone Idol and Signet the Priory, which honestly I'll probably do just because I don't really like Curstone Idol. I hate the little channel. It's good, so I'll use it like for raids when I have to. But I don't like playing with it. And I did one Mistweaver key, and it was tough. I don't even remember what I used. I think I actually used Twisted Mana Sprite. Yeah, I did, because I have it upgraded to 704. But this thing is shit. It's so bad. I think the only Mistweaver key I did was before the Twisted Mana Sprite nerf, but now this trinket is complete beans. So I would not want to use this. So now I basically only have one viable Mistweaver trinket, which was Sackbrood. And now I have 2 viable Mistweaver trinkets. And if I were to, like, pug a raid as Mistweaver right now, then I would use this and this. And for dungeons, I think that would still be a viable option, though long-term it seems I would really want to get Living Silk. And apparently, there's actually a lot of high-level Mistweavers using Sackbrood and Living Silk. So if I get Living Silk, I could just do that. I probably will have to pug Heroic Raid on my Monk this week to try and get some of those last few things. The biggest thing holding me back is I don't have the Soul Hunter boots. Which, like, I don't care about for Monk tank. Like, the buff for tanks is so garbage that a lot of tanks don't even run it. Brewmaster long-term probably doesn't care about it. But I will definitely want that for Mistweaver and Windwalker, so I'll have to start doing that. But yeah, wow, that ended up being really long. 2 hours, 14 minutes. This is gonna be a long video. I hope you enjoyed watching, because I guess we're done there. So I hope you enjoyed watching this installment, number 4, whichever one it is. I don't know. Time recording, I don't know if it's going to be Prot Warrior or Vengeance DH. Let me check the poll. It's still tied. Still tied, Prot Warrior and Vengeance. So I guess we'll see which one ends up winning. Either way, hope you enjoyed watching this, and I think overall, pretty good week of vaults. The only one I'm really disappointed by is Prot Warrior. That could have gone a little better. The rest of my vaults, all things considered, really fucking good. So yeah, good shit. I'm really, did I make all the progress that I wanted this week? In theory, no. There's a lot that I could have done that I would have loved to get done. But if we're looking at like a realistic, what am I physically able to do? I'm still really happy with how much I got done this week, and I'm hoping I'm able to get more done this next week, because, like I said, I want to really get ahead before Legion Remix comes around, because I'm going to have to do a lot of testing for that, and Legion Remix release week, I'm going to probably have extremely limited free time, so I'd like to make sure I'm a good foot ahead of all this stuff. If I can be like 100% done with all the raid pugging stuff that I need to do by that point in time, so like all I need to do is just 1 + 10 on every class for Legion Remix week, that would cut down a lot on the random bullshit that I am required to do for this challenge. But I'm pretty happy with my progress. Compared to where I was this time last season, we are so much further ahead. I'm really pleased with this. And I'm especially pleased that some of the new specs I tried to learn, like Sun Fury Arcane and Marksmanship, Dark Ranger specifically, but I hadn't played Marksmanship for a while, and ever really before at a high level at all. So both of them clicked pretty well. Pretty happy with that. I think I'll be able to do both of those without too much trouble. So yeah, pretty pleased with that. Yeah, I can ramble for obviously another hour if I really wanted to, so I'll just cut myself off here. Again, I hope you enjoyed watching, and I will probably have another one out, maybe even at the end of next week. So there's probably going to be a pretty small waiting period in between these next 2 installments, because I'm like so close to finishing multiple tanks right now, and I'm going to have them all done at pretty much the exact same time, and then I just gotta, edit it together and get the video posted. But yeah, that's it. See you in the next one. Peace.